Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.
Page 151. Anyway, it's already scrapped to this extent. Since you want this pile of scrap metal so much, take it. Although Suming helped to cushion the impact, he did not die from the fall. But the armor system collapsed and the force that separated from his body hit his valve. It caused him to get out of breath. I can't move for a while, I have to lie down and relax. At this time, the power of the explosion caused one of the only two elevated platforms on the entire drilling platform to tilt significantly. Structures made of various steel materials continued to fall from high altitudes. A several-meter-long piece of construction steel came straight towards Tony. Tony was the first to notice the problem, but he was currently speechless. He hummed and raised his hand to call Suming, his palm shaking in the air, leaving an afterimage. But Suming's attention was on the armor on the ground, which made Tony want to curse. Several veins on his head popped out. Suming had just retracted the sneaky armor when he found that the steel pillar had fallen down. Just as he was about to raise his hand to rescue, he sensed something and stopped. At this moment, a spider silk stuck to Tony's body and pulled Tony away at the critical moment when the steel was about to touch his body. Saved him from being crushed into meat paste. "Sir, I'm here. Those miscellaneous soldiers have been almost cleared out." Seeing that the little brother was so helpful and didn't need any help from him, Suming gave him a thumbs up from afar. Peter Parker was recognized, and a hint of excitement flushed on his young face under the mask. Ahem, damn it, Fate, are you going to watch me get smashed to death? Tony finally regained his ability to speak, struggled to his feet, staggered in place, and complained loudly. Seeing Tony's miserable appearance, Suming said innocently, "Aren't you okay?" Suddenly, Tony's expression changed. In the raging fire behind Suming, a figure slowly stood up. It was Killian. "Isn't this fatal?" Peter Parker looked at Killian, who was covered in cracks, and muttered in disbelief. Suming knew this would happen, so without any surprise, he waited quietly for MVP to appear. Killian stumbled towards Tony. "Stop wearing the mask. Aren't you looking for the Mandarin?" "I am him. All along, I am the Mandarin." Boom. Suddenly a big iron stick was swung over. Killian, who raised his hands and loudly declared that he was the villain, was instantly knocked down by a home run. The villain dies because he talks too much, and that's not a joke. The camera turned and Ms. Pepper, holding such a thick stick in her hand, was glowing red and gasping heavily. Tony sat down on the ground in surprise, looking at his resurrected lover with a dull look in his eyes and a slightly open mouth. A few seconds. "I can't speak." Tony was so confused that he couldn't accept the sight of Pepper, who had fallen into the sea of fire, standing in front of him again, and she was even intact. It was the extremis virus that gave Pepper powerful recovery abilities and even turned her into a super soldier. Pepper felt that she had to do something, otherwise Tony might become a fool. She had never seen Tony Stark look so idiotic. Suddenly, a mecha, Mark 9, flew in the air. It was originally dispatched by Jarvis to rescue Tony. At this time, Tony was safe and sound, so he naturally identified Pepper as an enemy and launched an attack. "Jarvis, the 12 o'clock direction is not the target, do not attack, disarm." Tony immediately gave the order, but found no response. "When I turned around, I saw the earphones fell to the ground." Miss Pepper locked her eyes on Mark 9 and suddenly ran towards Tony. He leaped high on Tony's shoulder, his fist red, ready to pierce through the mecha's chest in the next second. Crack. Suddenly, a piece of steel several times wider than the mecha blocked the way between Mark 9 and Miss Pepper, knocking the mecha away. Miss Pepper's iron fist directly opened a hole in the steel plate and hit the ground heavily. Like a super soldier, Tony's headphones flew back into his hands. "Jarvis, stop it. That's my wife." "God." Tony looked at the fate of the Mark 9 armor that was saved in Pepper's hands, and his eyes moved slightly. Then he looked at the heroic Pepper, his eyes full of stars. "My wife is awesome." Happy face. Chapter 167 Chien Shindanado. When the Mark 9 identified Pepper as an enemy and opened fire, Tony's heart sank. Pepper managed to survive in such a desperate situation. If she was really hurt by her own mecha or something, Tony would definitely go crazy. But fortunately, Miss Pepper dodged the mecha's attack and demonstrated the power of a super soldier. This made Tony feel like he was on a roller coaster, a very gray-red chicken. Killian didn't expect that in addition to the mysterious guest Su Ming, even the woman he liked, Miss Pepper, would come out to ruin his plans at the critical moment. Jealousy and anger instantly filled his torn chest. He rushed over aggressively, wanting to deal with Pepper who ruined his plans first, but was slapped away by Pepper with a big slap. Ever since the development of the desperate virus, there has been a key indicator that determines the ability of the recipient. That is the match with the receptor. The reason why Killian is so arrogant is that he happens to be the one with the highest match among all the experimental subjects who have been injected with the virus. Therefore, his combat effectiveness, recovery ability and stability are far superior to other minions. But when Miss Pepper slapped him away, Killian discovered in despair that his dream lover was even more compatible with the desperate virus than he was. So Killian was crushed by Miss Pepper, who was said to have the same abilities as him, in the first encounter. Although Pepper has no combat experience, she seems to have a terrifying talent in fighting. She picked up a steel pipe from the ground and took 2 steps forward. His eyes swept over the scattered mecha micromissiles on the ground, and he kicked and fired. When the micromissile spun in circles and flew towards Killian, then Miss Pepper transformed into a javelin thrower, and after a simple run-up, she threw the steel pipe in her hand hard. The steel pipe hit the missile accurately, causing an explosion. Killian was reduced to pieces in the hands of the lady he longed for. Pepper was panting and still throwing the steel pipe, with a fierce look in her eyes. "Baby." It wasn't until Tony called her that she came back to her senses. He turned around hurriedly, but the super soldier who had killed Killian so eloquently was no longer there. Instead, he saw a little woman with panic in her eyes after experiencing so much trouble. Oh my god, that was so violent. Miss Pepper didn't realize until now that it was her combo that took out Killian and defeated the final boss. Although he was very surprised by the fighting ability he just showed instinctively. But this extraordinary ability is indeed easy to be intoxicated, and she still feels her blood boiling. The red light on his body gradually faded away, and he slowly walked towards Tony. "You scared me to death, I thought you." Tony didn't know what expression to use when facing Pepper at this moment. He felt both relieved and nervous. Fortunately, his lover was safe and sound, but he was also worried that he had not protected her well. According to the previous rhythm, he was afraid that there would be a wave of complaints. "Really? Dead? Why? Because I fell 200 feet? Or because of the palm cannon the mecha just fired at me?" Yes, that's the taste. Tony felt that Pepper was the retribution for all the times he had been defying the heavens and the earth. "But there's nothing I can do, I just damn love her." He was speechless for a moment and instinctively scratched the back of his head, his expression full of embarrassment. "Now I understand why you can't leave those armors. It's not your fault." Tony stood up and slowly approached Pepper, wanting to give her a hug and tell her that it was over. But Miss Pepper refused in a panic. "Don't touch me, you'll burn. It's not hot, it's not hot. Look, it's not hot." Tony hurried to comfort. "Will I be okay?" Pepper thought about how her body had adapted to the extremist virus, and looked at Tony with concern. Tony thought he was done comforting people, and told the truth. "No, you're my girlfriend, there's always something going on. But I'll make sure you're alright, you know I'm good at fixing things. Definitely worthy of the title of Iron Man. And what about your pastimes?" Pepper couldn't stand Tony locking himself in the lab and leaving her alone to deal with everything. She wanted to face everything with Tony, and she wanted Tony to be by her side. I'll cut back a bit, Jarvis, you know the drill," Tony said, clicking his earpiece to confirm that Jarvis received the command. "Zero clearance protocol, sir?" Page 152. In fact, Tony also felt sorry for the many armors he had made with great difficulty. But what could be more joyful than finding your loved one again? "Whatever, it's Christmas, yes, that's right." Tony made up his mind. Damn it, the wife is important. As for the armor, I'll make it later. What the hell, wrong? Su Ming, who was standing aside, was always resistant to being shown off in public. But in order to grasp the timing of the armor explosion, he had to pay attention to Tony's every move. With his extraordinary hearing, Su Ming knew that the armor fireworks show was coming, and his final chance to harvest the armor has matured. Thinking of this, Su Ming spoke without hesitation. "Time, stop it." Different from the small-scale use of this ability in the past, this time Su Ming used the power of his words to forcefully control time for the first time. A huge invisible wave started from Su Ming and quickly spread to the surrounding areas. The space was fluctuating. Immediately afterwards, everything within sight seemed to be paused. Even the ashes flying in the flames were fixed in the air. Absolute silence. Only Su Ming himself could move freely, but he instantly felt a strong sense of energy loss. Open the panel and take a look. 180%, 175%, 170%, 165%. The pupils shrank. Suming knew that freezing time might consume a lot of energy, but this was too damn fast. The energy value is dropping madly. It drops 5% at a time, and jumps 2 or 3 times in 1 second. In other words, even if all 180% of the energy is used up, it can only barely keep time paused for about 10 seconds. The thought flashed through his mind, and Suming didn't dare to delay for a moment. The consciousness instantly connected with the mental power and locked onto the armor at different positions in the air. His hands kept moving, and he opened nearly 20 portals at the same time, including the one in front of him. The portal slowly opened. At this moment, when every second felt like an age, it took Suming 100% of his energy to make the portal fully ready. He flashed away, and a black figure flashed back and forth from several portals. Every time it appears, a piece of armor disappears from the air, leaving a ball of energy at its location. And there will be an extra set of armor in the warehouse of Suming Base. Now he doesn't even have time to exchange it. We can only move at full speed and throw all the armor into the warehouse. How long? How long has it been since you felt this sense of urgency of not having enough time? This reminded him of the days when he was about to be fined for not delivering the order in time. Faster. In order to do this without anyone noticing, Suming had to ensure that the Christmas mecha fireworks continued to shine as usual while the mecha itself was not actually destroyed. He felt that this move could even be compared to the ultimate martial arts skill, Great Shift of the Universe. Even if Zhang Wuji came, he might not be able to achieve this level. Constantly replacing the mecha with explosive energy ready to go further exacerbated Suming's energy loss. Just as the sweat was about to flow down his cheeks, it was blown away by the airflow generated by his body movement. 55%, 50%, 45%, 40%. Seeing that his energy was running out, Suming finally threw the last mecha Mark 41 skeleton into the warehouse. And I returned to my original position, panting. Untie. OM-. Everything returned to normal, and Tony hugged Ms. Pepper. Suming's movements did not leave any flaws. In people's eyes, the armor seemed to jump frames and turned into a ball of violent energy. Boom. Chapter 168. Leave a last word. Pepper looked up at the flying armor in the sky and saw it instantly turned into fireballs and exploded one after another, continuously lighting up the night sky. Every brilliant firework is the way Tony loves her. I felt extremely satisfied with Tony's behavior of giving up the love of his heart for my happiness. As the person in charge of Stark Corporation, Pepper knows the value of each firework very well. Only my Tony could give such an expensive Christmas gift without blinking an eye. At this moment, Pepper was deeply moved. He quietly admired the gift that belonged to him alone, and a happy smile appeared on his embarrassed face. Behind Pepper's invisible head, Tony listened to the explosions in the sky one after another, his heart bleeding. Smelling the scent of Pepper's hair, he could only keep persuading himself. This is the best possible outcome. Oh, another explosion. The corner of Tony's mouth twitched, knowing that another beloved suit of armor had bid farewell to this beautiful world. The price is not important. What matters is that I have poured countless efforts into every set of armor. Those were even pieces of art that made him very proud. Forced himself not to think about it, he kissed Pepper's cheek lightly and pretended to be calm. Is it okay? Do you like it? That's all. In stark contrast to the two people who were embracing each other affectionately, Suming in the distance suddenly swayed and was about to fall to the ground. Sir, are you all right? Suddenly, Peter appeared and pulled a cushion. Suming sat on it directly and calmed his disordered breathing. Gave Peter a thankful look. Little Spider is so sensible, he deserves to be my friend. This wave of operations, even though it only took a few seconds, almost exhausted all of Suming's energy. Now only 10% left. The strong sense of deprivation almost made Suming faint on the spot. His body began to flicker with a faint light again, a sign of insufficient energy. At the same time, a strong feeling of hunger filled Suming's whole body. Here we go again. Suppressing his desire for food, Suming was thinking about finding another place to recharge. To know, stopping time is no joke. That is comparable to the means of a god. However, Suming was quite satisfied with the result. After so much effort and energy spent, it was finally not in vain. God knows how much mental pressure Suming was under when he froze time and changed the day just now. Even if you have rehearsed it countless times in your mind, you will not realize the urgency of time until you actually start to act. The energy is consumed too quickly. He couldn't imagine what unpredictable situation would happen if his energy ran out. Unconsciously, a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. Fortunately, Tony's armor is finally in my hands. Thanks also to Peter for his help. At this time, Su-ming looked at Peter with eyes full of admiration. He patted Peter's shoulder heavily. Good job, boy. Peter's perception was very sharp, and he always paid some attention to Su-ming. This battle was undoubtedly a success, but what he couldn't understand was why the armor that the gentleman had tried so hard to preserve became something that could be blown up at any time in the eyes of its owner. Did his teammates really see the gentleman's efforts? Peter instantly felt sorry for Su-ming. What puzzled him even more was that it seemed like only a moment. He clearly felt that something magical seemed to have happened, but he could not grasp that slight trance. It took Mr. K less than a second to go from being calm and composed to being out of breath. Too weird. Did he secretly handle something terrible for everyone? At this moment, Peter keenly caught the flash of fear in Su-ming's eyes. Spider-Man instantly confirmed his guess. That's it. Peter clenched his fist silently. He had never seen Su-ming so tired before. Even though the battle just now was so fierce, Su-ming always looked like he was taking nothing seriously. The dragon is seen from the head but not the tail. If it wasn't extremely dangerous, I would never force Mr. Jiangzhou to this point. Page 153. However, the gentleman quietly settled everything when everyone was letting down their guard and celebrating their victory. Because it was too dangerous and he was worried about causing panic, the gentleman didn't even mention it. Even though you tried your best to hide it, I still found it. My God, how strong is this? How noble. At this moment, Peter, who was almost imagining the end of the world, looked at Su-ming with a changed look. Su-ming's image was infinitely magnified in Peter's eyes, even flashing with a faint light. It's like becoming a godlike existence. Huh, Mr. really does seem to be glowing. Thinking of this, looking at Su-ming, who was shaky and flickering, Peter rushed to his side. Could it be that he was seriously injured? Peter was very worried. He gently held Su-ming's arm, swung out spider silk, and pulled up a stool to prevent the idol from getting into trouble. As Tony embraced Pepper affectionately, Jarvis' voice suddenly rang out. Mr. Stark, the Zero Clear protocol has been activated. The armors are self-destructing one after another. Logically, I should not be able to monitor their existence any longer. But something strange happened. The system shows that the systems of nearly 20 sets of armor are still running. Tony was also very confused when he heard this, and asked in a low voice. Could it be that the anti-Jarvis protocol came into effect and they did not implement the zeroing protocol? It's not right. The explosions in the sky one after another cannot be faked. The intensity of the explosion was a level that could only be achieved by the self-destruction of a battle armor equipped with a reactor. Jarvis, you've had similar problems before. It seems it's time for a system maintenance. As an artificial intelligence, since the owner has questioned the operation of its own program, there must be something wrong with it. Jarvis is very sensible. Sorry sir, I disturbed your sweet moment. It doesn't matter, what the FK? Tony was about to respond to Jarvis when he suddenly saw a flickering light in the darkness in the distance. The first reaction was the light emitted by his own armor, but this flickering mechanism was obviously not the performance of the armor. Then I thought again, all the armors are exploding in the sky now, and the flames haven't dissipated yet. It can't be them. Are there any remaining desperate warriors? Thinking of this, Tony's whole body tensed up, and he reminded Pepper, watch out over there. Miss Pepper sensed the changes in Tony in her arms and instantly became alert. She let go of Tony and protected him behind her. The armor has been completely destroyed and Tony is no longer able to fight. If there are any more enemies at this time, Tony can only be protected by himself as a super soldier. Pepper's body flashed red, her temperature rose rapidly, the power of the extremist virus was activated, and she focused her attention on guarding against the flash. Not to mention, this feeling of protecting someone is actually a bit addictive for her. Thinking of the battle that might happen next, Pepper's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Just wait and see, Tony. This time it's my turn to protect you. I will never make the same mistake you just made. Tony instantly turned into a little white rabbit behind Pepper, revealing two eyes on Ms. Pepper's shoulders, looking ahead with a sly look. Hiss. He accidentally touched Pepper's arm and instantly got a big blister. Tony almost cried a few tears from the pain. But he just took a deep breath and held back his cry of pain, not wanting to disturb his wife. Neither Pepper nor Tony had the ability of night vision, and they mistook the faint light that Su-ming flickered due to insufficient energy as an unknown danger. Like an enemy, Su-ming noticed from the corner of his eye that Tony's body shook, and then he and Pepper looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Can't help laughing. Hey, who are you two guarding against over there? When they heard Su-ming's voice, Pepper and Tony were both confused. I walked closer tentatively and found that the flash that I had just mistaken for an enemy was actually my destined brother. Tony and Pepper looked at each other. The red light effects on Ms. Pepper's fist slowly dimmed. A faint sense of loss passed through my heart. Tony knew it was Su Ming, the alarm was lifted, and he felt relieved. As far as I know, there will always be this kind of flash before the explosion. Fate, leave your last words. Chapter 169. I don't want to play anymore, I don't want to play anymore. Frog fun? Tony, you are Iron Man without your armor, how dare you talk to me like that? Who gave you the courage? Your wife? Looking at Tony Stark with a smirk on his face. Su Ming knew that Tony had basically defeated his inner demons and his wife was safe and sound, so he should be in a good mood at the moment. But being in a good mood doesn't mean you can act rashly in front of me. The armor is all with me. Now you don't have any face at all, okay? Haha. Su Ming smiled and glanced at Pepper's sports bra. The red glow on the skin underneath gradually faded. He turned his gaze to Tony and said jokingly, Tony, we won the war, and it's Christmas, do you want to celebrate with a dance? This instantly reminded Tony of the scene where he was forced to breakdance by Su Ming. His expression froze, and he turned to look at Pepper and said solemnly, Potts, I think you must be very tired, let's go home. I secretly regretted it. Although Pepper didn't know why Tony suddenly asked to go home, the house was still in ruins. What to do? Even though Tony has many other places to live, this Seaview Villa in Marbury is Pepper's favorite residence. At the same time, Ms. Pepper had something else to say, and she gave Tony, who was anxious to go home, a look that reminded him to stay calm. Then he walked up to Su Ming, looked at his tired face with a dangerous gleam in his eyes, and secretly sighed that this battle was indeed not easy. Fate has done its best. Then I thought of Tony resolutely destroying all the armor without any regrets. Knowing that Tony's armor addiction was basically cured, he smiled and said, Mr. Fate, your reputation is well deserved. Regarding Tony's commission, you have worked hard, thank you very much. After saying that, he extended his right hand towards Su Ming. It is worth mentioning that in social etiquette, if a lady does not actively extend her hand to a man, it means that she has no intention of shaking hands. At this time, men should not flatter women and ask for a handshake, it is impolite. It took a while. Su Ming was no longer as tired as before, looking at Pepper's long and slender hands. I thought to myself, as expected of a white person, he is indeed white. He held it. You're welcome, thank you for your patronage. By the way. Su Ming looked up at Tony, who looked unhappy. At this moment, he was staring at the two people's clasped hands with an unfriendly look. Laughed. For the sake of our old friendship, I have to remind you, this commission actually gives you a 80% discount. Next time, if there's another commission involving this guy, this discount for vomiting blood and jumping off a building will be gone. The slight respect and gratitude that Pepper had felt for Fate not long ago was instantly blown away by these words. God, that's $100 billion. Now you tell me this is only 80% off? You clearly received a sky-high reward, but now when you talk about it, it sounds like you've suffered a huge loss. Are you a bottomless pit? Greedy? I have never seen such a greedy person. According to this, if you want to entrust him with something in the future, you'll have to pay at least $500 billion. Even pirates don't have as big an appetite as you. You'll never make a penny from me again. I swear to God. Greedy guy. Pepper's gentle smile gradually stiffened, and in the end only basic politeness kept the corners of her mouth from falling. I think this should be the first and last time. After saying that, Pepper suddenly had an idea and decided to teach Su Ming a lesson. The super soldier abilities that have just been transformed by the extremist virus must be put to good use. Thinking of this, Pepper's smile returned to sincerity, but her eyes revealed a look of waiting to see a good show. The hand that was tightly clasped with Su Ming slowly glowed red. Burn you to death, you money grubber. Humph. Page 154. Tony was very unhappy. He keenly caught Su Ming's gaze. He was looking at Pepper's chest. I can guarantee it with my armor. Tony didn't care how the suit had survived the fire. He was just thankful it was there. Tony was in a hurry to get home because he didn't want other men to see Pepper in only a sports bra. That was clearly a scenery that belonged to him alone. He hadn't seen enough. If I could beat him, I really want to teach him a lesson. Hey, enough of the pleasantries, let's go. Tony wanted to pull his wife away directly, but Pepper secretly changed the gesture of her other hand behind her back. Tony was startled, and immediately noticed the red glow on the hands held by Pepper and Destiny. Yes, the armor is gone, but Pepper is here. She is very strong now, and she can take this opportunity to teach this annoying guy, Fate, a lesson. Yes, Stark is rich. That's not blown by the wind. 10 billion, and it's only 80% off. Bah. Pepper, don't give me face, just burn him to death. You're thinking about my armor. Hey, I'm so pissed. Are you angry? Still want to entrust someone? Entrust someone with shit. I will never come to you in this lifetime. Oh my God. Peter Parker, watching the friendly and harmonious scene in front of him, secretly envied. Mr. and his friends have such a good relationship. Little did they know that Tony and his wife were determined to kill Su-ming. Su-ming gradually realized that something was wrong. He had been shaking hands with Ms. Pepper for obviously too long. Wouldn't Tony be jealous? Or Pepper, are you, to me? Don't worry, I'm not a thief, I don't like this tune. There is no need for ladies to be so enthusiastic. Okay. Suddenly, a burst of heat came from Su-ming's hand. He glanced over and found that Pepper was quietly warming her palm. Oh, thinking back to the conversation just now, Su-ming realized that his statement that the 100 billion commission was only 2% off might have caused Pepper's dissatisfaction. No wonder Tony didn't even release the P after holding it for so long. It is obviously not Tony Stark's character. It only means that the two of them secretly discussed and decided to make trouble for me. Su-ming was almost amused by the couple in front of him. No, Tony, didn't you notice how scared Killian was when he saw me just now? What can the desperate virus do with this temperature? Can it be charged? Huh, it seems worth a try. Su-ming was just worried about not having enough energy to replenish it, and now someone came forward to help. I accidentally became so popular, what do you think? Su-ming looked at Tony and the other man who were expecting him to shout, and the smile on his face grew wider. At the same time, the hand clasped tightly with Ms. Pepper began to absorb the heat crazily. The air around the two hands gradually became distorted. Achoo. After a while, Ms. Pepper couldn't help but sneeze. At first, she was afraid that the high temperature on her hands would burn Fate, so she deliberately controlled the rise in temperature. But she soon discovered that Su-ming held her hot hand without any reaction and was still looking at her friendly. This aroused Ms. Pepper's competitive spirit. At this moment, she remembered Fate's magical power and realized that ordinary high temperature could no longer cause him pain. Grit your teeth and keep raising the temperature. But what shocked her was that she had clearly exerted the power of the extremis virus to its fullest. Fate was as if nothing had happened, showing no trace of pain. Even the temperature of my hands continued to drop for some reason. It was as if all the heat in the body had been sucked away by Fate. It's just magical. Until her arms stopped glowing, she could no longer mobilize the energy of the desperate virus, and even felt a little cold. Pepper finally reacted. This Fate is quite powerful. Then he secretly exchanged a glance with Tony. The meaning was very clear. I messed up, I'm fine. I think something's wrong. Tony could understand it. After all, he had seen how powerful Fate was, and in his memory, there was no one who could make Fate suffer. With a helpless smile, Tony naturally pulled back Pepper's hand that was holding Su-ming's. Tony was startled the moment their skin touched. The arm, which should have been very warm, was now ice cold. At this time, Ms. Pepper seemed to finally realize that she was wearing light clothes and shivered in the sea breeze. Holding Pepper's shoulders, Tony coughed twice. Okay, Mr. Fate, let's say goodbye here. If you don't mind taking us back. Still playing? I don't want to play anymore, I don't want to play anymore. Chapter 170 A Random Nuclear Power Plant. Su-ming instantly absorbed all the heat generated by the virus in Pepper's body. Only charged him 1%. It was pitifully little for Su-ming. This is also the result of Ms. Pepper's extraordinary talent and high compatibility with the desperate virus. The explosion that drained Savon only gave him less than 3% of his energy. The house is ruined, so I'll just send you back to the company. In response to Tony's request, Su-ming generously agreed to open a portal for them to go home for free. You know, according to the rules of Stormwind, you have to pay to open the door. The same goes for Undercity. Looking at the two people who hugged their shoulders, shook their heads and said, I don't want to play anymore. Su-ming smiled with satisfaction, took a deep breath of the slightly fishy sea breeze, and exhaled slowly. The freezing breath quietly started. At the same time, turn your wrist to open the portal. A cold white mist instantly enveloped Tony and Pepper. Sneeze. Tony and his wife were instantly attacked by the cold, started sneezing, and hugged each other even tighter. During the time the portal was open, a layer of ice formed on Tony's beard, and spots of white frost appeared on Ms. Pepper's arms. Come and don't go indecent. Su-ming saw through Pepper's intention to play a trick on him. Give them a small gift at the moment of farewell, mainly to enhance the relationship between the two. Look, how tightly they are hugging each other now. You are welcome. Merry Christmas. The sparking portal slowly opened, and the familiar scenery on the other side gradually appeared before his eyes. Stark Tower. Tony's teeth chattered as he watched the slowly opening portal. He wished he could take Pepper through it right away, but the space was too small and he had to wait. In those extremely agonizing seconds, the feeling of Tony falling into the Tennessee snow in his Mark 42 came back. Cold. The reactor in his chest brought a biting chill, making him feel a little urgent to pee, but he couldn't bear to do it. What worried Tony more was Pepper. She was wearing so little. Pepper just stared at Su-ming with wide eyes, as if silently enduring the punishment for her impulsiveness. Smart Tony knew that fate had seen through Pepper's tricks, and the sudden cold must have been his doing. But there is no way, I can only hope that the portal will open soon. Su-Ming's freezing breath did not give Pepper any special treatment. After all, he is now a super soldier who is good at high temperatures. Therefore, the coldest person present was Tony Stark. Finally, the portal opened. Tony embraced his wife and left without looking back. When the familiar Stark Tower appeared before their eyes, Tony and Pepper felt as if they were in another world. Shit, that guy Fate is dreaming. He'll never get any commissions from Stark again. Tony didn't dare speak until he confirmed that the portal behind him was closed. Pepper just looked at Tony with complicated eyes. Hope this is true. Regardless of the fact that Tony later followed Pepper's advice and underwent surgery to completely remove the remaining shrapnel in his body, it is worth mentioning that the surgeon in charge was a Chinese, and it seems he even worked part-time as an emperor. He even had the ingenuity to make these shrapnel into a limited edition necklace and wore it around Pepper's neck. Page 155. Later, he came to the ruins of the villa and threw the electromagnetic reactor that had witnessed countless glorious moments into the sea. The move to throw away the reactor was significant. It symbolizes that Tony has completely let go of his excessive dependence on external equipment and achieved a profound self-breakthrough and growth. He no longer needs a reactor to maintain his life and feel safe, because he firmly believes that even without these high-tech equipment, with his inner strength, he is still the irreplaceable Iron Man. The scene returns to the protagonist. Su-Ming sent Tony and the other two away, and opened a portal in front of him. Peter, go home and take a shower and have a good rest. You still have to spend Christmas with Gwen. Peter Parker was also very tired, and the wounds on his body hurt from time to time. Those were burns from fighting the desperate warriors. Okay, sir. And many more. Upon hearing this, Spider-Man was about to raise his leg to cross the portal when Su-Ming stopped him. Su-Ming found that the little spider had several burns on his arms and legs, which was not good. If Gwen knew that Peter went out with her and ended up injured, her image as a reliable big brother would be shattered. Injury, recover. OM dash. Thinking of this, he activated his words and a strong vibration surged from his body, stronger than ever before. Su-Ming's face turned pale. He guessed that this situation was related to lack of energy. When I opened the interface, I saw that the 1% of energy I had just absorbed from Ms. Pepper was gone again. The lower it is, the more empty it becomes. Peter's eyes widened as he felt the scrapes, sprains, and burns on his body instantly heal. He looked at the flashing Su-Ming in disbelief. I noticed that his face looked even worse than before. Gentleman. Peter, who was about to say something, suddenly choked. The gentleman was already seriously injured, and at this time he had to spend a huge amount of energy to heal his injuries. It was simply, Peter couldn't describe his feelings at the moment. He looked at Su-Ming with complicated eyes, his lips trembling slightly, which showed that he was not calm at the moment. Haha, Peter, come on, I won't die. Gwen will be mad at me if you go back like that just now. Su-Ming waved his hand, urging the little spider to go back quickly, but his eyes were looking around. Even at this time, Mr. is still thinking about me. If anyone dares to disrespect Mr. Inju in the future, don't let me meet him, otherwise, I will beat the hell out of him on the spot. Spider-Man held back his tears of emotion, turned around and resolutely walked into the portal and returned home. As the portal slowly closed, Su-Ming finally sat down on the ground without any image. Damn it, this is the first time my energy has dropped so low. I feel like I can't even walk anymore, and I'm hungry. I have to find a good place to absorb the damage quickly. This feels even worse than being weak when resurrecting on the spot. With the shortage at this level, I'm afraid ordinary power plants are no longer enough. A nuclear power plant would be best. After a little thought, Su-Ming called Alyssa. Help me find a place, a nuclear power plant. Huh, a nuclear power plant? Yes, just a nuclear power plant. Alyssa, who was so sleepy that she couldn't even open her eyes, suddenly became alert and jumped up directly from the gaming chair. What does the boss want to do with the nuclear power plant? This thing is not easy to find. But from the fatigue in his voice, Alyssa knew that the efficiency of her work must be very important to the boss at this moment. He slapped his face hard to regain his spirits. Be sure to complete the boss's orders as quickly as possible. He quickly hung up the phone, his slender fingers leaving after images on the keyboard. Crackling. Little fat boy Ned had already fallen asleep on the sofa, his clothes soaked with saliva. After hanging up the phone, Su-Ming was not idle. He looked at the offshore oil drilling platform in front of him. This was Killian's lair not long ago. After the melee, this place has become a no-man's land, even a no-man's land. This was exactly what Su-Ming wanted. He had been eyeing this huge facility for a long time. Exchange. Plus 30 billion. Exchange successful. Account balance, $470 billion. The oil drilling platform originally located on the sea and the ship's dock nearby slowly disappeared from sight. A huge vortex appeared under Su Ming's feet. Su Ming controlled his body and stood steadily above the center of the vortex, quietly admiring the huge scene below, which seemed like the gate to the Dragon Palace had been opened. The waves are surging and very spectacular. Bell, when the phone rang, Su Ming's eyes lit up. Alyssa is very quick. Hello, did you find it? Boss, I hacked into the shield system through the program left by Jarvis, gained high-level permissions, and discovered something called Project Insight. No, I told you to look for the nuclear power plant, why are you looking for something else? Su Ming was a little confused. If he didn't recharge his energy, the torment caused by hunger alone would be like torture. It was too painful. Hey, don't be anxious. Project Insight is very interesting, it even makes me feel that SHIELD is the biggest terrorist organization. Sorry, I got off topic. At XXXX in the Indian Ocean, there is an offshore nuclear power plant, which is one of the energy reserves of this Insight project. This is the closest to you. Chapter 171, Boarding Poseidon, the Indian Ocean. The thoughts connected with the mental power, and after a long time, Su Ming only sensed a vague direction. Insufficient energy really delays things. He quickly opened a portal, looked at the dark sea inside, and flew in. All that remained was the surging sea water with waves, continuing the excitement of this world. After the Battle of New York, Captain America Steve Rogers seemed to have found the feeling of being alive again. Although we are living in a peacetime, he can still stay in SHIELD and serve his country. From beginning to end, the captain has been a staunch patriotic player, a quality worth learning from. In fact, Rogers also has his own selfish motives, which is to use the power of SHIELD to find his lover Peggy Carter. At this time, Carter was already in his twilight years, suffering from Alzheimer's disease, and had started his own family. She lived a happy and fulfilling life, but before she died, she still missed Rogers. When Rogers found her, he saw the face that had appeared in his dreams countless times. Carter's eyes gradually became clear and filled with tears. What took you so long? It's been too long. The old man's voice sounded so sad to Rogers. Rogers knew he had missed his date too long, a full 70 years. When I woke up, everything had changed. The once stunning Peggy Carter has become a white-haired grandmother. How could I leave my best girl? She still owes me a dance. After confirming with his eyes, it was Steve who, despite his thin stature, could still save his comrades from bombs. He was the Captain America who went to the German Hydra base alone to save his friend Bucky. I finally waited for you, but I can no longer stand by your side. At this moment, Carter's heart was filled with infinite regret. So did Rogers. After finding Carter, Steve wished he could go back to the past and spend his life with Carter. But these are all unrealistic fantasies. Having resolved a worry in his heart, Captain America now has only one thing left in his mind. That is to do what you think is right. On this day, Captain America was out for his morning run when he ran into retired soldier Sam Wilson, who would later become Falcon and eventually Captain America's successor. The two hit it off immediately, and when Sam learned that the man in front of him was Captain America, he was filled with admiration. When I was running before, I was overtaken by this person again and again, and he kept reminding me, left. The irritability suddenly disappeared. It was at this moment that Sam had become Captain America's loyal little fan. The two of them hadn't chatted for a few words when Captain America received a new mission. The Black Widow, who had not been seen for a long time, Romanoff Natasha, also arrived in time in her luxury car Wuling Hongguang and picked up Steve. Captain America's mission this time is to rescue a cruise ship hijacked by militants in the Indian Ocean. There are senior agents of SHIELD above, all of whom are experts in scientific research. The robbers demanded a $100 billion ransom from the US government. Captain America quickly finalized the battle plan. Yes, he still planned to be the first to sneak into the cruise ship alone. This is in line with his character, leading by example. So, he put on his new battle suit and carried a shield on his back and dived out of the aircraft. The agent beside him was stunned. Page 156. Did he have a parachute? Crossbones Brock Rumlow, who was sitting in the driver's seat, said nothing, but an unknown meaning flashed in his eyes. When Su Ming walked out of the portal, a beautiful scene of nature appeared before his eyes. The faint light of the waning moon is like a dying ember, hanging low on the edge of dawn, weakly but persistently trying to break through the last darkness of the night. Apart from the moon, there are few stars. The sea breeze brings a hint of coolness. The sea under the night sky is like an endless piece of silk, standing on tiptoe to listen to the news brought by the wind. Su Ming had no time to appreciate the magnificent scenery. The light flashing on his body was much faster than before. There is a subtle sense of urgency. Opening the Properties panel, the data stream forms a holographic image before my eyes, emitting a faint golden light. Name, Su Ming. Age, 29. Physical fitness, 230/23,000. Energy, 9%. Current account, $470 trillion. LV2 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 LV5 LV5 LV3 LV2 LV4 LV3. Only 9% left. Su Ming guessed that it might be because he had just opened the portal continuously, which further consumed his energy. So much so that it dropped below 10. 10% seems to be a watershed. Not only does the glimmer on the body flicker more frequently, but other attributes are also affected. The most obvious thing is that only 1% of physical strength is left. No wonder I felt weak from the beginning. It turns out that the energy dropping below 10 also has the side effect of reducing physical strength. Thinking from another angle, maybe the power saving mode is turned on. No matter what, Su Ming must find the nuclear power plant as soon as possible. Mobilizing his mental power again, Su Ming concentrated his perception and finally sensed something in the northeast direction. Without further ado, he sped away. At this time, Su Ming no longer dared to try to open the portal easily. Weakness and hunger continued to challenge his nerves. He could only grit his teeth and continue on his journey in a relatively energy-saving way. After a few minutes, faint lights appeared. Su Ming was shocked and sped up instantly. The wind pressure formed a shallow groove on the sea surface. The Poseidon II nuclear power plant is one of the secret agencies under SHIELD. It is equipped with the same anti-gravity system as the Sky Carrier and is suspended somewhere in the Indian Ocean. Although it is affiliated with SHIELD, all the staff inside have been quietly replaced by members of the Hydra organization. This situation occurred because the top government officials had been infiltrated by Hydra, and they had done a lot of things in the name of SHIELD without going through Nick Fury. Nick Fury also noticed this. As the director of SHIELD, there are some matters in the SHIELD system that even he has no authority to view. Back to the topic, when Su Ming boarded this spaceship, he was a little surprised even though he had seen the Sky Carrier before. Those 4 huge engines are exactly the same as those of the helicarrier. When Su Ming boarded the mobile nuclear power plant, the alarm sounded. This shows how high its security level is. Soon, fully armed guards surrounded Su Ming, aiming their automatic rifles at him. "Don't move, put your hands up." To these guards, this man of unknown origin in front of them was strange in every way. First of all, how did he find and get here? You have to know that Poseidon II's route is random. To decipher this route, you need to decipher at least 3 layers of code. Even the staff here cannot determine its location, so it is like looking for a needle in a haystack for others to find it. Secondly, the flickering appearance of this person makes him look like a monster. Could it be that the experimental subject at the bottom escaped? But judging by his clothes, it's obviously not the case. Too strange. Su Ming simply ignored the warning. "Raise your hand? What the hell are you thinking about?" Looking at the guards' fearless expressions, he recognized the symbol on their bodies, an eagle. Thinking about calling Nick Fury. At this moment, a man who looked like a commander appeared on the upper balcony. He looked at Su Ming without any emotion and gave the order condescendingly. "Kill him." Da-da-da. Dozens of automatic rifles fired at the same time, and long tongues of flame spurted out from the muzzles, illuminating the nearby night sky. Bullets like raindrops instantly surrounded Su Ming. "No, you didn't even ask? Just shoot. Aren't you worried about hitting your own people?" Seeing this, Su Ming was not panicked. He did not use any means and let the bullet hit himself. There is not much energy, so save it wherever possible. Ding 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 ding. Chapter 172 Weird Guard. The bullets hit Su Ming's body, and some were crushed into pieces by inertia. Some of them turned directly into stray bullets, hitting the deck and emitting sparks. Others brushed past Su Ming's body, slightly changed direction, and shot towards the unlucky guard. Just as Su Ming expected, the accidental injury to his teammate happened without a doubt. Are these a bunch of idiots? They clearly surrounded me, yet they still dared to shoot. What's the difference between this and a shootout? The leader is also a genius. He can't give such a stupid order without a 20-year history of mental illness. Luckily they were wearing bulletproof vests, but the bullets managed to avoid the bulletproof vest and hit the arms and legs. The guards fell to the ground one after another while Su Ming remained motionless, rolling and wailing, turning into wounded heroes. Between the flickering light and shadow, Su Ming was slightly stunned and somewhat surprised by the decisiveness of these people's actions. I have the impression that the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. don't act so coldly. Could it be that I accidentally broke into some top-secret project? That's very likely. In just a few seconds, the guards emptied their magazines one after another, but they forgot to replace them. The masks concealed their shocked expressions, but the exposed eyes were wide open. Holy sia, he really is a monster. After being bombarded by thousands of bullets, Su Ming's clothes quickly turned into beggar's clothes. But the body below was not damaged at all, not even a scratch. Between wasting energy and damaging clothes, Su Ming chose to save energy. After all, ordinary weapons can't even scratch his itch. Ignoring these people, he walked into the building. "Hey, stop, or we'll be rude to you," a guard warned, and one could hear a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "You said it as if you were being polite just now." Su Ming ignored his warning and continued walking forward. He could sense a large mass of high-intensity energy gathering in the building below. This is exactly what Su Ming needs most at the moment. At this moment, the commander's pupils shrank and he made a gesture. The guards below understood immediately, took out their grenades, pulled the safety pins, and threw them at Su Ming. This time they learned their lesson. They threw the weapons and ran away, not forgetting to drag away their injured teammates. Su Ming's perception was still sensitive, and he received a signal of danger. His figure flashed, as if turning into multiple figures appearing near different grenades, and at the same time reached out to put a large number of grenades into his pocket one by one. The numerous figures separated and gathered together, and the guards only saw a flash before their eyes, and all the grenades were in Su Ming's hands, oh no, in his arms. What completely contradicts common sense is that Su Ming, who was holding so many grenades that were about to explode, smiled at this moment. "Thank you." Boom boom boom. Immediately afterwards, an explosion sounded, and the grenade in his arms turned into a huge fireball that instantly engulfed Su Ming. "I bet the monster will die this time." "Maybe not. I also bet he would die. Come on, let's have a plate." The guard behind the bunker started a game on a whim, mainly because of his carelessness. The stakes are a bullet, the kind that hits a bulletproof vest. At the same time, their nervous mood relaxed a little, and most people firmly believed that this monster that could not be killed by bullets would definitely die after so many bombs exploded in its face. The commander on the balcony also loosened his grip on the railing. He was not as calm as he appeared. "I have already cursed in my heart. Shit, bullets don't work, but grenades should kill you anyway." However, to the commander's surprise, the explosion did not bring a huge shockwave as usual. Page 157. Instead, it turned into a fireball the size of a basketball in that guy's hands, and it was even getting smaller. He seemed to absorb the energy of the explosion. After taking 2 puffs, Su Ming patted his hands that were full of the smell of gunpowder and felt good. "Anything else? If not, I'm leaving." After saying that, Su Ming waved to everyone and continued to move towards the destination. The energy generated by this wave of grenade explosions provided him with 2% of energy, allowing him to escape the embarrassing situation of having a full debuff below 10%. As Su Ming's strength slowly recovered, the flashes on his body became less frequent. Back to the rhythm of breathing lights. It flashed and disappeared from everyone's sight. The commander only had a pistol on his waist, and the guards downstairs seemed to be fully armed, but in fact the most powerful weapons they had were grenades. No one spoke out to stop Su Ming, and no one acted rashly. They were betting on whether the monster would hurt them. Fortunately, God bless this person, it seems that his brain is not very good, and he left with a smile. Everyone looked at each other, and it was not until half a minute later that they finally confirmed that the person had gone far away and breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey, I admit defeat." At this time, the guard who won the bet gave a look to his teammate next to him, reminding him to abide by the agreement. The man who lost the bet was also a tough guy. He stood up, patted his chest and said proudly, "It's just one shot, our bulletproof vests are of top quality, come on." "Okay, crack." After replacing the new magazine and loading the gun, the winner pointed the muzzle of his gun at his teammate's abdomen, or more precisely, at the thickest part of his bulletproof vest. After all, they are teammates, so we have to save some face. He is actually very confident in the bulletproof vest produced by SHIELD. Da. Hey, didn't we agree on just one shot? The teammates next to him tried to warn him, but the gunshots were too loud and no one heard it. "Oh my god, I forgot to put the burst safety on. Hey, man, are you okay?" By the time the guard who fired the shot reacted, most of the bullets had already been fired. At %Yuan, the teammate who was originally full of confidence was now lying on the ground with his legs up in the air, foaming at the mouth, twitching, and it seemed that he was about to die. The bulletproof vest on his chest was torn to pieces, but there was no blood, which showed that its quality was indeed good. What a pitfall. "Johnny, this is like cashing in our bet." "Yeah, Johnny, my good brother." The guards expressed their gratitude for a long time, but no one thought of sending this good brother to see a doctor. This shows how pure the friendship between brothers is. The commander upstairs looked at the funny-looking soldier below, and his temples throbbed. So a terrifying person has successfully invaded and even broken through the first line of defense, and these idiots still have the mind to play truth or dare here. Honestly, the threshold for organizing an organization is really low. Have you forgotten the vow to sacrifice your life for your goals and ideals? What a bunch of damn guys, they really bring shame to me. I really miss the old days. After complaining, the commander trotted off and quietly lowered a privately hidden speedboat. On it was the long-prepared runaway UU set, plenty of fuel, water, food, warm clothing, and his beloved ANA 5139 all-purpose sea fishing set. He sped up and left Poseidon II, the place where he had once ordered others to fight, without looking back. The speedboat bounced on the sea because it was going too fast. From a distance, it looked like a fleeing gecko floating on the water. As Su-Ming continued to walk downstairs, he saw various laboratories. In the cold metallic space, a cylindrical capsule filled with fluorescent green liquid is suspended, and inside the capsule is a human body entangled with mechanical prostheses and biological pipelines. Blood-stained neural connectors were scattered on the operating table, dark red blood stains penetrated the rusted drain, and the electronic screen on the wall flashed genetic sequences and brainwave data. In a transparent cell not far away, there was a test subject who had a severe rejection reaction to the mechanized transformation, and his body was in a miserable state of festering. But he did not receive good treatment and seemed to be still waiting to die. In addition to the mechanized transformation experimental area, there are also research areas for various bacteria and viruses. The logos on the surface are all SHIELD, but inside they're all Hydra-esque. It seems that this nuclear power plant actually belongs to Hydra, and the backup energy is just a pretext recorded in the system. It is true that there is a nuclear power plant, but the real purpose of this place is to conduct human experiments. Fuck it, if that's the case, then I won't be polite. Valuation. Chapter 173 Self-Destruction. Poseidon II Mobile Offshore Nuclear Power Plant Valuation, $1,200 billion. When Su-Ming saw the price, his eyes lit up. It can be exchanged. Very good. I didn't expect that after a busy day. Not only did I take all of Tony's armor, but when I was looking for a place to recharge, I actually got such an unexpected surprise. Alyssa has made a great contribution this time. I have to reward them well when I get back. Soon, Su-Ming, in a good mood and humming an unknown tune, approached the nuclear reactor area. He encountered several waves of obstruction from guards on the way, but he killed them all with a wave of his hand. Since it has been confirmed that it is Hydra's territory, the people inside are just accomplices, and there is no need to give face to Nick Fury anymore. Finally, Su-Ming arrived at the bottom of the spacecraft, where the nuclear reactor was located. Looking at the complex facilities that are full of scientific beauty, Su-Ming sighed that S.H.I.E.L.D. SRND team is indeed amazing. The exterior is a huge lead alloy isolation layer, with a fission crystal ball with a diameter of 3 meters suspended in the center. The surface is covered with dark silver fluid metal, and a faint blue pulse light can be seen from the inside. The crystal sphere is surrounded by 12 spiral energy conduits, which continuously direct the high-energy particle flow released by nuclear fission into the external power grid. At the same time, liquid coolant flows at the bottom, boiling and swirling like lava. The crystal ball is essentially an artificially modified rhenium-osmium alloy meteorite whose atomic structure can spontaneously guide chain reactions and form a stable energy vortex through magnetic field constraints. Su-Ming easily dealt with the staff in protective clothing at the entrance, tore open the isolation layer with his bare hands and stepped in. The automatic defense system detected an abnormal intruder and released a laser net to cover Su-Ming directly. The radiation energy here is far beyond the tolerance of ordinary people. Most people would never dare to approach here casually, but Su-Ming is different. He was looking for a place where the energy was dense and powerful. Scattered radiation energy seeps into the skin, slowly charging the body. Su-Ming clearly felt that the speed of his physical recovery was quietly accelerating. A burning smell wafted up, and Su-Ming's clothes were completely turned into ashes. When the laser net passed over the body, the scene of being cut into countless pieces did not appear, but the laser net briefly formed a human-shaped gap. Even the passing lasers were not spared. Su-Ming continued to inhale. If only there were a pair of magic pants like Banner. After shaking off the remaining ashes on his body, Su-Ming continued to move forward naked. A madman broke into the reactor, naked. The monitoring personnel discovered Su-Ming and quickly reported it to the station master. The webmaster was stunned. It was understandable that they would break into the warehouse. After all, there were a lot of good things in it. But forcing his way into the reactor, I guess he's just tired of living. Also, when did the intruders appear on the ship? How come I know nothing about this? Are all the guards dead? That's right, except for the first wave of guards who were not in good spirits. Everyone else Su Ming encountered had formed a team to meet God. Contact Captain Jack Sparrow immediately and ask him to bring a group of people over to take a look. Station Master, we can't contact Captain Sparrow. I'm afraid he's in danger. The webmaster overturned the table in anger. Shit. I don't know about others, but as a well-known veteran in the organization, Jack Sparrow will definitely not die in battle. He has miraculously survived countless missions, and his courage and means of escape are endless. This guy must have realized that he couldn't defeat the enemy, so he gave in first. You take me with you. The team that this survival expert belongs to was specially chosen because of his unrivaled survival ability. As a result, I couldn't even see the other person's taillights. How is this still playing? Fuck. Despite being angry, the webmaster was not overly worried, and a sneer appeared on his face. Whatever. Let's see how this pervert turns to ashes in the reactor core. Finally, Su Ming came to the side of the reaction core and placed his hands on the crystal without saying a word. I suck. The intense light made the blood vessels in Su Ming's arm vaguely visible. The delicate balance of energy output was disrupted by the sudden appearance of two hands, and the entire crystal began to vibrate irregularly. The energy visible to the naked eye flowed towards Su Ming's body. 12%, 13%, 14%. Page 158. The number in the energy tank slowly increased, and Su Ming entered the superfast charging mode. Affected by the reactor, the entire spacecraft began to vibrate. The power system is gradually affected. Monitoring room. Wow. The station master was so shocked that he jumped up from his seat, knocking over the chair behind him and knocking over the stand containing drinks, beverages and snacks. Impossible. This person is actually actively throwing himself into the arms of the reaction core. Where did this monster come from? There's no mention of this in the organization's announcement. The station master had a bad feeling at this moment, but with his subordinates by his side, he could not show any panic. In fact, he had already had the thought of escaping. Although he once vowed to sacrifice his heart for the organization, the old agents have all been defeated, so there is no need for him to play the hero here. He rolled his eyes and pretended to be calm and asked, "Is the emergency escape boat ready at all times?" At this time, the staff responsible for the escape system ran over breathlessly. Station Master, all the emergency escape boats have been released. Not a single one remains. Damn Jack. The station master's mouth twitched, and he suddenly remembered that there was a backup helicopter, and whispered, "You guys, go start the helicopter, don't let anyone else see. Then, secretly do something on another plane." Several staff members around looked at each other and saw the relief in each other's eyes. Fortunately, I'm with the station master, otherwise. The scene returns to the energy core. As the energy was lost, the crystal ball no longer emitted the stable energy fluctuations it did at the beginning. Su Ming's energy also reached 57%. But external forces tapping into the reactor's energy gradually diverted the power to the anti-gravity system. The four large engines stopped one after another. The spacecraft suddenly tilted. The non-combatants on board tried every possible means to seek refuge, but were disappointed to find that there was not a single lifeboat left and only one helicopter to respond to emergencies. They immediately rushed over. There was even a fierce gunfight to grab an escape position. Su Ming slipped and almost fell to the other end of the room because of the tilted floor. Puff. He suddenly exerted force with his arms, and both arms directly inserted into the interior of the fission crystal ball. The crystal ball, whose reaction environment was destroyed, suddenly flashed a dangerous strong light, and the relatively stable energy output gradually became violent, as if it was about to explode. Su Ming doesn't care about those things. It continuously absorbed the energy of the crystal ball and suppressed the trend of explosion. But the gradually unbalanced hull seriously affected the gaming experience. The gradually emerging feeling of weightlessness made Su Ming realize that the entire spacecraft was slowly falling. How can we let it fall when the energy is not fully charged yet? Su Ming distracted himself by activating magnetic control, which kept the spaceship fixed in midair. He did not bother to adjust the tilted state of the hull and continued to plunder energy. 60%, 61%, 62%. Energy numbers are steadily rising. When the researchers on the ship learned of their current situation, they all looked panicked. Except for the chief engineer of the reactor. He looked at the naked man on the monitor who was wantonly destroying his work, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. "I will never allow anyone to touch my proud work, never." Making up his mind, he entered the triple security key. Soon, a self-destruct switch appeared in front of him. The chief engineer's eyes gradually became crazy. Seeing that the reaction core was no longer perfect due to Suming's destruction, he pressed the self-destruct switch heavily. "Let's go to hell together, long live Hydra." Ding. At this time, Suming, who was at the energy core, only heard a crisp sound, as if the safety of a grenade had popped off. The next second, the crystal ball suddenly changed color, and the surging high-density energy contracted instantly before suddenly exploding. Boom. This is self-destruction. Chapter 174 is 10 billion a lot. The energy core in front of him exploded so crisply. This surprised Suming a little. "I was clearly controlling it well just now, how come it exploded all of a sudden? I look like I would rather die than live in disgrace. Am I the big bad wolf? This makes me feel like a bad person." Take a deep breath. Suming cleared his mind of distractions and focused on responding. After all, this is an explosion comparable to the size of a nuclear bomb and cannot be taken lightly. He was seen wrapping his arms around the core of the explosion, using the Black Emperor's ability to the extreme. The space around the person vibrated and distorted slightly. The lead alloy isolation layer turned into dust in an instant, and the scope of the explosion was still expanding rapidly. This is the level when Suming is using all his strength to absorb energy. The energy generated by the explosion was too huge, exceeding the speed at which Suming could absorb it. The overflowing energy formed a ball of light that continuously swallowed the surrounding scenery. If left unchecked, the entire spacecraft will turn into a mushroom cloud rising over the Indian Ocean. The shock wave will form a huge tsunami on the coast thousands of kilometers away. By then, coastal cities will suffer a huge disaster. Fortunately, there was Suming, even though he was the one who caused the explosion. He used all his strength to activate his talent, and every pore on his body became a channel for energy to flow in. The efficiency of energy absorption increases exponentially in an instant. The ball of light that was spreading wildly in all directions suddenly stopped and shrank back at a high speed. Finally, they all focused on the original point of the explosion. From a distance, a human-shaped luminous object suddenly appeared there. 65%, 75%, 85%. The energy increased rapidly until all the energy from the reactor explosion was absorbed into Suming's body, and the value reached 130%. Suming, naked, slowly landed on the ground. Gradually adapting to the darkness around me, what came into view was a scene of devastation. The location where the reactor was originally located turned into a big pit. All objects within a radius of 20 meters centered on Suming turned into nothingness. This effect is a bit like the alien technology grenade that can absorb everything of the Dark Elves. It's just that the scope is many times larger. There was no one on the boat at this time. The second helicopter to take off contained the winners of the final round. They all had injuries on their bodies, but their faces looked like they had survived a disaster. It is worth mentioning that there are still many empty seats on the plane. It can be seen how fierce the battle was. But when the helicopter flew less than 5 kilometers, the engine malfunctioned and suddenly stalled. The entire plane crashed into the vast Indian Ocean. After the waves passed, all that remained on the sea was a hat with the SHIELD logo. The reason why the webmaster becomes a webmaster is that his methods are ruthless. After solving the problem of insufficient energy, Suming strolled around the boat and found new clothes of similar size to put on. Even if there is no one around, you can't let yourself go, right? This is called quality. Not to mention, SHIELD uniforms are quite comfortable. It's much better than my red dress. Although fully charged, the body no longer flashes. But I'm still hungry. I just looked around the boat but couldn't find any food. This made Suming feel very magical. Such a huge spaceship, but it doesn't even have a cafeteria. Just as I was wondering, I heard the faint sound of a cruise ship's whistle in the distance. Following the sound, I looked and my eyes flashed, and the scene of the cruise ship slowly became clear before my eyes. At a glance, I saw the floor where the cocktail party was held. It was brightly lit and had all kinds of delicious food, wine and drinks available. Gudong. After swallowing his saliva, Suming decided to go over and get some food. Thinking that the food in the refrigerator at home had been almost eaten up by the fat boy, Suming had no plans to go back directly. Correct. Just as Suming was about to fly towards the cruise ship, he suddenly turned back in the sky and landed on the deck, stroking the ground with his hands. Exchange. Plus $980 million. Account balance, $1,450 billion. Although the lack of a nuclear reactor has reduced the price of the entire facility, it is still a considerable source of income. Haha delicious, here I come. Page 159. After soloing the copy of the shield that was actually a Hydra nuclear power plant, Suming was in a very good mood. He laughed loudly and rose into the air, turning into a stream of light and flying towards the cruise ship in the distance. Steve Rogers climbed onto the cruise ship along the iron chain and quietly dealt with a patrolling guard. He hadn't gone far when he was discovered by two other robbers. Captain America threw out his shield, used the hull to rebound, and used precise moves to easily deal with two enemies. He swaggered into the cruise ship. After parkour climbing all the way, he finally shot a bug out of the glass of the control room. The technical team quickly determined the location of the robber leader. At this time, the leader was getting impatient because he had not received the ransom for a long time, and he was planning to kill the hostages. At this time, other special forces of SHIELD also successively occupied various positions on the cruise ship. Captain America quickly locked down the locations of all the robbers while waiting for news from Natasha. She is responsible for controlling the cruise ship's engines. Soon after, Natasha dealt with the engine's guards and sent a signal. Captain America gave the order to attack, and the Special Forces members instantly dealt with all the robbers who were holding hostages. When the leader realized that something was wrong, Captain America's shield had already broken through the window. The two fought from indoors to outdoors, back and forth. The robber leader is indeed very capable and is not at all inferior to Captain America in a head-on confrontation, but his attacks were all blocked by Steve's shield. After a few deft backflips, the robber leader said disdainfully, "You won't just rely on that shield." In order to prove that he is not a coward hiding behind a shield, Steve put away his shield, took off his mask, and planned to have a fair fight with the leader. Back when his body was still weak, Steve was a tough guy. Even if someone beats you up until you have a black eye, you will still say, "I could play all day long." What's more, after he became a super soldier, the robber leader's provocation was successful, and Steve was about to show him what a real man is. Suddenly, a voice sounded from not far away. "He not only has a shield, he has friends." As the footsteps approached, Steve's expression gradually changed from defensive to surprised. "Mr. Silverjew, why are you here?" Su-Ming wiped the coffee foam from the corner of his mouth and came closer. "It tastes good, but it's completely cold. Bad review." Burp. It turned out that when Su-Ming boarded the cruise ship, everyone inside had just been driven to the kitchen area and controlled by the robbers. Su-Ming boarded the ship just in the robbers' blind spot. Not only that, he also managed to avoid the robbers who had just cleared the restaurant. So much so that Su-Ming walked into the restaurant and ate heartily without anyone noticing. Su-Ming was just wondering where everyone had gone when he heard gunshots coming from downstairs. Then he watched from a hidden corner as Captain America and his men quickly captured the cruise ship. Only then did we realize that the ship had been hijacked. The other battle scenes are unremarkable, and only the battle between Captain America and the robber leader is worth watching. So Su-Ming discovered Steve's fight a few minutes ago, but he didn't say anything. When the robber leader challenged him, Su-Ming almost laughed out loud. "Who is this guy with? Mr. Captain was just teasing you, couldn't you see it? Still want to challenge him in a one-on-one duel? Are Chidori infantry awesome? The captains come one by one. As a robber, do you think you are invincible just because you can do somersaults? If a robber wants to succeed, he should study politics, economics and culture. You clicked the wrong skill, bro. Somersault? The monkeys in the circus are more capable than you." Glancing at the robber, Su-Ming smiled and replied to Captain America, "I said I was just passing by, do you believe me?" Steve looked at the shield uniform on Su-Ming, suppressed his surprise, and said to himself, "That's right. Your strength is being used to defend our country." Then he smiled and shook his head, without comment. "We will be colleagues from now on. Does it matter how you got here?" At this moment, Su-Ming thought of something and asked curiously, "Captain, if I'm not mistaken, they are robbers. Are they asking for a ransom?" At this moment, the bandit leader, who could no longer bear the two men's disregard, raised his arrogant voice. "I asked for a full 10 billion. So what? Are you scared? 10 billion, is that a lot?" Chapter 175 He is Destiny. Steve was slightly stunned when he heard Su-Ming's words. His values are still basically the same as they were 70 years ago, and he has no sense of money or numbers. Even so, the 10 billion ransom demanded by the robbers successfully angered him. This was a huge sum of money that he could never imagine. "I didn't expect that the price that I regarded as astronomical seemed to be nothing in the mouth of fate." Bragging? Or do you really have the ability? Or, I see. On the battlefield, disrupting the enemy's mind is also a tactic, and fate must be adopting this tactic. But for a small fry like this who even I can easily deal with, is it worth it for Mr. Fate to use any tactics? I don't quite understand. While Steve was standing there in a daze, his mind racing, the leader of the robbers broke down. "Bullshit. Do you, a mere low-level agent, know what 100 billion means? Even if it is all cash of the largest denomination, there are still a full 100 tons. 100 tons, asshole. It takes 20 trucks to transport it. Have you ever seen so much money? You country bumpkin. The robber leader had imagined more than once what would happen after he got the 100 billion. Unable to stand the ignorant stupidity of this ordinary agent in front of him, he just opened his mouth. The blood vessels in his neck were bursting, showing how excited he was. Pidgey. Suming didn't bother to argue with him. He waved his hand to control the metal on his body and made him fall face to the ground. The front teeth are broken and the nose is flattened. The robber leader immediately fell into a sweet dream. Only 10 billion. Do you have? Your cumulative consumption has exceeded 100 billion, and now you are showing off to me with the figure of 10 billion US dollars. Who is the country bumpkin? Steve saw that the robber leader who had been so arrogant just now was defeated by Suming with one move. Unable to continue this head-on confrontation with him, a sense of loss emerged in his heart, and he immediately became a little dissatisfied with Suming. Sir, we just arranged a duel. What you're doing doesn't seem very authentic. Oh, how about we have a fight? Seeing that Captain America looked like he hadn't had enough of fighting, Suming decided to play with him. Teach him a lesson, by the way. Don't be so proud of your super soldier body. If you weren't lucky, you would have died long ago. Steve's eyes lit up when he heard that. He had seen Fate's extraordinary methods, but those were just his superpowers, and strictly speaking, they were cheating. When it comes to martial arts, the captain is confident that he is not inferior to anyone. I'd love to, but this is just a normal fist fight, okay, Mr. Fate? The meaning of Steve's words was very clear. He knew you had superpowers, but you were not allowed to use them in this competition. Whoever uses it is a puppy. Suming stood there casually, and after understanding what Captain America meant, he couldn't help but smile. That's right, come on, Captain. Captain America knew that he was probably not his destined opponent, but he had already agreed not to use his superpowers, so he was still somewhat confident. He shook the shield in his hand, eager to fight. Without any hesitation, he rushed directly towards Suming. After a brief acceleration, he jumped up, and the shield in his hand turned into a blade and slashed towards Suming's vitals. When Suming saw Captain America rushing towards him with the intention of knocking him away, his smile became even wider. When Captain America approached, Suming raised his foot and kicked forward. The speed was so fast that an afterimage was formed on the leg. Captain America also reacted quickly, switching from offense to defense. The sound-absorbing steel shield was placed in front of him, blocking the entire attack range of Suming's kick. Protect yourself tightly from the body that is coming across in the air. Page 160. Boom. Clang dash. After the loud noise, a blue figure was seen flying backwards in the air, crashing into the hatch more than 10 meters behind it. Cough cough dash. Captain America Steve Rogers had never felt such a powerful impact. The shield that was originally able to absorb the impact was still vibrating and wailing. He lay on the floor of the cabin for a long time without getting up, a wry smile on his face. How could his power be so outrageous? The momentary contact was like being ruthlessly hit by a high-speed train. The arm was just a little bit away from being broken. Trying hard to suppress the surging blood and energy, Steve knew that he had messed up this time. Mr. Fate not only has powerful superpowers, but also terrifying strength. I'm afraid only the transformed Dr. Banner can compete with him. Suming knew that he could definitely knock out the captain with one move, and he didn't want to hurt him, so he held back. Unexpectedly, this shield is really useful. Captain America was just knocked away and seemed to be fine. He walked closer, stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Captain, are you still coming?" Steve took a few seconds to calm down, and his breathing finally returned to normal. He grabbed Suming's hand and used the force to stand up. He swayed in place, with Venus still flickering before his eyes, and shook his head. No, no, no. Suddenly I found Natasha standing there leisurely, fiddling with the computer in front of her mysteriously. It seems that he is copying all the information related to SHIELD on the cruise ship. This was clearly outside the scope of the mission, and Captain Steve expressed strong dissatisfaction. Our mission this time is to rescue the hostages. Agent Natasha, who had her hair straightened, calmly corrected him while doing the operation. No, that's your mission. Then he unplugged the USB drive and looked at Steve with his head tilted. You did it beautifully. Huh, Mr. Fate, you are here too. When did you join SHIELD? As he was about to leave under the pretext of saying hello to Suming, Steve grabbed his arm and was about to question him. The robber leader, who had fallen unconscious to the ground, threw a grenade over. Captain America's pupils shrank. He had experienced the sight of grenades flying towards him too many times, and his body reacted instinctively. He hugged Natasha tightly and flew to the side. Ah, you pressed on my hair. Agent Natasha cried out in pain and then complained. Hi, Suming greeted Natasha, and then she was forcefully pushed down by the captain. How to say, do it in front of me? Seeing the hunting grenade flying towards him, Suming immediately understood what was going on. With a wave of his hand, the grenade changed direction in the air and landed in Suming's hand. "Throw it away, Mr. Fate." Steve saw that Suming was holding the grenade in his hand without caring about his life, and roared to warn Suming to throw the grenade away quickly. Boom! At this moment, the grenade exploded. Steve and Natasha, who had just pulled Captain America's hair out from under him, saw an incredible scene. The fire formed by the explosion flashed, and then turned into a high-concentration fireball in Suming's hand. It seemed as if it was suppressed by an invisible force, preventing the energy and shrapnel from spreading out freely. The hand holding the fireball could be seen vibrating at a high frequency, and the air nearby was distorted. This visibly violent fireball became smaller and smaller in Suming's hand. After a few seconds, it disappeared and turned into a wisp of green smoke that drifted in the cabin. "Thank you so much." Watching Suming suppress the grenade explosion with one hand, Natasha opened her lipstick-painted mouth wide. "It's big enough to fit, something." It seems that every time she meets fate, it brings her unexpected surprises. Steve, who had just experienced Suming's power, was deeply impressed by the superpowers he displayed. The stronger the teammates fighting for the country are, the happier you should be. But there was still a hint of sourness. "Fate is too strong, any one of them alone can crush me. It seems that the only advantage I have is in lifespan. Is this really an advantage?" Suddenly, Steve's look at fate became a little complicated. The robber leader took advantage of the chaos to escape, but Suming didn't care. "It's such a coincidence that I ran into Captain America and Black Widow on a mission while grabbing a meal on the way home." Not intending to stay any longer, Suming waved his hand and said, "I'm leaving now. You guys are busy. Let's play together when you have time." After saying that, he opened a portal and stepped through. Looking at the portal with full special effects, Steve looked at Natasha in a daze. "He is leaving now? What is his mission? Do you know?" Natasha rubbed her knee, which had just been knocked to the ground, and was also quite confused. Looking at the uniform, he's just a level 6 agent. He doesn't have the authority to quit a mission midway. But don't forget, he is Destiny. Chapter 176. Where does the mental illness come from? It was already past 4 in the morning when Suming returned home. As soon as I returned to the living room, I heard the snoring on the sofa as wild as shouting. Following the sound, I saw the fat boy Ned lying on the sofa in a very strange posture. She smiled and shook her head, placing the gift box in her hand next to him. "This is the second time Ned has helped me, so it is only right that I prepare a gift for him. Thank you." It was a global limited edition mechanical keyboard. The price was negligible and Ned, as a tech geek, was sure to like it. After Suming said goodbye to Captain America and Black Widow, he did not choose to return to the base directly. Instead, I went to the busiest commercial street in New York and took a walk around. Even in the early hours of the morning, it is still bustling here, worthy of being called a city that never sleeps. Buying something for Alyssa is a routine operation. In addition, Suming not only prepared gifts for Ned, but also prepared gifts for Spider-Man. A NASA co-branded space-grade camera, also a limited edition. After preparing all these, Suming returned to the base. After a quick wash, he took the time to go to the warehouse to repair and control the more than 20 sets of Mark armor. Only then did I return to the bed I hadn't seen for a long time. Thinking about what happened recently, I gradually fell asleep. The next day, ouch, oh my god, around 7 or 8 o'clock, a pig slaughtering hell was heard in the originally quiet base. Ned, who had fallen asleep directly on the sofa, turned over and lay on the ground. The pain woke him up from his sleep. He floundered on the floor for a few times before finally sitting up with great effort. Sleepy eyes and a fashionable hairstyle. Suddenly he saw the exquisite packaging box beside the pillow, and his eyes widened. Horuesia, Rama Works M68 Kuro. As a technology geek, he is very familiar with computers and peripheral products. The one in front of him is obviously a top-level keyboard that is sold in limited quantities. All aluminum one-piece molding, deep black coating, hidden RGB lighting effects, support QMK programming. Each batch is sold in limited quantities, with prices ranging from $500 to $800. They are absolutely scarce in the second-hand market. Information about the keyboard flashed through Ned's mind. Could it be for me? No way, this should be for the teacher. But why is it placed next to me? So exciting. Ned picked up the keyboard case and carefully stroked the pattern on it. "I'm not sure if this treasure is prepared for me. What are you yelling about so early in the morning? Are you going to let me sleep?" Elisa was awakened by Ned's excited shouts and came out rubbing her eyes. Wearing a silk suspender nightgown, her spring scenery is revealed. Ned's noisy voice suddenly stopped when he saw Alyssa. His eyes were even wider than when he saw the keyboard. He stared at the majestic figure on Alyssa's body, and a blood slowly flowed out of his nose. snapped. Seeing Ned's naive look, Alyssa straightened her nightgown, picked up a newspaper rolled into a barrel, and hit Ned's head with a flaming knife. There was a crisp sound. It didn't hurt, but the sweet breeze made Ned instantly have wild thoughts. He had no idea that this was a classic way to teach a pet a lesson. What are you looking at? If you want to see someone find you a girl. Page 161. Teacher. Ned looked at Eliza pitifully. He had no choice. Her two straight long legs almost reached Ned's shoulders. Call sister. Seeing that Alyssa was about to hit him, Ned quickly spoke. Okay, teacher, do you know where this keyboard came from? Is it a gift from Mr. Silverdew? Oh my god, such a precious thing, you are so lucky, teacher. Keyboard? Eliza glanced at the box that Ned held in his hands as a treasure, and suddenly understood. It looks like the boss's job is done, and it should go smoothly. He always brings me gifts after completing every commission, and this time there's one for the fat kid? What about mine? Without paying any attention to Ned, Elisa ran back to her room barefoot. Another gust of fragrant wind blew by, and Ned, who was ignorant of the world, was frightened and distracted. He looked in the direction where Elisa left with a little loss in his eyes. After a while, a deafening scream rang out from Elisa's room. The voice was full of excitement and excitement. The continuous screams finally woke Suming up. He felt like as soon as he closed his eyes, someone was howling in his ear. What's wrong? You know, the enhanced senses provided by spider sense aren't limited to when you're awake. Even with a fully strengthened physique, Suming's heart couldn't help but beat fast when he was suddenly woken up like this. He went to the living room somewhat devastated and found that Alyssa was arguing with Ned. Ned, my keyboard is good. Elisa, my gems are better. My goodness. Mine is better. It turned out that when Alyssa returned to the bedroom, she found a strange small gift box on the bedside. Driven by curiosity, she opened the box. The pink light reflected on the fair face, and a pink gem the size of a coin appeared in the eye. A brilliant round fancy vivid pink diamond, expertly cut, radiates a pure, flawless, neon pink hue. The three-dimensional shape makes it flow like a liquid gem in the light, showing the rare beauty of top-grade colored diamonds. This is definitely a fancy colored gemstone, rarely seen in the world. In an instant, Alyssa realized that this must be the boss's work. He skipped downstairs to show off to Ned. But what made Elisa's breasts ache was that Ned insisted that his keyboard was better and disdained the gems. So the two of them started arguing over whose gift was better, their faces flushed. You little brat who knows nothing, humph. An old lady with outdated aesthetics, humph. When Suming came in front of the two men, they had just finished a round of argument and were standing with their backs to each other with their arms folded. Suming keenly noticed that Alyssa's eyes were constantly glancing at the equipment rack, as if she was choosing which hand would be more satisfying to kill Ned. Suming's heart shuddered. Women are not to be trifled with. Quickly speak. Do you like it? This gift I gave you. When Ned saw Suming appear, his eyes lit up and he ran over with the keyboard in his arms, saying aggrievedly, Mr. Inju, the teacher insisted that I say her stone is better and more fashionable than my limited edition mechanical keyboard. Doesn't she know how to appreciate it? You know, there's nothing better than this keyboard, unless it's its successor. Click, click. The sound of gnashing teeth came from Alyssa's direction. It's my specialty to complain to the boss about my grievances. You fat black man, you deserve to die. Looking at the increasingly dangerous light in Alyssa's eyes, Suming wanted to say, little fatty, if you don't shut up, even gods can't save you. But Ned was still emphasizing that the gems had no practicality, and how the keyboard was full of technology, etc. When Alyssa finally couldn't bear it anymore and walked towards the equipment rack, a strong arm stopped her. How could Suming not know that Alyssa's gems were better? But why were you arguing with Otaku? This guy is just like Tony, stubborn. Well, Ned, you're right. Alyssa immediately stopped, but was stopped by Suming's eyes. After opening the portal and bidding farewell to the delighted Ned, Suming looked at Alyssa with amusement. How about this graph pink diamond? Do you like it? Graph? This is graph? That's right. How can ordinary things have such brilliance? After seeing Tony blow up a sky full of mechas for Pepper, even though these mechas were intercepted by himself, his choice to spend money lavishly and Pepper's happy look also had some impact on Suming. So even though he was usually very generous to Alyssa, this time, Suming couldn't help but choose a more upscale gift for Alyssa. After all, she is his first woman in this world. The keyboard is a bit expensive and can be easily solved. He put some thought into this gem. When he walked into the shiniest jewelry store on the commercial street and found the manager, his first words were, "Tell me what you think is the most beautiful and expensive piece of jewelry." The manager looked at Suming in combat uniform and first observed vigilantly to see if he had a gun. After confirming safety, he said secretly, "Where does the mental illness come from?" Chapter 177 The Discovery of the Vault. Seeing the jewelry store manager's skeptical look, Suming spoke directly. Speak nicely. Dash. Under the influence of the effect of words and deeds, the manager's expression became serious and he said seriously, I think the most beautiful jewel in the world is the graph pink diamond that I saw at the exhibition yesterday. This is a rare diamond weighing 23.88 carats. It has a rare vivid pink color and an F clarity grade, and is recognized as one of the most perfect pink diamonds in the world. As expected of a professional, he introduced the jewelry in a very clear and logical manner. Suming then asked, where is this diamond now? This gem was bought by British jeweler Lawrence Graff in 2010 for $4,600 million. He recut and optimized it to enhance its color saturation and fire. Graff now lives in a luxury hotel 2 blocks away. He keeps the gem in safekeeping. After getting the news, Suming found the jeweler and pulled him out of bed. After friendly negotiations, the gem was finally purchased for $50 million. But he was told that the gems were in the bank safe and could only be obtained after dawn. Suming didn't have time to wait for the bank to open, so he asked for the location and teleported there directly. It was Suming's first time to come to the bank vault, and he immediately turned off all the monitoring and alarm facilities. He didn't want to be the bank robber in the news the next day. It is a highly secure, enclosed and well-organized space. The walls, ceiling and floor are constructed of high-strength alloy-reinforced steel plates. The thickness is estimated to be more than tens of centimeters or even thicker, which is enough to withstand blasting, cutting and drilling. The entrance features a signature giant circular steel door with a complex mechanical lock, time lock and electronic verification system. The vault is divided into cash area, safe area and valuables area. Bundles of banknotes are sorted by denomination and stored in numbered sealed boxes. There were also piles of cash wrapped in transparent film. Small personal safes are arranged on the wall, each with an independent key and double locking system. The safes in the valuables area have a significantly higher level of anti-theft protection, and are shock-proof and fireproof. It may contain gold bars, jewelry, important documents, etc. The low ceiling, the echoing metal, the cold air, and the absolute silence. Apart from the slight hum of the ventilation system, a sense of oppression of a confined space came over me. I was really shocked when I saw the piles of cash in front of me, neat and tidy, exuding a strong smell of ink. Is this the taste of money? Even though Suming has handled hundreds of billions of US dollars, they are all numbers on the panel. The visual impact of cash piled up like this is quite strong. Curiosity drove him to find out how much money was in front of him. I don't know if this pile of cash can be valued. Valuation. A pile of US dollars in cash, a valuation of $7 million. With a give it or leave attitude, Suming attempted to value the piles of US dollars in front of him, but he didn't expect that a price would actually appear. How convenient. Exchange. Plus $7 million. Account balance $1,456.5 billion. Suming had long wanted to come to the bank to do some zero-yuan shopping, but he didn't have the ability to handle the aftermath. Now it's different. The effect of saying what you mean and putting it into practice happens without anyone noticing. Suming can do whatever he wants in the vault without worrying about being discovered. Page 162. Some people may say that this is a crime and is wrong. But for Suming, leaving so much money there without doing anything would be a crime. He walked excitedly to the safe and valuable storage area, raised his hand and waved gently. All safe doors opened simultaneously. There are all kinds of gems, gold bars, documents, etc. Suddenly a pink light caught Suming's attention. In a safe, a sparkling pink diamond lay quietly in the box, which was still open. This must be the graph pink diamond. From now on it will have to be renamed Alyssa Pink Diamond, haha. After a strong sweep, only some documents and other non-exchangeable items were left in the safe. Suming took the pink diamond in his hand, and piled up all the other things and exchanged them, earning another $3 million. It seems the methods for getting rich quickly are indeed written into the law. Suddenly a strange object rolled to my feet. Suming picked it up and examined it carefully. This is an irregular translucent crystal with a light band similar to the Milky Way flowing inside and unknown symbols engraved on the surface. Suddenly, various memory scenes flashed before Suming's eyes, even the memories of his infancy came back to him. The smell of milk powder and the feel of my mother burping me all came back to me. This is obviously the effect of the object in hand. This thing is not simple. He didn't know what it was and just threw it into the pile of gold bars. I thought it was a gem, but I didn't expect that this thing was not exchanged with the gold bars. Valuation. Star core fragments $300 billion, non-exchangeable. Star core fragments? It's worth $300 billion. Still don't understand what this thing is used for though. Just from the prompt that the system cannot redeem this, we can infer that this thing must be extraordinary. I'll ask someone who knows about this later. He casually threw it into the tactical bag on his belt. Bank robber. Su-ming looked at the empty vault and nodded with satisfaction. I was wondering if my previous way of making money was too conservative. This feeling of sweeping up bank vaults is quite refreshing. After returning to the base, Su-ming fell asleep while thinking about this question. Until I was woken up by screams, and then what happened next happened. Boss, is this really a graph pink diamond? Am I dreaming? Alyssa's face flushed with excitement, and she looked at Su-ming with sparkling eyes while holding the gem. Snapped. What? Looking at Alyssa's silly look, Su-ming slapped her on the butt. The defenseless Alyssa's body trembled violently, and she cried out in pain. She looked at Su-ming with eyes full of confusion and a hint of expectation. Is it here? Does it hurt? Pain. If it hurts, it's not a dream. From now on, it belongs to you. You should change your name to Alyssa Pink Diamond. Su-ming laughed. Thank you, boss. After confirming that the gem was the famous graph diamond, Alyssa's smile was sweeter than honey. Without saying anything, he grabbed Su-ming's hand and ran to the bedroom. What are you doing? Su-ming, who was being dragged away, didn't understand what Alyssa wanted to do for a moment, and asked out loud. Alyssa turned around and gave Su-ming an ambiguous look. Of course I will repay you well, haha. Su-ming understood immediately, turned passive into active, picked up Alyssa, and disappeared in a flash. Before long, the entire base was filled with indescribable strange noises and faint cries for mercy. Yes, I am both bad at it and love to play. The scene changed, and in the Triskelion building, Steve walked into Nick Fury's office. You're just full of lies, aren't you? He questioned the director for letting him be responsible for this mission but not telling him the full content of the mission. I'm not lying. Agent Romanoff's mission is different from yours. Steve was obviously very dissatisfied with Nick Fury's arrangement at this time. All the hostages might die. So I sent the greatest soldier ever to save their lives. Black braised egg flatters for free. But Captain America obviously doesn't buy it. He insists that soldiers need to trust each other to form a decent army. Seeing that flattery didn't work, Nick Fury decisively changed his approach. He stood up, stared into Captain America's eyes with his one eye, and his voice gradually became louder. The last time I trusted someone, I lost an eye. In this way, Nick Fury and Steve started a round of discussion on whether to divide management and avoid leaks or to go their own way and not be united. The results are obvious and completely inexplicable. In desperation, Nick Fury took Captain America into the elevator. Go to the Insight Project Bay. Chapter 178 Insight Plan. The elevator scans and issues a prompt. Captain Rogers does not have access to Project Insight. Authorized by the director, Nicholas J. Fury. Confirmed. Holding the handle, Black Egg allowed Captain America to enter and the elevator descended rapidly. As Nick Fury briefly told Captain America the story of his grandfather, the elevator went deep underground and arrived at a giant workshop full of futuristic industrial feel. The underground deep well vertical factory is hundreds of meters deep and surrounded by multi-layered circular platforms. In the center stand 3 unfinished Insight-type sky carriers. Each ship is equipped with a predictive strike, quantum computer and an ultra-long-range sniper gun. Fully automated assembly production lines, robotic arms, laser welding equipment, and unmanned transport tracks operate intensively. The cold metallic tones give off a sense of military-industrial oppression. This is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s biggest secret, Project Insight. Steve glanced at the densely packed display of weapons and the holographic projection of the threat elimination list. His pupils contracted and his breathing stopped, as if to confirm that this was not a nightmare. His originally tense jawline trembled slightly, and his fists clenched unconsciously. He had originally thought that Project Insight was an upgraded version of the heli-carrier, but the massive weapon before him far exceeded his expectations. Each mothership is equipped with more than 200 large-caliber sniper guns and dozens of fighter jets. It is intended to operate in suborbital space for a long time, and combined with an all-pervasive surveillance system, it will be able to instantly eliminate potential criminals thousands of miles away. Nick Fury said, "We can neutralize threats before they emerge." After the Battle of New York, the Committee of Safety realized that it did not have strong enough weapons, so it launched this plan, pointing a gun at the entire planet and claiming to be protecting it. The captain obviously does not agree with this approach. He once chose to sacrifice himself to destroy the Red Skull superweapon. Now witnessing his teammates creating even more terrifying killing machines, he felt very complicated. Seeing that Steve was being a bit sanctimonious, Nick Fury retorted, "You've done a lot of shameful things too." Steve said, "This is not freedom, this is fear." Steve could never agree with Fury's plan. If their plan succeeds, they can kill anyone they want, and even the President of the United States will not survive for more than 3 seconds. After a disagreement, Steve left indignantly on his big motorcycle. But in fact, Nick Fury asked Natasha to collect information because he realized that the Insight project had other purposes. Because he discovered that as the director, he did not have the authority to access some of the information of the Insight project. You have to know that he is the director of SHIELD, which means he has top-level authority. Even so, access remains limited. On second thought, Nick Fury knew that the only people with such great authority were those in the Security Council. So he went to the office of Minister Alexander Pierce. Pierce is the former director of SHIELD and the current minister of the World Security Council. He is a heavyweight in international politics. At this time, Pierce was being questioned by the World Security Council. Because this cruise ship kidnapping case shows that superheroes have no ability to prevent harm, so the council members urged Pierce to start Project Insight as soon as possible. Fury was worried that someone in higher-ups would be exploited, so he persuaded Pierce to postpone the plan. As a comrade in arms for many years, Pierce decided to help him. But you have to ask Iron Man to attend my nephew's birthday party. Thank you, sir. A cordial handshake declared the admonition a complete and successful one. What Fury didn't expect was that his well-intentioned request would bring disaster. Initially, he was spotted by a police car and was afraid to get out because of the color of his skin. The next second, a police car suddenly rushed out from the side and knocked his car to the side of the road. Immediately afterwards, 4 police cars surrounded Nick Fury's special car. Page 163. A group of armed detectives quickly surrounded them from all sides. Fury injured his wrist in the collision, but before the police could take further action, another team of heavily armed soldiers arrived. Without any explanation, they fired wildly at his vehicle. Fortunately, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s special car is bulletproof, and the bullet only left white cracks on the glass. The director of SHIELD was surrounded and killed by a group of unidentified armed men on the street. Nick Fury wanted to escape, but the vehicle's propulsion system was damaged in the impact and its safety performance was drastically reduced. Seeing that ordinary guns could not penetrate the defense, the detective used a construction hammer to try to break in through the window. The huge explosive force knocked Fury's car up from the spot, and the airbag popped out. Window integrity 19%, offensive measures recommended. The in-car smart assistant will give timely voice reminders. What this means is that you can't just passively take a beating, you have to fight back. That's right, even the car can't stand it, it's too bullying, and many more. A hot stream flowed out of Fury's nostrils, and the bright red blood was not conspicuous on his dark skin. Nick Fury planned to attack the moment the car window was broken. Otherwise, all the bullets will bounce back into your face. In that case, he, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., would be the one who died the most miserably. Window integrity 1%. Wow. It's now. When the cab window finally couldn't withstand the impact of the engineering pneumatic hammer and turned into pieces on the ground, Fury loudly activated the counterattack system. A folding machine gun appeared in front of him. Without saying a word, Fury pulled the trigger and wouldn't let go. Bullets shot at the enemy like water. Soldiers in police uniforms and special warfare equipment fell to the ground like wheat being cut. Fury also thoughtfully launched a rocket, blowing up the police car blocking the road. The massive explosion sent flames as high as 2 stories and billowing smoke into the sky. At this time, the awesomeness of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s exclusive car was revealed. The power system actually repaired itself. The voice assistant gave a prompt, and Fury yelled, "Full speed ahead immediately." The vehicle turned on the automatic driving mode, made a sudden charge, and finally escaped the enemy's encirclement. "Take off immediately." Fury ordered the vehicle to fly. I didn't expect that this bulky-looking off-road vehicle actually has flying capabilities, but was ruthlessly rejected by the voice assistant. The flight system is damaged. In this way, Fury broke through the police defense line with his powerful firepower and advanced unmanned driving technology. As he regained control of the steering wheel, a man in black launched a bomb under Fury's car. This masked man is the first appearance of the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes. The bomb was equipped with a magnet, and it was directly attached to the bottom of the car when it passed by. Boom! Seconds later, the explosion sounded. The director's car rose into the air, then turned upside down and slid dozens of meters on the ground. The Winter Soldier, dressed in a cool outfit and wearing a mask, thought that killing Nick Fury this time was a foregone conclusion. But who knew that old guy Fury had so many high-tech gadgets in his hands? He took out a laser transmitter. As the Winter Soldier walked quickly, the sound of cutting metal was heard. The Winter Soldier's strong mechanical arm pulled open the car door, and his masked eyes looked into the interior of the vehicle. All that was left inside was a hole in a deep sewer shaft. Hoo-hoo. The embarrassed Fury clenched his wrist tightly and ran in the sewer for an unknown amount of time before finally falling to the ground exhausted. After repeatedly confirming that there were no pursuers, he leaned against the wall for a short rest. He hadn't experienced such an intense battle in a long time. He was not forced into this state before on the heli-carrier. There are too many enemies. If I didn't have so much high-tech equipment, I would have really failed this time. Mere fake. Nick Fury thought back to the overwhelming number of police and soldiers who had just appeared, and knew that anyone who could mobilize such a force was definitely not an ordinary person. I might have been betrayed by my old comrades. Then he called Su Ming. Hello, Fate. Have you finished Ms. Pepper's commission? Oh, congratulations. Do you mind if I stay at your place for a few days? Chapter 179 Exchange for the Supreme Mage. The injuries on Nick Fury's body were neither serious nor minor. My wrist was hit in the car collision and it seems to be broken. Bruise on face and body are common occurrences for this veteran soldier. However, in the years since he became the director of SHIELD, he has rarely experienced such high-intensity confrontations. Humph, you sent so many people to chase and intercept me, you really think highly of me, damn it. Black Salted Egg, who escaped with the help of various high-tech equipment, has been cursing since the beginning. Although he had said that Captain America was the greatest soldier when Captain Rogers questioned him not long ago. But in Nick Fury's heart, there has always been only one more reliable candidate. That is the Crimson Silver Jew, Destiny. Although this person is almost obsessed with compensation. But it is undeniable that after going through so much, Nick Fury still recognizes his ability to solve problems. In his heart, Destiny has always been the best candidate to be the core figure of the Avengers plan. However, he seemed unimpressed by his plan that brought him millions of honors. Even so, Nick Fury's evaluation of Fate has always been ridiculously high. He even believed that this person would become someone who would rewrite history at a critical moment in the future. In the interconnected sewers, Nick Fury's mind was in a state of confusion, and he subconsciously dialed Su Ming's number. After a fierce battle, Su Ming was still in high spirits. There is no such thing as sage time. On the other hand, Alyssa was almost exhausted. In this regard, Su Ming is not bragging. In the words of Captain America, I could do this all day. But some things also test the ability of partners, like now. Su Ming looked like nothing had happened, not even breaking a sweat, but Alyssa looked exhausted and unconscious. It seems that if I want to know my own limits, I need to find an opponent with an equally extraordinary physique. Light up a Marlboro. The spicy taste slid down his throat, and Su Ming missed his hometown of Lickin, Yuxi, and Yellow Crane Tower. With nothing to do, Su Ming began to study the system mall. It seems like I haven't studied the system properly for a long time, and my ability seems to have reached a bottleneck. It looks very strong and is actually very strong, but it lacks a leap like a qualitative change. The demigod body needs to continue to collect the energy of the Infinity Stones to upgrade. I have to say it's a bit of a pit. I don't know how powerful the God King's body is. It is necessary to collect 6 kinds of infinite energy to meet the upgrade conditions. But it doesn't matter. As the plot develops, you will definitely have the opportunity to collect them all. I've collected half of them without realizing it, so it shouldn't be too late to collect the rest. Wakanda's vibranium is also something that must be dealt with. After all, the Man of Steel can only absorb energy independently when it is upgraded to the maximum level. Su Ming is confident that the maximum level of Steel body will definitely take his energy to the next level. By then, it will not be a problem to roam across the universe. Thinking of this, Su Ming felt that he should take a longer-term view. Even Odin, the king of gods, seems to have many headaches. This means that even if one obtains the body of a god king, one still has not reached the ideal state. The feeling of absolute freedom, absolute ease and absolute control can only be realized on the road of pursuit. But this does not affect Su Ming. Since he is here, of course the stronger he is, the better. Thinking of this, Su Ming looked at several talents in the mall. God of Dimensions Ranger who freely travels through the long river of time 1,000 trillion US dollars. The Lord of Faith the hero who carries the will of billions of lives $800 trillion. Plain Pioneer in guarding the space barrier 1,100 trillion US dollars. Lord of Spacetime the absolute leader of a universe $2,000 trillion. My heart beat faster involuntarily. Su Ming knew that these few short lines of words represented something so terrifying that it could hardly be described. Page 164. But it is simply unimaginable. This means getting closer to the truth of how the world works, and it also means a wider world. He didn't even notice the cigarette in his hand burned out. After being in contact with the system for so long, Su Ming understood that if he wanted to truly reach the level mentioned above, he would have to go through a long upgrade. Behind every powerful talent here is some seemingly ordinary talent. For example, God of Dimension is upgraded from Supreme Mage. The initial talent of Lord of Faith is First Prophet. Plain Pioneer is upgraded from Space Conversion. The Lord of Time and Space is the perfect form that combines all the talents of the law of cause and effect. It is speculated that in terms of abilities, these powerful talents may have a certain degree of overlap, but each one is a path to perfection. Throwing away the cigarette butt in his hand, Suming's eyes were full of anticipation. The path to becoming a god is right before your eyes, and the system will promptly remind you of anything you need. Then all that remains is to strive to meet the corresponding standards. Thinking of this, Suming planned to obtain all the initial forms of these top talents first. There is still a long way to go, and as you upgrade slowly, one day you will be able to stand at the top of the universe and overlook the world. Let's take them one by one. First of all, Supreme Mage LV1, Basic Rune Chain Control, $200 billion. Exchange. $200 billion. Talent exchange successful. Account balance $1,256.5 billion. As the system prompt sounded, Suming's mental strength was mobilized by some force, instantly placing him in an unspeakable state. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, when Suming opened his eyes again, the golden runes around his pupils flashed. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he raised his hand and paused slightly. A bright orange rune disc appeared in his hand. Layer upon layer of runes slowly rotated in the air, and faint energy fluctuations came from the disc. Without any need for sensing, Suming immediately knew that this was a shield woven from runes, which should be able to withstand considerable energy shocks. In order to test the power of this disc, Suming quietly got up, went to the training room, and gently swung it at the 1-to-1 life-size sandbag. Brush, swish, ping. The disc dragged a long light effect through the sandbags and continued to embed into the wall more than 10 meters away. You know, the walls of the training room were designed by Tony to be bulletproof. The disc can cut into it smoothly, which shows how sharp it is. Not only that, the sandbag stayed in place for nearly 2 seconds due to inertia before it split in the middle, and the cut was smooth. Sand was scattered all over the ground. It feels like this is just a shield. How can it be so powerful when it's just swung casually? Suming condensed a small disc again. The runes exuded a mysterious aura as if they had rewoven the composition of energy. Very high-end. Of course, the methods of a junior supreme magician are not limited to this. Suming remembered that there was another rune weaving method and used it. With a flick of the arm, snapped. A whip of energy of the same color as the disc was swung out from the center of the disc, creating a thin deep groove on the ground. Rune energy whip. Don't mention it, it looks a bit like Wonder Woman's whip. Suming waved away the runes and concentrated on feeling. I discovered that there was a circle of strange runes floating faintly around the spiritual power. These appear to be energy codes that can be woven into different energy forms through different compositions. However, the level 1 level has not given Suming more ways to use it, so these runes are still like ghost paintings to Suming now, obscure and difficult to understand. Trying to mobilize a few runes, Suming wanted to gather a rune sword in front of him, imitating the form of a flying sword. Oh! There was a flash of light, and there was a slight explosion. Clearly, the rune weaving had failed. Suming's idea of becoming a sword immortal was shattered. After all, it's a foreign thing. Is it just a shield and a whip? I will use it for now. Bell. At this time, the phone rang. Suming looked down and saw that it was the director of SHIELD. It's this old lamp. Is there a new commission? Chapter 180. Can this thing be repaired? Night falls. A rare guest came to Suming's base, Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. A few minutes ago, Suming was quite surprised when he received a call from Nick Fury. Thinking that there might be a new commission, I answered the phone. Nick Fury's voice on the other end of the line sounded tired. Pretending to be relaxed, he even mentioned Ms. Pepper's commission to me. Hearing this, Suming slapped his thigh. I was just saying I forgot something. Tony's 20 or so suits of armor are still in the warehouse. On the phone, Director Fury did not mention what he had encountered, but Suming caught the slight urgency in his voice. Mr. Director, I'm afraid you've run into some trouble. It's not a big deal, it's just that my car is wrecked, so please pick me up. Oh, the old guy is being hunted. Still pretending nothing happened to me, hee. Unfortunately, Mr. Director, I'm out. I'm afraid I can't invite you to my house for coffee. Nick Fury's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he thought to himself, bullshit. I just confirmed with Agent Hill before I left, you're in that base Tony helped you build. Holy crap. If it weren't for your absolute safety, I would have climbed Roger's window in the middle of the night. Thinking of how the captain had left in anger due to differences in ideas during the day, Fury felt a strong sense of powerlessness. This American soldier is good in every way, except that he is too stubborn. How could I not know that there was something wrong with the Insight project? If it weren't for this, would I have fallen to this point? Too tender. The thought flashed through his mind, but Fury still refused to speak. Fate, stop it. I know you're home and we're just catching up with each other. Don't be so heartless. There was a rare hint of closeness in his tone. At the same time, I screamed in my heart. Hurry up and agree. Hurry up and agree. The pursuers might be here soon, and I don't have any high-tech gadgets left. Fuck it. Su-Ming certainly knew his situation. The old man was probably curled up in the sewer with a foul smell all over his body, and yet he pretends to be calm and composed. Haha. After being an official for so long, when will he stop being so arrogant? Tired? Nick Fury rarely spoke to people in this tone. He felt that he had given Fate enough face. You can't let him say, "Hey, I'm being hunted, and I feel like you're the safest place. Please help me, okay? Dear Fate." He can't do it even if you kill him. Su-Ming simply teased Fury and had no intention of really letting him sleep on the street. Wait, I'll be there soon. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Hello? Hello? No, I haven't told you where I am yet. Fate, hello? Looking at the hung-up phone, Nick Fury was confused. The 2% battery level indicated that that was his last call. The previous Battle Smart Assistant was so powerful that the phone's battery dropped sharply. Thinking back to the tone of destiny that didn't seem anxious at all just now, why does it feel so unreliable? Is this still the strong and reliable teammate in my mind? For a moment, Nick Fury's face was blacker than the sewer walls. He was almost certain that fate was going to let him down. Just as he was debating whether to go to Steve's house, a ray of light illuminated the blood scab under his nose. I saw a circle flashing orange-red sparks slowly appearing in the air, getting bigger and bigger. There is no longer any sewer scenery inside the circle, but instead a base with exquisite furnishings and a strong sense of technology. It looks a lot like Tony Stark's house. Fury, realizing that Tony's house had been destroyed, instantly realized that this should be the base of destiny. After all, Tony helped build it, so it's normal that the style has some Tony style. But this seemed to be a means of teleportation, which shocked Nick Fury enough. How did he find this place? Page 165. Things like portals seem even more outrageous than Thor. Can this method be replicated? If S.H.I.E.L.D. mastered this technology, could the damage to aircraft be greatly reduced? Will the mission of rescuing hostages no longer require the painstaking deployment of surveillance? Nick Fury was in a state of panic, staring blankly at the slowly opening portal with his mouth open, stunned. Hey Mr. Chief, I wasn't kidding you, I said it would be here soon, and it's here right away. Wow, this smell. Fate, holding his nose, beckoned to Nick Fury from the other side of the portal. Signal him to come over quickly. Nick Fury suppressed his surprise. He coughed, patted the stains on his leather jacket, and then, seemingly properly but actually quickly, crossed the portal and arrived at Su-Ming's base. It wasn't until he saw the scene in the sewer slowly disappear as the portal closed that Nick Fury finally breathed a sigh of relief. He fell directly onto the carpet in the living room. He was in a mess after all the escape, and he also wanted to sit on the comfortable sofa next to him. But after all, he had just saved me, so it would be unreasonable to dirty his sofa. Su-Ming looked at Nick Fury, who looked like he had survived a disaster, and knew that he had experienced a very fierce battle. His arm was still noticeably red and swollen, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. Seeing black braised eggs sitting on the ground without any image, Su-Ming also sat down, pointing at his arm and said with a smile, "Sorry, Chief Fury, I don't have a first aid kit." Nick Fury finally confirmed his safety and felt relieved. He didn't care about these little things at all and shook his head. "It's okay, it's just a skin wound, hiss, it doesn't hurt at all." Nick Fury adjusted his sitting position and accidentally touched the injured area. He twitched in pain, but he still remained stubborn. Su-Ming thought that since the people had been rescued, this little injury didn't matter. "I don't want to help this old guy take a bath." Looking at the black-brined eggs with interest. "Yes, in my opinion, your arm is not injured at all." The effect of words come true was activated, and a subtle buzzing sound flashed by. The redness and swelling on Nick Fury's arm slowly subsided, and even the surface scratches recovered visibly. The oozing blood gradually disappeared, as if he had never been hurt. Nick Fury instinctively became irritated when he heard Su-Ming's words. "Shit, I'm in this state, and you still have the heart to tease me. It's okay if you don't treat the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. as a cadre, but you don't treat me as an old man, right?" Just as I was about to complain, I felt the pain in my arm subside rapidly. I looked down suddenly and vaguely saw that the wound on my wrist was healing on its own. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? The wrist that had caused him endless pain along the way seemed to have truly recovered. He moved his wrist in disbelief, and Fury's only eye widened. He stared at Su Ming, pointed his dark finger at his eye mask, and said subconsciously, "Can this thing be repaired?" With his extensive knowledge and experience, Nick Fury immediately determined that it was Su Ming who used his ability to help him. Although he didn't know what was going on, it seemed that all the magical things happening to Fate no longer surprised him. "You wish," Su Ming said secretly. "If Nick Fury didn't have this eye patch, who would recognize you?" His face was so dark that even his facial features couldn't be seen clearly, so he had to wear the most iconic eye mask. Su Ming shrugged helplessly. "Mr. Director, even a mythical figure like Thor can't restore your eyes." "It really is." When Nick Fury confirmed that Thor was really from the realm of God, he actually asked him if he could heal his eyes. Thor, who was good at fighting, just gave him a silly look. "I won't." Thinking of this, Fury nodded silently. The atmosphere was awkward for a moment. Nick Fury seemed to be trying to come up with a good excuse for his sudden call. "My wife kicked me out." Chapter 181 Secret Voice Transmission. In New York at night, neon lights pulsate like blood vessels through the Steel Canyon. The giant billboard in Times Square flashed the scarlet letters of Stark Industries and the Daily Bugle alternately. The holographic projection of the superhero drink lid creates a distorted reflection on the asphalt road after the rain. In the alley of Hell's Kitchen, a fire escape suddenly emitted a metallic whine. Daredevil's baton drew sulfur-colored sparks in the darkness, and the next second it was drowned out by the muffled sound of the gangster's silenced pistol. 3 blocks away, on the rooftop of an apartment building in Queens, Spider-Man hung upside down by the window, his eyes scanning the direction of the passing police car. On the phone screen was a text message from Aunt May saying, "Current curfew extended to 2 a.m. in Su Ming's underground base." After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Nick Fury casually picked up a classic album from the CD rack. After some simple operations, he sat comfortably on the leather sofa beside him. Melodious music slowly sounded. The melody seemed to bring Su Ming back to the years of war. Su Ming made a cup of coffee for the director, while he himself drank freshly brewed Monkey King from a large white porcelain pitcher. The white porcelain water jar was as big as half of Su Ming's head, with 2 large characters written in a flamboyant style. "Low-key." Nick Fury took a sip of the coffee Su Ming had brewed. Thinking of Agent Hill, he took out his charged phone and fiddled with it for a while before pointing the screen towards Su Ming. "There are bugs everywhere." Su Ming's pupils shrank when he saw this. Tony clearly helped build his base, so how come there were SHIELD things in it? On second thought, since the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. said so, it is obvious that his base is no longer a secret place in front of S.H.I.E.L.D. "Damn, you S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark are spying on each other, can you not involve me?" "No, the next step is to let Alyssa clean up the entire base." Little did they know that Alyssa had already taken this into consideration when she inspected the base. Thanks to the plug-in that Jarvis buried in the S.H.I.E.L.D. system, Alyssa had long known that there were S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance equipment in this base. After all, many of the construction workers are plainclothes agents of SHIELD. So she cleared out all the eavesdropping devices in the base early in the morning, but she never had time to tell Su Ming. After all, every time Su Ming returned from a mission and brought back gifts, it was a day of exhaustion for her, filled with both pain and joy. Even though he shouted commands every time to make Su Ming surrender, he even used his agent privileges to secretly learn a lot of special moves. But the result is always the same, exhausted. This time it was even worse, and she still hadn't woken up. Su Ming suddenly felt unhappy. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reach is too long. Does this mean that everyone with a little bit of ability must be under your surveillance? Regarding this point, Su Ming really underestimated the ambition of SHIELD or the World Peace Council. The Insight project they are currently pushing hard is precisely to monitor people on the entire planet. "I'm sorry for my sudden visit, but I really have nowhere else to go." Nick Fury has been beating around the bush and not telling the truth since he entered the door. It turns out that he is on guard against eavesdropping devices. While spouting meaningless words, Fury turned the screen of his phone over again, which displayed, "There's a mole within SHIELD." Su Ming smiled slightly when he saw Nick Fury's cautious look. "Your proud shield has been in tatters for a long time. Don't tell me that you only realize it now? But what does the fact that there's a mole in your shield have to do with me? I'm not from SHIELD." Thinking of this, Su Ming had an idea and wanted to try out his new ability. In addition to condensing energy weapons, the Supreme Sorcerer's ability can also connect consciousness. Su Ming mobilized his mental power with his mind, and several runes flashed with light and drew mysterious trajectories in his spiritual world, gradually connected with Fury's consciousness in front of him. So, without saying a word, Su Ming's voice suddenly appeared in Nick Fury's mind. "Mr. Director, I can let the bug go, but what does it have to do with me if there's a mole in SHIELD? Director Fury's hand, which had just been holding the coffee cup, suddenly stopped. and he didn't even notice that the coffee spilled. Every word was like a thunderclap, making Black Egg's head buzz. Unconsciously, Fury's nose bleed slowly, but he seemed unaware and just stared at Su Ming blankly. What the FK? This was the first time he had experienced something like this. The destiny before him clearly didn't speak, but how did his voice appear? Still so loud. He could clearly feel that this sentence came directly from his mind, not through the vibration of his eardrum. It's incredible. Could this be the legendary telepathy? Then wouldn't my thoughts be clear to him? What secrets could I have? Looking at Nick Fury's constantly changing expression, Su Ming knew that the new ability he was experimenting with had taken effect. This guy must have heard what he had just said. But seeing that he didn't even notice the nosebleed, Su Ming guessed that this was his first time using this power, and he might have used too much force. After adjusting his mental strength slightly, he transmitted his voice again. Don't be afraid, Mr. Director, it's just a form of communication. I call it secret communication. Page 166. Didn't you just say there was a bug? How convenient it is to talk like this. Su Ming had just acquired this ability and was not at all proficient in using it. One sentence almost caused Nick Fury's mind to fluctuate, but after adjusting, Fury no longer had that thunderous feeling, and at the same time he realized that his nose was bleeding again. Damn traitor. I am already so old, you really want to kill me? After a brief moment of shock, Nick Fury took it very seriously. If people mastered this technique, the surveillance agencies that have been passed down from the war years would have to be disbanded. But to be honest, you seem to be getting further and further away from being a normal person, right? Looking at Su Ming with a complicated expression, Nick Fury thought to himself. I was right. Fate is indeed strong, but it just doesn't cooperate. Su Ming, who was always connected with spiritual power, found that although he had connected the consciousness of both parties, it was far from the level of mind reading. Somewhat disappointed. Then I felt relieved. The talent level is too low, it's normal not to be strong, just find a way to upgrade it, and asked. I can cooperate. But, why, Mr. Director? As soon as Fury finished his thought, Su Ming's voice rang out, as if responding to his thoughts. Fury was shocked again, realizing that Su Ming's ability seemed unable to understand all of his thoughts, and he could only hear what he said in his heart. I felt relieved immediately and answered in my heart, Fate, I know your rules, but I'm struggling right now, and your commission is skyrocketing. I really can't come up with a number that will satisfy you. Things are different now. Those bastards at the World Security Council are now only thinking about advancing the Insight project. The Avengers plan is outdated in their eyes. Even Project Insight was designed specifically as a remedy for Project Avengers. I am no longer the director of SHIELD who was able to mobilize huge resources. They also want to kill me. Thinking of this, Nick Fury showed a helpless expression. That's politics. In that case, let's talk about it next time. Su Ming could understand Fury's difficulties, but he did not agree with his approach. I have brought him home safely and helped him heal his injuries. From a friend's perspective, that's about it. If you want me to do something according to your ideas again, sorry, your membership has expired. Renew to unlock more exciting features. Chapter 182. Can black people also have black foreheads? Nick Fury also knew that Su Ming had helped him a lot, and he was not his subordinate, and he even owed him a favor. It would be rude to ask for more. Although entrusting Su Ming is a good choice, he does not have the ability now. After much deliberation, Nick decided to find someone with a strong sense of justice to help with the investigation. Fate, let's use it as a foundation. If I encounter any trouble after investigating everything, I might be able to offer a price that will tempt fate. Alright. Just as Nick Fury opened his mouth, the TV screen suddenly flashed and a news report was broadcast, attracting the attention of the two men. Emergency report. The XX Bank in New York was robbed last night. All the cash and items in the vault were looted by a mysterious thief. At present, relevant departments are stepping up their investigations. However, the blankness of all surveillance camera footage created a strong obstacle to solving the case. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be the largest bank theft case in U.S. history, involving the largest amount of money and the most difficult to solve. For further developments, please continue to pay attention to our reports. Once this news was broadcast, it aroused widespread attention and discussion from all walks of life, especially the banking system. They launched a vigorous security facility upgrade campaign from top to bottom. All banks with vaults tremble in the dark. I was afraid that this mysterious bank robber would choose my house one day when he was in a bad mood. Ordinary people are also worried, fearing that their hard-earned money will be stolen right after they deposit it in the bank. At the same time, various lawsuits against banks were flooding in response to the credit crisis. The entire financial system of New York City was shaken to its core. All this was thanks to Suming's pilfering of the gemstone. As an old secret agent, Nick Fury watched the bank robbery reported in the news and instinctively turned his eyes to the fate beside him. If for no other reason, this is a bank vault, not an armored car. Everyone in the world knows how high the security level of this place is. The most rampant criminals would rather take hostages and extort ransom than touch the bank's vault. It's clear how troublesome and difficult this is, but it happened anyway, and the whole place was robbed, leaving not a cent left. It is hard not to suspect that this crime was committed by someone with special abilities like Fate using superpowers. Honestly, Fate, if you say you did this, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Nick Fury looked at the clean vault in the picture and shook his head with emotion. Suming remained silent. What if he guessed right? If you don't have any evidence, I'll sue you for defamation. At this time, Nick Fury really didn't expect that Suming was the bank robber on TV. He was just expressing another level of recognition of Suming's abilities. At the same time, Fury had to re-examine the existence of these people with superpowers. Maybe, if I put myself in the perspective and position of the World Security Council. The Insight Project may be radical, but isn't it also an extreme measure chosen by ordinary people to protect themselves? That's all, I don't want to think about it anymore. The matter of the traitor within SHIELD is enough to make me suffer, so I don't have the energy to think about anything else now. Looking at the Fate around him again, Fury sighed with relief. Fortunately, Fate is not the kind of person who has no bottom line. Although he is greedy for money, he always abides by the rules. Suming, who maintained his consciousness connection, almost couldn't help but sigh when he heard Fury's sigh. I scanned a gold coin copy on a whim, but it caused an uproar in the whole society. It seems that I have to control my desire to continue raiding bank vaults in the future. After all, the money is not much, but the impact is so great. Next time, let Alyssa find out where the US gold reserves are kept so that she can use them as an emergency measure when she is short of money. By the way, I'll find another opportunity to visit the Big Eagle Museum. Returning the lost national treasure to the embrace of the motherland, this kind of thing doesn't seem to be difficult for me now. Nick Fury knew that Suming would not easily help him investigate the traitor in SHIELD until he found the rabbit. Proposed to leave. Thank you, Fate. Please take the trouble to send me to Rogers. Watching Nick Fury put on his leather jacket again, he was determined to leave. Suming did not try to stop him and severed the rune that connected his consciousness. As his eyes flashed, Suming suddenly noticed a blue-black aura emerging on Nick Fury's forehead. Different from his dark skin color, this bluish-black color has a hint of ethereal feeling. Holy crap, can black people also have black foreheads? There was a slight pause in the action of helping Nick open the portal. I have never observed this kind of thing before, but now I suddenly discover it. Could it be another additional ability of the Supreme Sorcerer? It's really hard to say. It would be fine if it was just a flash, but Suming could clearly see that the dark blue aura on Nick's forehead was getting thicker and thicker. It began to fade as I hesitated to open the portal. Suming tried to open the transmission again, and the mysterious aura became thicker again, even emitting a hint of ominous aura. Yes, this is not an illusion. Suming remembered that Nick Fury would die in the original plot. Could it be now? Suming, who didn't want to lose a partner, reminded. Mr. Director, please don't die. There was concern but also a hint of warning in his tone. Nick Fury noticed this keenly, and looked at Suming hesitantly with his one eye, without saying a word for a long time. If this sentence came from someone else's mouth, it would just be a word of concern, but when it came from Suming's mouth, old Fury was really a little unsure. But he has to find out what's going on inside SHIELD. His eyes gradually became firm, and his tough guy attributes were revived. Thank you for your concern, Fate, let's begin. Suming didn't realize that he had inadvertently used his innate ability to save the black salted egg's life in the near future. Seeing that he insisted, I could only continue to sense Captain America's location. At this time, he happened to have just returned home and was chatting with his nurse neighbor. The portal slowly opened. Nick Fury looked at the open space window in front of him, and across from him was the scenery of Steve's home. He nodded to Suming and went straight to the phonograph in Steve's house. Suming saw Fury off and walked towards the warehouse where Tony's armor was stored, humming a song. Captain America Steve Rogers felt very complicated after leaving Nick Fury's office. Page 167. After riding his big Harley for hundreds of kilometers, his depressed mood was relieved. When he returned to his residence, it was already dark. Before entering the door, I happened to meet my nurse neighbor next door who was carrying a pile of clothes and was about to go to the laundry downstairs. Hey, you can use my washing machine if you want. It should be cheaper than the one in the basement. This lady reminded the captain of his lover, Peggy Carter. They do have a lot in common. This made Steve want to invite her for a cup of coffee. But the neighbor refused Steve's kindness because he had just finished get off work at the infectious disease ward and was afraid of infecting him. He said, "I think you forgot to turn off your speakers." The captain felt a little disappointed that he didn't have a cup of coffee with his beautiful neighbor, but her last sentence aroused Steve's suspicion. "I have very strong discipline in my life and it is impossible for me to forget to turn off the speakers." Instead of entering through the front door, he chose to climb into the room through the window. He discovered that the person sitting on the sofa was Nick Fury. Steve didn't have Su Ming's ability to transmit secret messages, so he looked at the words on Nick Fury's phone screen and chose to play a game of charades with him. "Who else knows about your wife?" Nick Fury used the same rhetoric as Su Ming here. Bang, bang, bang. What? Chapter 183 Fury's Death. Nick Fury stood up and wanted to say something else, but suddenly the clothes on his chest moved slightly. Then 3 gunshots were heard in the distance. Immediately afterwards, Fury fell to the ground and groaned in pain. Steve reacted quickly, got the shield immediately, and dragged the injured Nick Fury behind the wall. With a twitching breath, Fury handed a high-tech USB flash drive to Steve. "Don't trust anyone." It was originally a simple sentence, but now it seemed as if all the strength came out of Fury's mouth. This was also the last sentence he said. The pain made his face covered in sweat, blood was still flowing from his mouth, and he fell into coma as soon as he finished speaking. Bang, 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 Captain Rogers. There was a sudden sound of knocking on the door, and the beautiful nurse neighbor walked in slowly and cautiously with a gun in hand. Steve looked at his beautiful neighbor in disbelief as she performed tactical moves in a standard and alert manner. "Isn't she a nurse? Team leader." When the beautiful neighbor came closer, she began to explain. "I'm Agent 13 of SHIELD, and I'm here to protect you." She was breathing unsteadily because she had just struggled to push the door open. "Kate, who sent you?" Captain America was immediately dissatisfied with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s arrangement. "As a super soldier, do I still need a girl to protect me? They always act on their own initiative. I remember that when I just woke up, I also staged a big drama for myself. They also call it letting yourself adapt slowly. As a tough guy, I clearly need the truth, not lies. Don't I even have the ability to face reality? You underestimate me." What made Captain Rogers even more upset was that after meeting Carter, his heart knot was untied. He even developed a vague fondness for this neighbor. No wonder she refused. Spy game? Thinking of this, the captain's tone became extremely tough, no longer showing the politeness and gentleness in the previous greeting. Although Agent Kate's explanation lowered Captain Rogers' guard, it also forever cut off any other possibilities between the two. In fact, she also has great admiration for Captain Rogers, just like Agent Coulson. Ever since joining SHIELD, she has admired Captain Rogers. At the same time, as a girl, this admiration naturally turned into yearning and love. But for the sake of the mission, she had to suppress this emotion and be willing to play the role of Rogers' nurse neighbor, quietly observing everything about the captain in life. Haven't you seen that every time she looks at Captain Rogers, her eyes are always thready? It was not until Kate got closer that she realized the director was lying on the ground seriously injured and heard the captain's questioning. Looking at Fury, he whispered. It was his order. At the same time, he immediately observed Fury's injuries and took out the walkie-talkie. "Fixleap is injured and unconscious. We need emergency medical services. Quick." It is worth mentioning that even if SHIELD was infiltrated, Kate, Hill, Hawkeye, Rogers and Natasha all stand on Nick Fury's side. Does not backstab teammates. The voice of another agent came from the intercom. "Have you confirmed the gunman's location?" At this time, Captain Rogers noticed a black figure on the rooftop opposite. "Tell them I'm going after them." After saying that, he took a running start in the living room, jumped up, and rushed into the building opposite with the sound of shattering windows. The atmosphere became tense. Captain America was holding a grudge. Even though they had different ideas, Nick Fury was his comrade and leader after all. Being shot right in front of him filled Steve with rage. He locked onto the target's direction, ran all the way with a shield in hand, and broke through the barriers of one wall and fired door after another. After running through the entire building, they finally caught up with the gunman on another rooftop. Without saying anything, he swung his shield out, intending to keep the enemy at bay. However, the arm that gleamed with metallic luster in the dark night firmly grasped the flying shield. Steve finally saw the enemy's appearance clearly. Wearing dark tactical clothing with metal armor and tactical vest. The left arm is a silver metal mechanical arm, its surface covered with battle scratches, and sparks fly when it catches the shield. The messy medium-length hair half covered her face, and with the mask, only 2 eyes with heavy dark circles were exposed. His eyes were empty and full of murderous intent as he stared at Captain Rogers. A moment later, the sound of machinery running was heard, and the shield was thrown back with even greater force. Captain Rogers clasped the shield at his waist with both hands and slid back several meters before stopping. When I looked up again, the mysterious gunman had disappeared. The sirens of ambulances echoed through the streets. As a black luxury car braked suddenly, Romanov, dressed in casual clothes, arrived at the hospital. He hurried upstairs, walked into the observation room, and looked through the glass at Nick Fury lying on the hospital bed. His eyes were filled with worry. Several medical staff are working hard to rescue the patient. Their actions are quick and intense. Next to him was a serious-looking Steve Rogers. Can he make it? Do not know. How's the gunman? Natasha casually asked Captain Rogers, who was at the scene. Captain America recalled his brief encounter with the gunman and whispered, "He's fast and strong, and has a metal arm." Natasha had experienced teammates injured or even died more than once, and she wanted to find out what happened as soon as possible. Or if there are any clues, using the agent's experience to ask professional questions. What about ballistic testing? At this time, Agent Hill came to Natasha's side, also looking at the rescued Fury, paused and said, 3 bullets, no rifling, completely unrecognizable. Natasha murmured upon hearing this, made by the former Speed Union. Agent Hill confirmed from the on-site investigators that this type of bullet was exactly as Natasha had described. Lower your blood pressure. Suddenly, something unexpected happened in the emergency room. His heart stopped beating. Nurse, pull the sheet open. Electroshock rescue. Charge 100 joules. 3, 2, 1 start. Watching Fury's condition worsen, Natasha prayed in her heart and whispered, "Fury, don't do this to me. Is there a pulse? No. Charging 200 joules. 3, 2, 1 start. Adrenaline shot. Is there a pulse? No." Natasha looked at Nick Fury, who was being rescued, and did not react at all. Page 168. Reason told her that this comrade was about to die. His lips trembled, but his eyes were still fixed on the inside. When Captain Rogers saw the doctors stop, he knew it was too late. Turn around. The back figure is lonely. What time is it now? The attending physician asked about the time. This means that medical staff are determining the time of death of the person being rescued. 1:03, doctor. As the doctor removed his sterile gloves, he announced the time of death as 1:03 a.m. This competition with the god of death finally ended in failure. Rogers walked to the window on the other side, looked at the USB drive in his hand, and wondered what was going on in his mind. Natasha looked at Nick Fury, who was lying there quietly. The blood on his face was cleaned and he was no longer in a mess. But Black Widow knew that she had lost this old friend who was a little sharp-tongued, a little hypocritical, but very reliable forever. Agent Hill swallowed the salty tears in his mouth and said softly, "We have to take him away." Natasha touched Nick Fury's bald head one last time, and the warmth there was gradually disappearing. The grief in his eyes flashed away, and he resolutely turned and walked out of the ward. She wanted to find out what had happened. Even the Battle of New York didn't take old Fury's life. Why would something like this suddenly happen on such an ordinary day? Captain America chased after him. He was a little worried about Natasha. But in the corridor, Natasha harshly questioned him. "Why did he go to your house?" "I do not know either." Steve was a little confused. He really didn't know why Director Fury came to his house. At this moment, Crossbone's voice sounded from behind. "Captain, they asked you to return to SHIELD. Chapter 184 Cult Talent." "Okay, wait a moment." Steve was just about to continue his conversation with Natasha. "At least explain why you didn't know, or say a few more words about what happened at home." But remembering the USB drive Director Fury gave him, he guessed there must be some key clues in it. Crossbone's reminder came again, a little rudely. "They asked you to come right over." A few seconds later, "Okay." At this time, Agent Natasha, who had strong observation skills, had already noticed something unusual in Captain Rogers' micro-expressions. "He must be hiding something from me. An old soldier from 70 years ago still wants to deceive me? Do you know psychology and micro-expressions? Have you ever heard of it?" Looking at Captain America's stupid look, he said disdainfully, "You really can't lie. Turn around and leave." Steve thought about the last words Fury said to him. Don't trust anyone. In particular, he also mentioned that there was a mole within SHIELD. Then you can no longer carry the USB flash drive in your hand with you. His eyes slid across the corridor and paused slightly. The scene changes. "Let's go." Cap walked towards Crossbones and returned to SHIELD with the Special Forces team. And deep in the shelf of the vending machine in the hospital corridor, there was that sophisticated USB flash drive. "Mr. Stark, I can still detect that the systems of 23 sets of armor are still running. Strangely, I can't find their locations." In Stark Tower, Tony Stark has conducted a systematic inspection and maintenance on Jarvis through the self-test program he wrote. After a month, I adjusted many parameters and optimized many configurations, but I didn't find any problems. This made Tony very tired, and at the same time, the time he and Pepper agreed to go to Hawaii for fun was approaching. But after Jarvis restarted, his first words were still as if he was infected with a virus. This puzzled Tony. At that time on Christmas Day, he had confirmed the launch of the Zero Clearing Protocol, and all the armors turned into fireworks in the sky. This was witnessed by Ms. Pepper and I, so there won't be any problems. After eliminating all possibilities, whatever remains, no matter how outrageous it seems, must be the answer. Thinking of this, Tony picked up the wrench again and disassembled the key components of Jarvis. There must be some problem with the testing procedure that I haven't discovered. Suddenly, Jarvis' voice prompt sounded. Sir, all armors have been detected to have disappeared. The zeroing protocol has been confirmed to be complete. Tony, who was about to turn off Jarvis' power, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with relief, well, I said there's absolutely no problem with my testing procedures. Haha, I can go to Hawaii and enjoy the beach with Pepper. Jarvis, get the car ready. No, wait, sir. I've detected that Stark Tower has been scanned and locked by an unknown signal again. Please pay attention. Tony's mouth twitched. After being busy for a whole month, he finally solved the remaining anomalies of Jarvis. Now you suddenly tell me there is a new problem? What the hell? Count the ball. No more repairs. Love as much as you like. Jarvis, ignore it. Get the car ready, and never stand Pepper up again. Sir, the scanning signal seems to be coming from outside the atmosphere. Tony's expression paused slightly when he heard this, and he instinctively thought of various dangerous scenes, but then he remembered that his armor had been destroyed. The development of the new armor has not yet begun, and the development of the armor requires the help of Jarvis after troubleshooting. I can't do anything now. Then he shook off the messy thoughts in his head. He smiled and said, if the sky falls, there's someone tall enough to hold it up. There are a lot of tall people. Shield and things like that have destiny. Even Pepper is taller than me. Tony's mind instantly flashed with the face of fate that deserved a beating, and he said coolly, never mind him, the Hawaii trip plan will go on as usual. By the way, Jarvis, choose me a nice gift for Pepper. After going through hardships, Tony finally regained a bit of the free and easy attitude of the nightclub king. Instead of continuing to shoulder the responsibility of a superhero, he chose to enjoy himself in the moment. Su-Ming's contribution has something to do with this. At that time, Tony was wearing armor and solving one problem after another in a majestic manner, which made Tony, who had just tasted the feeling of being a superhero, a little addicted. As the hardships and difficulties became greater and greater, he gradually found it difficult to bear. He even suffered from psychological trauma later on, and it was not until he crushed Killian's conspiracy that Tony found himself again. When Tony saw that the problems that he had worked himself to death to solve were so easy to solve in the face of fate, the idea of clinging to someone's thighs formed naturally. Since you can't be the mainstay, why should you work so hard? Therefore, Tony now focuses on being casual and free. It's a bit flat. What Tony didn't know was that what he witnessed and believed to be true was actually an illusion created by Su-Ming. Jarvis had no problems from beginning to end. For example, this time, it detected the key part of S.H.I.E.L.D. Project Insight, using leading algorithms to scan and lock down all potential risk figures. Tony Stark and his Stark Tower are among them. As soon as the 3 helicarriers were launched, he would be the first target to be attacked. Tony was completely unaware of this and went to Pepper Potts' Hawaii date with great interest. Su-Ming saw Nick Fury off and came to the underground warehouse, slowly walking past a row of neatly arranged mark armors. Exchange. With a swipe of his fingers, one battle armor after another turned into data streams and disappeared before his eyes, turning into numbers on the account. Plus $23 billion. Plus $19 billion. Plus $26 billion. Plus $23 million. Account balance $1,732 billion. Page 169. When the last set of armor completely disappeared from the warehouse, it officially announced that Su-Ming's achievement of obtaining all of Iron Man's armors was achieved. Without the interference of outsiders, Su-Ming could finally calm down and continue to study his talent. Before Director Fury called, Su-Ming exchanged for a junior supreme magician and gained the ability to transform into energy and transmit secret sounds. This made Su-Ming sigh. As expected of a top talent, he started out differently. However, the current balance in his account is not enough for him to upgrade some necessary talents. Thinking of this, Su-Ming planned to continue exchanging for some new abilities. First, Oracle Prophet LV1 can sense the religious tendencies of all intelligent creatures within a 1-kilometer radius and intervene. $180 billion. Exchange. $180 billion. Talent exchange successful. Account balance $1,552 billion. Coax. Suddenly, countless complex and noisy sounds flooded into Suming's ears. Fuck. What the hell? It's so loud. Suming felt as if a vast amount of unfamiliar streams of consciousness were packed into his head, messy and noisy. Oh Lord, I'm guilty. I can't take my eyes off girls' skirts. Mortals should kneel down. Even my shadow is more sacred than theirs. This new LV bag is so beautiful. What should I do? I want it. But I don't have any money. Otherwise, I'll just become an old man, just like before. Why did the person I love choose my best friend? Damn it, I'm going to ruin her wedding. Let's do it tomorrow. The sun will rise as usual anyway. Damn it. He drives a lousy Bentley and looks down on me. This hunting rifle will teach him what respect is. What you're eating isn't steak, it's a third stomach that can't be filled. Among the various voices, Suming gradually discovered commonalities, which represented the various dark sides of human nature. Damn it, what kind of crappy talent is this? Why does it let me hear so many messed up noises? Whispers filled with negative energy kept ringing in Suming's ears, making him very upset. Finally, he could no longer bear it and roared. That's enough. Shut the fuck up. Brush. In an instant, silence returned to my ears. The negative energy that was making him so irritable seemed to be purified in an instant. Suming paused for a moment, and when he realized that he could actually influence the thoughts of those around him, he gradually felt the horror of this talent. This seems even more sinister than a cult. Chapter 185. The Avatar is actually me. In a school not far from Suming's base, a top student couldn't sleep all night because of an academic problem that had been bothering him for a week. It's not because he's not capable, but because he hasn't been able to calm down recently. For no other reason than a prank played by a classmate disturbed his peaceful mind. The cheerleader and school beauty lost the game at a party and chose to take a big risk to confess her love to the top student. This made the top student mistakenly believe that the school beauty really liked him, and he became very excited. The top student is not good-looking and his personality is not lively. The school beauty's confession is obviously not that simple. But the top student lacked experience in this area and didn't realize that he had become the laughingstock of other classmates after class and after dinner. It was not until the end of the game that the school beauty confessed everything and the academic master realized that his innocent feelings had been ruthlessly toyed with. This is a very old story, but it left a shadow in the heart of the top student, causing him to be unable to concentrate on his studies from then on. The grades also fluctuated. Fluctuations are fluctuations, but the score has changed from being far ahead to being within reach of second place. He is still number one, but the academic problems that seemed insignificant to him before now made him very upset. Damn it, why did she choose me? Does she really not like me? The top student, who was originally thinking about academic problems, always subconsciously recalled that boring prank. He scratched his hair randomly, reorganized his thoughts and looked at the question. Damn it, I was almost there. At this level before, I could have solved it in minutes. What went wrong? Staying up late for consecutive nights caused large patches of red bloodshot to appear in his eyes. My hair has not been washed for a few days and it is too oily. The main character is haggard. Obviously, the top student has not yet realized that his spiritual heart has been deeply influenced by the female bodhisattva. Suddenly, a hurricane seemed to blow in his mind. All the messy thoughts and bad emotions were swept away by this storm. Faintly, he seemed to hear someone shouting in the distance. Enough. In an instant, a cool and refreshing feeling cleansed the brain of the academic master. When I came to my senses and looked at the problem in front of me again, I found that it was unexpectedly simple. He could even deduce more than two solutions in his mind at the same time. Why could this be the epiphany the professor was talking about? There was no time to sigh. The top student wrote furiously on the white paper, and the inspiration for solving the problem was endless. The more he wrote, the more excited he became, as if he could see the professor's satisfied gaze and the competition trophy that was about to be pocketed. In fact, this was not the kind of epiphany he had guessed, but it was because this school was not far from Suming's base in a straight line. After Suming exchanged for the new talent, he heard the monologues of all human beings within a radius of nearly 2 kilometers. Contains the irritability and confusion of the top student. When Suming could no longer bear it and tried to suppress the voice in his head, he didn't know that anyone whose voice he listened to was also affected by his behavior. In other words, what Suming cleared was not the noise in his own head, but the negative energy in the hearts of everyone within a 2-kilometer radius. Although the method is a bit violent, the effect is very obvious. Swiba is a good example. His distracting thoughts were inadvertently cleared away by Suming, and in an instant he became a completely different person, his condition returning to its peak or even stronger. Just when the academic master was immersed in this indescribable state, the phone rang. It was the school beauty. At this moment, there was no fluctuation in the top student's heart, and he even felt a little unhappy about being disturbed. Out of courtesy, I answered the phone. There's nothing much to say between us. I won't mind a prank, even if it's really boring. From a bootlicker to a Sigma, the academic master has made a brilliant transformation. On the other end of the phone, the cheerleader, who had been enjoying her youth without caring about other people's feelings, now sounded apologetic. I'm sorry, classmate, I suddenly feel that what I did back then was unfair to you. I hope you accept my apology, I mean it. Swibba, then, can we still find a partner? Campus bell, no. Swibba, a percent you and at Ewan, percent get lost. The school beauty suddenly felt guilty and called the top student to apologize, which was very different from her usual character. It can be seen that Suming's influence not only seems to be able to clear away distracting thoughts but also seems to be able to awaken the pure kindness buried deep in people's hearts. Similar stories about top students and school beauties continued to unfold during this time. They are all affected by Suming's new abilities. He himself knew nothing about the above situation. After finally calming down, Suming breathed a sigh of relief. My goodness, tens of millions of flies are buzzing around my ears at the same time, with absolutely no regard for whether I can handle it or not. Complaining, Suming took out the only remaining can of Coke from the refrigerator. Squeak, ton 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 dash. Belch. After a loud burp, Suming felt a little unsatisfied. I just experienced that inexplicable irritability, and now I instinctively want to drink something cold. But the last can of ice cola was finished. I have to give Ned a compliment for not destroying everything in the refrigerator. Suming felt a little reluctant when he thought about having to go out and buy it. Even though it was not long before he had to endure the voices of so many people, it had consumed a lot of his energy. This is much more tiring than sparring with Alyssa. Thinking of this, Suming suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a talent for summoning things in the system mall. After opening the interface and searching, a talent appeared before Suming's eyes. Strange Mage Item Summoning LV1, Basic Material Summoning, $500 million. Frog Fun. This is cheap. Suming was deeply moved when he saw the price of this talent. It has been a long time since he exchanged for this kind of talent that is not measured in billions. In Suming's eyes, $5 million is just one word, cheap. Exchange. Without saying anything, just take it. $500 million, talent exchange successful. Account balance, $1,551.95 billion. Following an inexplicable fluctuation of his mental power, Suming suddenly had a flash of enlightenment. That is an expansion of the use of runes. In other words, this power has the same origin as the ability of the Supreme Sorcerer, and both use a combination of runes to exert their power. Thinking of this, Suming raised his hand and pointed at the empty refrigerator. Page 170. I saw cans of various types of drinks quickly filling up the refrigerator. Even the rune formation did not reappear in the air, which shows how basic this application is. Not bad. After drinking a few more cans of drinks, the remaining irritability in Suming's body finally subsided completely. Can I just summon money? Suming suddenly had an idea and thought of a crucial question. If he could summon money directly, why would he have to work so hard? Suming did it right away. He pointed at the coffee table and used his mental power to mobilize runes to form a summoning formation. Brush. In the blink of an eye, the coffee table was piled with bundles of banknotes. Easy to use. Suming was startled and picked up the banknotes on the table and took a closer look. He almost fainted. I saw that the appearance and material of this pile of banknotes were almost the same as those of US dollars. But the most terrifying thing was that the portrait on it was supposed to be Benjamin Franklin, but it was actually Suming himself. Snapped. Is this still US dollars? Are you kidding your dad? He threw away the bundle in his hand and checked the other banknotes, and found that the portraits on them were all Suming. The most infuriating thing is that the portrait above still shows him wearing a suit and a mask. It would be better to say that it is the Crimson Silver Duke rather than Suming. Damn it. This made Suming feel uncomfortable. I'm still alive. Cursing, Suming used his thermal vision to burn all the banknotes on the table without hesitation. Is it because the level is too low? Suming opened the talent upgrade interface again. Strange Mage Item Summoning LV1, Basic Material Summoning, $500 million. Strange Mage Item Summoning LV2, Elemental Shaping Summoning, $5,000 million. Strange Mage Item Summoning LV3, Tactical Material Summoning, $50 billion. Strange Mage Item Summoning LV4, Strategic Material Summoning, $500 billion. Strange Mage Item Summoning LV5, Interstellar Item Summoning, $5,000 billion. Upgrade. Chapter 186 Here I Come, Brother. $550.55 billion. Talent upgrade successful. Account balance $1,001.4 billion. Su Ming raised his summoning talent to the strategic level in one breath. The mental power continued to fluctuate. There was a sharp pain in my head. Su Ming knew that as his talent upgraded, he unlocked more arrangements of the summoning rune matrix. Before the stabbing pain in his head subsided, Su Ming raised his hand and pointed at the ash-covered coffee table, silently summoning a pile of gold. This time, runes flashing with orange-red light slowly floated out from Su Ming's fingertips. A rune array slowly formed on the surface of the coffee table. There was a flash of light. In an instant, a pile of gold appeared out of thin air on the table that was originally stained black by the ashes of banknotes. Stacked together like bricks. The pile of gold in front of me looks genuine. If I exchange it all, I will definitely make a considerable sum of money. Su Ming rolled up his sleeves and bared his arms, staring at the golden pile. I don't believe that the things I summon this time can't be sold. Valuation. A pile of gold estimated at $3.7 million, summons cannot be redeemed. Damn it, how can we play this? Su Ming was a little crazy because he had a mountain of gold but couldn't exchange it for money. Wow. Suddenly, the solid wood coffee table, which was originally of good quality, could not withstand the weight of so much gold and shattered into flat shapes. The gold on it was scattered randomly on the ground, making a sound of collision. If this happened in any other scenario, the collision of gold bricks would definitely be a wonderful note that ordinary people would never be able to hear. But at this moment, Su Ming only felt that the system was playing tricks on him. Why can't the summoned items be exchanged? Could the things summoned be fake? Su Ming stared blankly at the gold bricks on the ground, his head full of questions. Not long after, the gold bricks on the ground slowly disappeared one after another, and Su Ming seemed to react. So summons have a time limit, which means they can only be used and not exchanged. Exchange will cause the exchanged items to disappear out of thin air, and the summoned items are originally snatched from unknown places through extraordinary channels. So the only thing we can do is change its form of existence, use it or destroy it. Its existence cannot be erased, which is why it cannot be exchanged. Conservation of energy? Although he had roughly understood the reason why summons could not be exchanged, Su Ming was still very puzzled. What's with the pattern on the banknote? After some thought, Su Ming still felt that this summoning talent was a bit of a pitfall. There is suspicion of playing him. Thinking of this, Su Ming looked at the ground again and found that the ashes of the burning banknotes he had just summoned did not disappear with the gold. I looked at the refrigerator again and the drinks were still there. This made Su Ming a little confused. Doesn't it mean we don't have to return it because we don't need these cans of drinks? Thinking of this, Su Ming quickly looked at the origin and production date on the drink. There is a place of origin, but no production date. Could it be that they were summoned directly from the production line without even having a date stamped on them? It's just magical. Su Ming realized that this new talent seemed not as simple as he thought. It seems that I need to find an opportunity to study this summoning talent carefully. Suddenly, Su Ming's heart moved. A voice from the unknown told him that the fate of Nick Fury that he had noticed before seemed to have happened. This feeling is very mysterious, as if when Nick's forehead was observed to be black, the two of them had an invisible connection. So when something happened to Fury, Su Ming, the observer, received the signal. This phenomenon made Su Ming a little confused, but there are many things that he cannot understand. Su Ming attributed these mysterious things to the magic brought by the power of the Supreme Mage. There is nothing wrong with Su Ming's idea. The Supreme Sorcerer has many abilities, covering various fields, including numerology, but Su Ming took a shortcut through system exchange. Without solid theoretical support, he could only observe many omens but could not read or understand them. Just like fortune-telling, without systematic learning, no matter how accurate the results are, they cannot be further interpreted. Su Ming sensed at the moment Nick Fury's heart stopped beating in the ward. Recalling what he had seen on Nick Fury's forehead before, Su Ming guessed that something might have happened to him. After all natives of Dongda University know what it means when the forehead is black. In order to verify his guess, Su Ming connected his consciousness with his mental power to sense Nick Fury's current location. A portal slowly opened. The space channel flashing with sparks slowly expanded, and Nick Fury, lying on the hospital bed with a peaceful face and covered with a white sheet, gradually appeared in front of Su Ming. Oh my god, is it really happening? Su Ming walked closer and found only Nick's body in the room, very quiet. Su Ming knew that this old guy was very cunning and was not dead at all, but he could not remember what means he used to fake his death. He reached out and checked Fury's pulse. Even Su Ming, who possessed extraordinary perception, had to admit that Nick Fury was now completely dead. Just as Suming frowned and tried to recall how Nick survived, Agent Hill walked in from outside. He was stunned to see Suming standing in front of Director Fury's bed. He looked around guiltily and whispered, "Mr. Fate, when did you come?" "I just came." Suming looked at Agent Hill, who was very secretive, and didn't understand why there were obviously SHIELD agents coming and going outside. "This place should be safe, why is Hill so alert?" "There's no time to explain. We have to take Director Fury away immediately," Hill said as he threw the white sheet over Fury's head, intending to push him away. Suddenly, a slight cough came from under the sheets. The originally still white bedsheet moved slightly with the cough. Agent Hill's body trembled, his eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, "That's impossible. The poison should last for an hour." It turns out that Nick Fury had privately ordered Agent Hill to inject himself with tetrodotoxin before entering the emergency room, put him into suspended animation, and then use the time when the poison takes effect to move him away. In this way, Nick Fury can return from the light to the dark, making it easier for him to investigate the traitor within SHIELD behind the scenes. Page 171. Unexpectedly, during the brief contact with Suming inadvertently used his power of words to make the poison take effect, which directly affected the time it took for the poison to take effect. Fury, who was supposed to be in a state of suspended animation, was not able to be successfully transferred as a corpse. He was declared dead, which activated the power of the law that Suming had buried in his body in advance. Fury's injuries were severe, and if he were to wake up from his suspended animation, there was no guarantee he would be able to continue playing the role of a corpse. Even if he could endure the pain, he could not guarantee that his body would remain motionless. There is no telling how many enemies are out there right now. If he were discovered, anyone who came over and shot him would kill him on the spot. No more planning power. How to do? Agent Hill recalled the original plan and looked at Nick Fury, who was shaking slightly under the sheets. She knew that old Fury was in extreme pain at the moment and planned to proceed as planned. But didn't you see how the sheets were shaking? Anyone who is not blind can see the problem. How to do? This escape plan is very risky and requires no loopholes throughout the process. He woke up at this very moment. Time is running out for Fury, and he needs immediate treatment. Agent Hill's mind raced as he glanced at the quilt on the other side of the bed. She even wanted to wrap Fury in a blanket to cover up the fact that he was not dead. But how to explain it to the other agents? God knows which agent is the enemy's spy. It's too easy to be exposed. "I say, brother, you are quite capable." At this time, Suming spoke. The detection just moments ago confirmed that Fury was dead, but now he is awake. If someone says there is no skill or ruthlessness involved, he would never believe it even if you beat him to death. And what he had told Fury was exactly the most cruel thing that disrupted his fake death plan. Nick Fury regained consciousness and continued to pretend to be dead, but the pain from his fatal wounds was unbearable. Not reaching the safe house made him realize that something had gone wrong with his plan, and a sense of despair gradually grew in his heart. Suddenly hearing Suming's voice, Fury was shocked. He was saved. He tried to keep his body still, but his hoarse voice was filled with excitement. "Coming, bro?" Chapter 187 Escape Plan. There was a faint smell of disinfectant in the quiet ward. Various rescue equipment has been sorted aside. A curtain divided the room into two parts, large and small. Suming was on the inner side, intentionally avoiding the angle of looking in through the window. In the middle of the room was a mobile bed, and Nick Fury was lying on it, covered with a white sheet, looking like a corpse. Agent Hill stood above Fury, his hands on the railings of the mobile bed. Hearing Director Fury actually speak up, he quickly whispered, "Shoo, don't move or make any noise. There are still a lot of people outside, hold on, I'll find a way to get you out right away." Fury also cooperated and was covered under the white cloth without moving. From time to time, a few agents coming and going outside would inadvertently observe the situation in the room. When Suming first came in, he found a blind spot, so in people's eyes, there were only Agent Hill and Nick Fury's bodies in the ward. Agent Hill is Director Fury's assistant. He has a deep affection for his old leader and is reluctant to leave, so he stays a little longer. This is normal. Nick Fury controlled his body and tried not to move. After all, his body was still lying where it was clearly visible through the window. There was a hint of hope in the deep voice. "Agent Hill, there's no need to bother. Now that Brother Fate is here, we're safe." Only then did Suming see a clue. Hill and Fury seemed to be worried about how to transfer safely. The reason is exactly what Fury mentioned before. There is a traitor in SHIELD, and his arrival solved Fury's urgent problem. "Fate, do you mind if I stay at your place for a few days, ahem?" Nick Fury lowered his voice and continued to load the bodies. Although he didn't understand why the plan suddenly changed, he should have safely arrived at the safe house that only Agent Hill knew about. But it doesn't matter, destiny is there, and everything is not a problem. Agent Hill was still wondering why Director Fury suddenly woke up. This was far from the planned schedule. Could it be that Director Fury is gifted and has a natural resistance to tetrodotoxin? Seeing that Su-Ming did not give in, Agent Hill observed his colleagues outside the window while looking at Su-Ming with an urging look. I hope he can agree quickly and take them away from this dangerous place. At this time, several passing agents had already noticed something unusual. Agent Hill has been inside for some time. Their mission was to confirm Nick Fury's death and, while disposing of the body, to shoot him in the head. Make sure he dies to the point of not dying again. Agent Hill just said to push the director out. Why is there no movement yet? So, several wolves in SHIELD uniforms consciously walked closer to the window of the room and watched the situation inside inconspicuously. Su-Ming discovered these suspicious agents and knew that now was the best time to negotiate terms, so he was not in a hurry. He smiled slightly and whispered in the corner, "Of course, you can use my home as your temporary base. After all, we are friends. It's been a while since we last met, and I'm missing the coffee that Agent Hill personally brewed." He paused slightly, looked at Agent Hill, who pretended to be calm, and continued. "However, this will inevitably involve me in your dispute, even against the entire SHIELD. I don't mind it, but you are obviously not the type to watch your friends suffer." So, Agent Hill understood what Su-Ming meant and almost couldn't help himself. "No, Chief Fury, is this all your popularity? Who just swore that we would be safe once destiny came? Why does it feel like he is the last ant that crushed the camel? It's fate, you too. What's the situation of old Fury now? Why do you bring up the matter of reward at this time? What's the difference between this and taking advantage of someone's misfortune?" But on second thought, fate has always been like this. He always states the price up front, but once it's confirmed, he's a strong teammate who is completely trustworthy, invincible. Agent Hill never doubted this. She was actually looking forward to going to Su-Ming's house and wanted to observe what this mysterious man usually did. Thinking of this, my tense mood suddenly relaxed. Are you kidding? With Inju here, who can cause trouble in front of him? Then it depends on how old Fury responds. It was the familiar tug-of-war again. Agent Hill loosened his grip on the bed and waited quietly for Fury's answer. When Nick Fury heard Su-Ming's words, he was very moved at first, but the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. The teeth clenched tighter and tighter. What the hell have I become? You're still trying to extort money from me. Do you know how to care for the wounded? Or even respect the elderly? What the hell? The most uncomfortable part for Fury has come. He is now penniless and has nothing to offer. But the other person has already said this, and I have no choice but to spend a lot of money even if it means just to save my life. After careful consideration, Fury whispered, "Fate, is this how you treat your friends?" Su-Ming nodded obediently. "Well, I'll give you a discount." Fury's mouth twitched, a fishy taste rose in his throat, and he had an urge to vomit blood. "Give me a discount, just break my bones." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and an agent outside the door seemed concerned and said, "Agent Hill, do you need any help?" Hill's body trembled, and he dealt with it casually. But she and Fury both understood that if they delayed any further, things would likely develop in an uncontrollable direction. It might even lead to an all-out fight, so we must leave immediately. Fury also understood this, so he stopped talking. "Well, after I figure out what's going on inside SHIELD, you can ask for money or anything else." This is what Su-Ming wanted to hear. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Director Fury, I won't go deep into your heart." At the same time, a portal leading to the base opened behind the curtain. "Welcome both of you to my base." Agent Hill looked at the portal that was slowly opening in the distance. The special effects that looked like those in a sci-fi movie stimulated her nerves. No wonder Fury said that he would be safe once his fate came. Why would one need to go to such great lengths to get a car and design an escape route? It's done in one step, right? Bang, bang. At this moment, there was a sound of knocking on the door. The agent outside the door finally confirmed the abnormality and planned to break through by force. It can be seen that there are almost no agents outside who are truly loyal to SHIELD. Seeing that the portal was almost open, Agent Hill wanted to push Fury's bed, but found that he couldn't move it no matter how hard he pushed. Limited strength is one thing, but the worst thing is that the railing under the bed was handcuffed tightly at some point. Page 172. Can barely move. It can be seen that there are also careful players among the enemies. Agent Hill was sweating with anxiety. Su-Ming looked at Hill's sweaty face and smiled slightly, then raised his hand to activate magnetic control. "Let's go." Click. The handcuffs that fixed the bed were suddenly broken by an invisible force, and then Nick Fury's bed floated 2 inches in the air and passed through the hanging ring portal with a whoosh. Agent Hill was dragged into the air by the hospital bed without any preparation, and then floated into Su-Ming's base. After completing these, Su Ming flashed back home. Dang dang. At this time, Hydra agents broke open the door and found broken handcuffs on the ground. Nick Fury and Agent Hill, who were supposed to be here, had already disappeared. Senseless. Damn it. Report immediately. At this moment, they didn't notice that the portal behind the curtain had quietly disappeared a few seconds ago. In the corridor, next to the vending machine, a charming red-haired figure turned and left with a graceful step. The USB flash drive that Rogers had originally hidden on the shelf had now disappeared from its original location. Chapter 188 Captain America Wanted. The Triskelion building stands by the water, witnessing the rise and fall of SHIELD. After Captain Steve Rogers returned to the SHIELD headquarters, he was surprised to find that his beautiful neighbor, dressed in an executive suit, had just finished a conversation with Pierce. Neighbor. As they passed each other, Steve greeted Carter in a sarcastic tone. Agent Carter couldn't help but stop and turn around, looking at the captain's back with a complicated expression. Pierce, the minister of the World Security Council, was standing at the door of the conference room, waiting for Steve's arrival. Pierce and Steve told the story of themselves and Nick Fury. Nick Fury ignored Pierce's orders and changed the action plan on his own initiative. As a result, Pierce's daughter was successfully rescued as a hostage. For this, Pierce was grateful and said he never regretted promoting Nick Fury. Anyone who hears this will give Pierce a thumbs up and praise his loyalty and righteousness. He is indeed Nick Fury's good friend, but in fact, from here on he started laying mines for the captain. The introduction of his old relationship with Fury was fake, but the implicit emphasis on the fact that Nick Fury had a problem of disobeying orders since his early years was real. When the pleasantries were over, Pierce asked the question everyone wanted to know. Captain, why did Fury go to your house that day? Steve could only tell the truth. I do not know. He always remembered what Nick told him before he fell into a coma, not to trust anyone. So neither Agent Romanoff nor Minister Pierce told anyone about the USB flash drive. I just know that this matter is not simple, and I need to find an opportunity to investigate it thoroughly. Did you know that it was monitored? Pierce appears concerned but continues to incite Steve to target Nick Fury. Yeah, Nick told me. The captain did not hide anything about this matter and told the truth. But Pierce's answer made him feel that this big man seemed to be guiding him, pointing to Fury. Did you know that was all arranged by Nick? In response, Captain Steve looked at Pierce for a long time without saying anything. Seeing that the groundwork was almost complete, Pierce played a video for Steve. The leader of the robbers who hijacked the entire ship and wanted to challenge him in a duel was caught at some point. The image shows him being interrogated. He honestly confessed that it was Nick Fury who ordered him to kidnap the hostages, and Nick Fury was the traitor of SHIELD. This video filled Steve with doubts. Nick Fury is the director of SHIELD, but why was he charged with betrayal after someone died? Adhering to his usual sincere style, Steve directly asked the doubts in his heart. You said he hired gangsters to take hostages. Why? Pierce also found it difficult to answer this question. Why? To make him take the blame, of course. His hands have stretched too far. Nick Fury should understand that knowing too much will shorten his life. Perhaps this hijacking was a cover for obtaining and selling classified intelligence, or perhaps they themselves broke down the deal and Nick lost his life. Pierce made up all sorts of negative stories about Nick. After all, the person was already dead, so whatever I said was the truth. He became more and more excited as he talked. He also attributed his death to his own fault and tried to clear himself of all charges. Little did he know that Nick was ambushed as soon as he came out of his office. It seemed too coincidental, but Steve said that if you really understand Nick Fury, you will know that this is impossible. Obviously, the lies Pierce wove did not succeed in influencing Captain America, even though Nick is both Pierce's friend and his benefactor. Finally, as Steve was about to leave, Pierce said something very meaningful. Someone has murdered my friend, and I will get to the bottom of this. Anyone who stands in my way will regret it, no matter who it is. The tone of the words seemed to be a warning, as well as a declaration of something, but Steve didn't understand. This was a sign that the superior was going to turn against him. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. However, when the captain stepped into the elevator, the special forces led by Crossbones followed closely behind and soon filled the elevator. Steve saw the crowded team members and their hands tightly gripping their weapons. At this moment he realized that he might have to go through a battle. Before we do anything, does anyone want to get out? Wow, Steve is so tough and strong that he can challenge an entire elevator of Special Forces soldiers alone. This sentence also successfully aroused the pride of the Special Forces members, and they started working without saying a word. The elevator suddenly fell into chaos. Captain America transformed into the elevator god of war. After a hard fight, he managed to withstand the high-voltage electric baton and defeated all his opponents. In the SHIELD monitoring command room, Sitwell announced on the radio that Steve was also a traitor and the elevator was currently on the 25th floor. Request support. Soon, the elevator opened and the door was filled with armed soldiers. Captain America reacted extremely quickly, his shield cut the elevator rope, and the elevator fell rapidly. When the elevator stopped, he looked down at the height, raised his shield and rushed out the window. The shield absorbed most of the impact of the free fall, and Steve landed safely and rode his big Harley to escape from SHIELD. Now SHIELD has obviously identified Steve as a traitor and even sent combat aircraft to hunt him down. Steve braked suddenly, used inertia to fly above the plane, swung his shield to destroy the engine, and then flipped to the ground gracefully. The out-of-control plane crashed on the spot. Now that Fury is dead, Captain America has become a wanted criminal. The World Security Council asks Pierce to immediately restart Project Insight, which leaves Captain America extremely confused. He was eager to find out what secrets were hidden in the USB flash drive left by Fury. When he sneaked back to the hospital, he found that the USB flash drive he had hidden was gone, and Natasha's face was reflected on the glass of the vending machine. Fortunately, the person who took the USB drive was not an outsider. In order to avoid being discovered by SHIELD, Captain America and Black Widow came to the digital mall and relied on Black Widow's top hacking skills. The two successfully deciphered the information on the USB drive before the pursuers found it. There was only a simple map with a mysterious address marked on it. This address is not unfamiliar to Captain America. This was the training ground where he was a recruit during World War II. Revisiting the old place reminded Captain America of memories that had been buried for decades. However, the connection between this place and the secrets left by Fury remains a mystery. Just when the two were confused, they found a building. After entering, I found that it was the first office of SHIELD in its early days. The badge on the wall has a sense of age and is marked with the National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. It is a special force designed to deal with various strange events. From the photos hanging on the wall, we can see that the people who founded her were actually Captain America's lover Carter, the military training instructor, and Iron Man's father. Later, inside the office, they discovered a secret elevator leading to the basement. The room is filled with computer equipment from the last century. When they inserted Fury's USB drive into the device, Dr. Zola's face appeared in the computer image. It turned out that after the Allied victory in World War II, the US military absorbed a large number of German scientific researchers through the Paperclip project. Among them is the clever Dr. Zora. He quickly gained a foothold in SHIELD and uploaded his consciousness into this computer. After hearing his story, Steve and Natasha realized that SHIELD had already been infiltrated by a large number of Hydra members. SHIELD has long become a puppet of Hydra, but it's obviously too late to understand it now. Zora has already sent out the locations of the two. Steve questioned Zora, "What's on the USB drive?" Dr. Zora's carrier computer had started to malfunction due to Steve's punch, and a staccato voice rang out. Insight, planning, requires insight. Page 173. So I wrote an algorithm. What kind of algorithm? What is it used for? Natasha was very interested in this topic and seemed to be close to the truth. Little did they know, a missile had already landed above their heads. Chapter 189. The director is crazy. Your question is very fascinating. Unfortunately, there is no need for me to tell the answer to two dying people. In the retro computer, Dr. Zora's strange voice was intermittent, revealing a hint of gloating. At the same time, the defense mechanism is activated. The security door began to close slowly. Steve quickly threw out his shield, trying to block the door, but he was a step too late. The shield sent out a burst of sparks, which were then bounced back by the closed door. Then the roar of the missile piercing through the ceiling exploded in the ears of the two men. The moment before the explosion, Steve instinctively pushed Natasha into the deep sewer ditch, and she survived thanks to the protection of the shield. After the explosion, the entire building was completely destroyed. Steve crawled out of the rubble in a mess, covered in dust. Black Widow does not have Captain America's super soldier physique and fell into a coma in the explosion. Shaking his dizzy head, Steve wondered what the algorithm Dr. Zora mentioned was. When did math problems become weapons? It sounds pretty impressive. Forget it, if you can't figure it out, just don't think about it. After picking up the unconscious Natasha, Steve chose to take shelter temporarily at the home of his friend Sam Wilson, the Falcon, whom he met during his morning jog. In the simple and comfortable silver-gray space, upholstered pure leather sofas are scattered on the carpet, and the induction coffee table has been repaired. There are a few cans of Coke on it. Agent Hill observed the surrounding scene curiously. Nick Fury stared at the lunchbox cuckoo in front of him, looking like a starving ghost. Sometimes the injured part would be pulled, causing him to grimace in pain. After the pain subsided, he would continue to eat with his head down. "Hey, Chief Fury, are you so hungry?" Su Ming, who had just returned from outside, brought 2 cups of coffee and placed them in front of Agent Hill and Nick Fury. A few minutes ago, Fury went to Pierce's office early in the morning, was intercepted and escaped, was shot at night, died after failed rescue efforts, and was finally resurrected. A whole day has passed by now. Finally returning to Su Ming's territory, Nick Fury finally felt relieved. Even with professional treatment, the injuries that nearly cost him his life were still very serious. Agent Hill couldn't wait to contact a reliable medical team to continue treating old Fury, but he didn't know the exact location of the place. He looked at Su Ming with a calm expression and hesitated to speak. This is Su Ming's home and also his base. Looking at the facilities, you can tell that this must be an extremely secret place. Will fate reveal the location easily? Just when Hill was worried that Fury would not receive follow-up treatment, Su Ming seemed to understand her thoughts. "Sorry, both of you. I don't really have any decent medical facilities here, let alone doctors. Actually, there is no need for that. At this moment, for Fury, the old, weak, sick, disabled, and pregnant are all he needs." Su Ming's words left Agent Hill and the weak Fury a little confused. A question popped up in both of their minds at the same time. Do you still want to save people? If we don't find a way to treat Fury quickly, he won't be able to hold on. Agent Hill felt that Su Ming had not finished speaking, so he suppressed his curiosity and waited for what would happen next. Su Ming didn't want to have such a seriously injured person lying in his home all the time. It looked too pitiful, so he planned to intervene. Just think of it as a discount for regular customers. At the same time, he had already thought of the reward this time, the Sky Carrier in the Insight project. When S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Sky Carrier first appeared, Su Ming coveted it, but unfortunately he couldn't exchange it. But, the situation is different. The current shield is no longer the place where protagonists gather. Even though the Sky Carrier and the Insight project gathered cutting-edge technology and even integrated Chidori technology, it still could not escape the fate of explosion in the end. What a waste. You know, there are 3 ships. The original helicarrier was worth 200 billion, and this time the helicarrier is more advanced and more high-end. The price can only go higher. Thinking of this, Su Ming suddenly realized, why can't I just go over and exchange those 3 helicarriers now? Just do it, Su Ming said casually. You two must be hungry. I'll get you something to eat. When Fury heard Su Ming's words, he almost died on the spot, his temples throbbing with anger. You should take care of me. Oh my god. Hey, Fate, my stomach is about to be beaten to pieces. The topic we should talk about now is not food. I think I can still be saved. Ahem. The violent coughing pulled the wound, and blood immediately flowed from the corner of his mouth. A miserable bunch. The look he gave Su Ming was filled with resentment. Agent Hill couldn't believe his ears. Why did the topic suddenly jump to eating? Although I was indeed a little hungry, why was Fury still lying there? He looked like he was about to die, didn't you see? Mr. Fate, I also think now is not the time to discuss this. Director Fury is seriously injured and needs medical treatment. Looking at the two people's nervous expressions, Su Ming laughed. Oh, really? From what I can see, Nick Fury's injuries aren't serious at all. The power of the law quickly enveloped Nick Fury, who was lying on the hospital bed. The bloody bullet holes on the chest tightly wrapped in gauze slowly healed. The tissues in the body damaged by the bullets are also rapidly returning to normal. Hill felt that Su Ming's speech had gone off track since just now. Now it seemed that it could be described as absurd. As Fury said, he was almost beaten to a pulp, and it was a miracle that he didn't die. Why did Fate say that Fury's injury was not serious? If an injury like this isn't considered serious, then what kind of injury would be considered serious? Fury's mouth was full of the taste of blood, which was not a pleasant feeling. Su Ming seemed to have told a joke that couldn't be any more ridiculous. No one knew his situation better than him, and he flew into a rage. Nick Fury jumped up from the hospital bed and yelled at Su Ming, pointing at his nose. The sound suddenly stopped. Under Agent Hill's incredulous gaze, Nick Fury suddenly realized how he sat up. Wasn't I shot 3 times in the chest? How come the severe pain and weakness disappeared in an instant? Thinking of this, Fury looked down at the gauze on his chest blankly. The part that was originally soaked with blood now turned pure white. Oh, Mega. Su Ming, you, hiss. Nick Fury realized that his body seemed to have fully recovered, but the pain that came immediately made him gasp again. It felt like going from a critically injured state to just a broken bone in an instant. Both hurt, but it's a completely different concept. Agent Hill couldn't believe his eyes as he watched Fury suddenly jump up from the hospital bed as if he had just faked his death. "Oh my God, Chief Fury, you? Is he getting better, or am I going to die?" Hill didn't dare to say the following words. Fury's condition at this moment was particularly like a last gasp of life. I could only stare blankly and pray silently in my heart. Fury realized that his body, which was like a candle in the wind, was restored in an instant. It must be fate that used its incredible power. His lips trembled and he couldn't speak for a long time. He swallowed back the curse that was about to come out of his mouth. Fate had saved his life, so it would be rude for him to curse again. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his dark face. Dash. Suddenly, a strong feeling of hunger made him panic. He had to admit that what Su Ming had said that had driven him crazy just now did seem to make some sense. With a sigh, Fury smiled bitterly and said, "Fate, you're right, I'm hungry." Agent Hill saw this and Caroline's eyes widened. "It's over, the director has gone crazy." Chapter 190 Fragrant Coffee, page 174. "Wait a moment, I'll get you something to eat." Su Ming acted like a hospitable host. After saying a few words, he opened the portal and disappeared in an instant. Nick Fury was still a little dazed and touched his body everywhere, as if to confirm that he was really healthy again, until I felt a rib hiss. A sharp pain brought him back to consciousness. Through tactile feedback, he judged that there were at least 3 ribs with varying degrees of fractures and dislocations. It seems that even someone as powerful as fate cannot fully restore me. On second thought, Fury felt very fortunate. I've saved half my life, so what are a few ribs? At the same time, I deeply realized the value of Su Ming's words, "It's not necessary." Of course, with such magical powers, you still need a crappy doctor. Medical facilities are redundant. Thinking back on his ridiculous reaction just now, Nick Fury felt that even though he had been the director of SHIELD for many years, there were still too many wonders that he had not experienced or seen. I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Agent Hill saw Nick Fury sitting on the hospital bed with his upper body naked. He looked thoughtful, worried that he might pass away at any time. He tried to find out, "Director Fury?" Seeing that Director Fury had not responded to him for a long time, Agent Hill was worried about his condition and hurried forward to touch his dark forehead. He did not have a fever. It didn't get cold either. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fury was awakened by Hill's actions, and came to his senses, looking at the assistant's worried eyes. Having just experienced betrayal, he felt very relieved. Since there are such excellent agents willing to follow me, I will lead them to fight the enemy to the end. Thinking of this, fighting spirit rekindled in Fury's eyes. Turning to look at Hill, "Agent Hill, what would you like to eat?" "What?" Su Ming walked out of the teleportation array and looked at the building in front of him, the Trident building. Suddenly, I felt a noise in my head. "Long live Hydra. Long live Capital. Remove all obstacles. Power, I want power. Use, then kill. After I build this mothership, I will be the greatest designer in the world." Various desires intertwined with each other, playing a wild death heavy metal song in the fateful mind. Su Ming frowned slightly. He was not unfamiliar with this feeling. When he first exchanged for the first Oracle Prophet, something similar appeared in his mind. It is like a monologue of human nature and also like a declaration of desire. Su Ming, who had experience in dealing with them, was not too annoyed this time, even though they were indeed very noisy. Just said lightly, "Shut up." In an instant, all the discordant voices quietly faded away from his mind. Returning to peace and quiet, Su Ming nodded with satisfaction and dived in the direction of the designer in his mind. Soon, he arrived at the underground production workshop of the Insight project. Strangely, the staff inside were leaving in an orderly manner. He muttered as he walked, "I don't want to create something that can only bring harm." In a blink of an eye, the workshop that originally had thousands of people busy was reduced to only 200 or 300 people. These people are also scientific fanatics who are simply trying to realize scientific research projects and research. They have no other ambitions except to do research. The production of the 3 helicarriers came to a halt due to a large-scale strike by workers. It seriously affected the progress of the Insight project. Later, Hydra urgently dispatched elites from various countries to fill in the gaps and finally filled this mysterious big hole. This collective strike is tantamount to defection for Hydra. Later, they carried out a bloody purge within the organization. All members who found their conscience were eliminated, causing serious damage to the vitality. This also became the largest purge in the history of Hydra. The members who were fortunate enough to survive the purge later talked about this action with deep confusion in their eyes. They called the cause of this incident, "Whisper of God." No one knows exactly why so many people changed their minds at the same time. Unless a god whispers in their ears, The most amazing thing is that the engineer who originally tried to reach the top of the designer world by developing the Sky Carrier now has a hint of determination in his eyes and shouts that he intends to activate the self-destruct switches of the 3 Sky Carriers. I would rather not have the greatness that comes at the cost of countless people's blood. If the construction machinery had not stagnated, the environment would no longer be complicated. If most of the staff had not left, the workshop would have become quiet. If it weren't for the designer's roaring voice mixed with strong emotions. If Su-Ming hadn't had exceptional hearing and spotted the designer in time. I'm afraid that the Insight project is facing bankruptcy just because of Su-Ming's arrival. Because Su-Ming inadvertently purified the minds of the people around him, including many Hydra agents. Su-Ming knew nothing about this and was glad that he came at the right time. It just so happened that so many people were on strike, which created an opportunity for me to take advantage of. He flashed to the bottom of a huge Sky Carrier and said softly, "Valuation. SHIELD. B-type helicarrier, not yet completed, valuation, $2,300 billion, non-convertible." What the hell? Su-Ming looked at the "not redeemable" in the system prompt, and 1,000 alpaca horses galloped through his mind. Why can't I redeem it? If I remember correctly, these 3 giant ships were finally activated and then the control was changed at the critical moment. Destroyed by mutual harm. Is it because the work has not been completed? It shouldn't be like this. Even if it is not completed, its price has surpassed that of the first generation of helicarrier due to its current size and technology. What happened? Unwilling to give up, Su-Ming glanced at the 3 motherships and evaluated them, but the result remained unchanged. There is a slight price difference, but it is still not exchangeable. Although Su-Ming was a little puzzled, he was not worried. He knew that these 3 giant ships could definitely be exchanged before the final explosion. If they can be blown up, it means they are useless to the world. If they can no longer be exchanged, it means they are playing rogue. Su-Ming, who had made a wasted trip, opened the portal and came to the food street, bought some boxed lunches and fast food, and returned to the base. Agent Hill ate a burger and stopped, while Nick Fury seemed to have taken a liking to the boxed lunch. I was so engrossed in the food that I forgot everything. Looking at Nick Fury, who was fighting against Heffen, Su-Ming thought of a possibility. Project Insight mainly appears in Captain America 2. Does it mean that the destined child of this drama, Steve Rogers, has to reach a certain state to unlock the mothership? The more I think about it, the more possible it becomes. Where is the captain? I don't know yet, but it doesn't matter. Nick Fury is here and Captain America will be here soon. Thinking of this, Su-Ming was no longer anxious. He made 2 cups of coffee and placed them in front of them. Nick Fury finally stopped after finishing his 3rd lunch box. It's not because I'm full or don't want to eat anymore, but because as my stomach gets stretched, the pain in my ribs becomes more and more obvious. It has now seriously affected his mood for enjoying the meal. I put down my chopsticks reluctantly and secretly memorized the sign of this restaurant. Fury plans to get a membership at his house. After taking a sip of the coffee made by Su-Ming, Fury's face changed and he almost spit it out. Why does it smell like tea, and so sweet? Accustomed to drinking American coffee brewed by Agent Hill, Nick Fury can no longer stand the sweetness of this coffee that is more suitable for young people's appetite. But it was fate that forced me to hold back and not vomit. Agent Hill, on the other hand, is completely different. She loved the taste since her first bite. The aroma is rich, sweet, and has the flavor of tea, and it is definitely not because Su-Ming mixed it himself. With 2 eyes shining brightly, he asked, "Mr. Fate, what kind of coffee is this? Why is it so unique?" Seeing that Sierra seemed to like it very much, Su-Ming said happily, "This is the coffee I made using my own secret recipe, it's fragrant." Chapter 191. I'll go too. At this time, Alyssa, who had slept all day, walked into the living room wearing a vest and hot pants. Her 2 long white legs were shaking, making Nick Fury's eyes widen. Page 175. His messy hair showed that he had just gotten out of bed. "My steps are weak, I don't know if it's because I'm hungry or tired." She was obviously very hungry. Although she vaguely saw the 2 people sitting on the sofa out of the corner of her eyes were immediately fixed on the food on the table. "Wow, it smells so good." His originally confused eyes lit up instantly, and he rushed to the table like a hungry tiger, opened his hands, picked up the chicken legs and hamburgers and stuffed them into his mouth. Fury was still in shock at the sight of the big white legs. Agent Hill saw this and looked at Su-Ming with a sly look in his eyes. "Stay." Just as he was about to speak, Nick Fury raised his hand to stop him, took out his phone and operated it, showing it to everyone. "It says, there are bugs everywhere." Alyssa glanced at Fury's phone and snorted disdainfully. "I know, there are 39 of them in total. I cleared them out long ago, there's no need to be suspicious." After saying this, he glanced at Su-Ming as if to take credit. Only then did Suming realize that the hidden dangers in his home had long been eliminated. He nodded and responded with a satisfied smile. Good job, Alyssa. Do you know who installed these bugs? You really think highly of me. 39 of them, humph. Suming looked at Fury, and there was a hint of coldness in his words. Nick Fury's expression froze and he looked a little embarrassed. He rolled his one eye and said bitterly, "It must be the work of those traitors. They didn't even spare me." What he said made a lot of sense, so Suming took it as the truth and didn't take it to heart. Seeing that Suming didn't hold on to him, Fury secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After learning that this place was completely safe, Agent Hill couldn't help but look at Alyssa with new eyes and said to Suming with a smile, "Mr. Fate, it seems being your assistant isn't an easy job." This sentence caught Alyssa's attention. With her mouth full of food, she nodded and said, "Yes, they are all temporary tasks, regardless of day or night. But there are gifts after the task is completed. Even though receiving this gift always makes me feel helpless." Having said that, Alyssa rubbed her sore arm and looked at Suming with lingering fear, who looked very proud. Suddenly, he noticed that Agent Hill looked at Suming with a slightly different look in his eyes, and jokingly said, "By the way, Agent Hill, if you have the chance, I suggest you try it too. Although it's hard, you will definitely love the feeling." Agent Hill immediately understood what Alyssa meant, and her face flushed slightly. Alyssa's words opened a new door for Agent Hill. Ever since she was rescued by Suming, she has regarded Suming as a strong and reliable teammate, always treated with awe. Now, from a woman's perspective, things seemed to become more interesting. His eyes glanced up and down at Suming inconspicuously, silently looking forward to. Although she has an oriental face, her temperament and figure are impeccable. If we could have a chance to spar with each other, that would be great. Thinking of this, Agent Hill looked at Suming with less awe and more aggression, as if to say, "Is it really as powerful as she says? I don't believe it." Seeing this, Suming's smile grew even wider, because he instantly caught a hint of desire emanating from Agent Hill. Light and full of charm, Agent Hill usually works as Fury's assistant and can easily command most of SHIELD. The agents around her all thought she was a workaholic and a tomboy, but in terms of figure, temperament and appearance, Agent Hill is not inferior to Natasha at all, and Black Widow is the kind of person who has no bottom line in order to complete the mission, so there must be no experience. Even though she has a hot body and good looks, it doesn't arouse Suming's interest at all. Although spinning bikes can be used in emergencies, they have no collection value. If it were the abstinent Agent Hill, Suming said, "Just come." Then, he looked at Hill proudly and replied, "If you don't want to die, just give it a try." After saying that, Alyssa concentrated on eating and didn't notice the meaning in the two people's eyes, but Nick Fury couldn't sit still. "Just kidding, everyone in the world knows that Agent Hill is my assistant. As the assistant of destiny, Alyssa, you want to steal my girl with just a few words? I don't think about it." Although he had never given Hill any extra gifts, the treatment from SHIELD was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Besides, Agent Hill is second only to one person in SHIELD and has great authority. Are these what your destiny can give her? You think you can steal my people so easily? You are still too naive, huh? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Agent Hill, whose eyes were locked with fate. Secret passage is not good. Why does Hill look so interested? Absolutely not, we have to do something. So he cleared his throat and changed the subject. By the way, where is Captain Rogers? Before he was seriously injured and fell into a coma, he handed the USB drive containing important clues to Rogers. He knew that even if the whole world betrayed SHIELD, Captain America would not, because he was never truly loyal to SHIELD. He always adheres to his inner justice and beliefs. No one present was an outsider. Nick Fury asked this question not only to change the subject, but he really wanted to know where Captain Rogers was. Is that USB drive still safe? Has S.H.I.E.L.D. started targeting Rogers now? Or, he was more worried that S.H.I.E.L.D. would use dirty tricks to deceive Captain America, causing him to become an enemy due to cognitive bias. Added, "I gave him the clue, the only clue." Agent Hill's face changed when he heard this. Given Captain America's silly character, he might really be fooled. The premise is that the enemy's methods must be more sophisticated. I was a little worried for a while. Suming was not surprised to hear this. Even though he didn't remember the details clearly, he knew that the key props at this stage must be on Captain America. But since Big Brother has mentioned it, we have to give him face. Immediately arrange for Alyssa to investigate Captain America's movements. Alyssa looked at Suming pitifully after hearing this. "Boss, I'm not full yet." The greasy little mouth reminded Suming of many beautiful scenery. No urging. His eyes signaled Alyssa to eat slowly and not to rush. "Just kidding, this is my man. My person is not full yet. Even if there is something big to deal with, I have to wait until she is full and willing to move. just wait for me. Alyssa instantly realized that Su Ming was clearly favoring her in front of the director and assistant director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Didn't you see that Nick Fury and Hill were waiting for you? But with so many people watching, the chicken drumstick in my hand no longer smells good. How should she eat? Besides, since the boss has given her so much face, she cannot lose face. After rubbing her greasy little hands on her vest, Alyssa came to the computer while chewing something delicious and started operating it. Fingers flew, keyboards clattered, and display pages switched frantically. Not long after, Alyssa swallowed the food in her mouth and quickly took out a can of drink and drank it. Not only did she find Captain America, she also learned that he had been captured. She was surprised that the famous Captain America had become a prisoner, so she choked. Also arrested was Natasha Romanoff. Everyone looked at Alyssa's performance and knew that something might have happened. But Su Ming just stood there. Fury didn't dare to rush her. He could only wait for this sexy beauty with a cool outfit to catch her breath. Boss, Director Fury, Captain and Romanoff have been arrested. What? Upon hearing this, Fury suddenly jumped up, ignoring the severe pain in his ribs, his eyes filled with shock. Captain America was captured? Then Alyssa used network technology to retrieve the entire process of the Captain and Natasha being captured. Only then did Fury realize that what Alyssa said was true. After a brief thought, Fury looked at Hill. I'm sorry to trouble you. Hill took the order and subconsciously looked at Su Ming. Su Ming seemed to understand her meaning and smiled slightly. I'll go too. Chapter 192 Hill's Stubbornness. Considering that Fury should stay in the dark, Alyssa provides remote technical support. The mission of rescuing Captain America and Natasha can only be accomplished by Agent Hill. Fury knew it was a difficult task, one that would require Agent Hill's ingenuity and imagination to accomplish. Page 176. If Destiny could also participate, it would definitely greatly reduce the pressure on Agent Hill. But he owes more and more to fate, and he still hasn't given a clear price. Nick Fury was unsure. He didn't dare to speak, fearing that Su Ming would make some excessive demands, and his dignity as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. would no longer exist. Unexpectedly, Su Ming actually offered to go together. This surprised Fury immensely. It's safe to go with your fate. Fury wanted to rescue Captain Rogers and Natasha in a hurry, not only for the USB drive, but also for another reason. He is now a dead man and can only use the most elite forces to see through the enemy's conspiracy. Captain America and Romanoff are both members of the Avengers team. They are extremely capable and can defeat thousands of enemies alone. With them and fate, my plan can be implemented perfectly. Thinking of this, Fury looked at Su Ming with emotion. It's up to you. Please protect Agent Hill. Upon hearing this, Su Ming looked at Hill, who was looking expectant. Why hadn't he noticed that she had such a good figure before? A certain power that had not been fully exerted in Alyssa was ready to move. Don't worry, I will take good care of her. Alyssa looked at the two people who were about to go on the expedition. No matter how she looked at them, they looked like a young couple who were about to enter the bridal chamber. A trace of melancholy passed through my heart, but it was quickly replaced by the joy of having the pressure shared. Finally, I won't have to bear it all alone anymore. There was a hint of cunning in his eyes as he looked at Agent Hill, and he was very much looking forward to Hill's performance. Agent Hill keenly caught the other meaning in Su Ming's words and felt a little weak in the knees. Seeing Alyssa's teasing look again, he turned around and said competently, "Let's go, we need to get ready." The roots of her ears have already turned red. Su Ming felt the desire emanating from Hill, becoming even stronger. Like a bottle of fine brandy with the cork just popped. Exudes an alluring aroma. He licked his lips, asked Agent Hill where the equipment was stored, concentrated and sensed it, then waved his hand to open the portal. While waiting for the portal to open, Agent Hill kept his back to the others. She could clearly feel the three gazes from behind her, each containing a blessing, a teasing, and amusement. My ears are getting hotter. We have to hurry up, let's go. Without waiting for the portal to open to the appropriate size, he slipped through it as if escaping. Boss, come on. Alyssa looked at Su Ming's departing figure, clenched her fist and made a gesture. There was a hint of complexity in his eyes. She had long known that a man as outstanding as her boss could not be alone. When this day finally comes, I still feel a little disappointed. Su Ming's gentle look in response made her feel better. On second thought, after going through so many things, I am the only one who can stand beside the boss with dignity. Isn't this a kind of superiority? As for their relationship, what else could it be between a boss and a secretary? If you don't understand, ask Tony Stark. In short, it's not that complicated. Just be happy. Alyssa's thoughts quickly became clear, and when she looked at Hill's slightly stiff back, she chuckled. Nick Fury saw that Alyssa didn't seem to be worried about her boss at all and was smiling like a fool. He was a little confused. What are you laughing at? I thought of something funny. Fury thought about it and it made sense. There is really nothing to worry about fate. Watching the slowly closing portal, I couldn't help but think of the USB drive and Captain America. Romanoff didn't know what happened either. My thoughts gradually drift away. The scene changes. A safe house somewhere. The space here is not big, it is an absolutely secret place that belongs to Agent Hill alone. 3 of the 4 walls are covered with various weapons and equipment. On the other wall is a huge double bed, right next to the bathroom. The bed was a little messy, and some underwear that had not been put away could be vaguely seen, which showed that Hill had been living here recently. The room smelled of gun oil mixed with a woman's perfume. It was a bit weird, but it instantly stimulated Su Ming's nerves. I've come up with a plan. I'll disguise myself as a Special Forces member escorting Captain Rogers and find an opportunity to rescue him. But the problem is, how can I be sure? Hill suppressed the desire that was constantly churning in his body and tried his best to divert his attention with tasks. Even though her feet were as weak as if she were stepping on cotton, her whole body was soft and ready to attack. Sometimes it's like this, once a thought awakens, it is difficult to control like wildfire. At this time, rationality can only give some irrelevant suggestions. If an opportunity happens to arise, the rational answer is often, never mind, we'll talk about it later. Su Ming looked at Hill's enchanting back under the tight combat suit. His initial prophetic talent enabled him to clearly sense how eager and expectant Agent Hill was for what might happen next. Just like a ripe peach, fresh and juicy, waiting for those who appreciate her to come and enjoy it. Boom. Su Ming was unceremonious and pushed Hill into a corner. The weapons hanging on the wall shook and several of them fell off. Hill, there's something wrong with your plan. We need to rediscuss it. It was the first time for workaholic Hill to experience the feeling of being pressed against the wall. You know what, it's quite exciting. People are like this, always having all kinds of perfect fantasies in their minds about things that haven't happened, like a secret crush. And when this fantasy is close to being realized, it will make you feel nothing more. Agent Hill felt this way at the moment. When Su Ming really broke through her defensive distance, the calmness that allowed her to command millions of people returned to her. Sierra straightened his still full chest and looked directly into Su Ming's eyes, as if eager to try what was to come. He said unyieldingly, "Oh, why don't I know what the problem is?" With a faint smile on her lips and watery eyes, she was ready. Su Ming was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Hill, who was extremely nervous just now, suddenly changed. He actually saw a hint of fighting spirit in her eyes? Frog fun. Is this the feeling of turning on the hidden mode like a swollen wooden temple? Something? With a wicked smile, Su Ming was no longer polite. He picked up Agent Hill and threw him onto the bed. What? With a slightly excited exclamation, Agent Hill kicked his rationality to the sky. Not long after, I flew into the sky. Half a day later, the convoy carrying Captain Rogers, Romanoff, and Sam Wilson is on its way to headquarters. Rogers has not yet recovered from the shock that the extremely powerful warrior turned out to be his good friend, Bucky. Just as his mind flashed back to the scene of fighting with Buggy, he was wondering why his good brother didn't remember him. The fully armed Special Forces soldier in front of him suddenly jumped up and swung his electric baton at his companions. Captain America, the other 2 prisoners, and the Special Forces soldier who was hit were all stunned. It's not just a matter of stance. What's even stranger is that these few soft strokes. Are you kidding me? The momentum is extraordinary, but the strength is far lacking. None of them can break the defense. The team member who was hit felt the vibration from the armor. Don't tell me, it's quite comfortable. I didn't even think about fighting back. It's just a little embarrassing. So many prisoners are still here, especially the famous Captain America and Black Widow. Stop it. It wasn't until the high-voltage pulse electric baton hit his neck, causing him to convulse and fall to the ground, that everyone suddenly realized that this guy was serious. He took off his helmet with great effort, his face still flushed and his eyes watery. It was Agent Hill. "Don't panic, it's me." His voice was filled with fatigue, as if he had just experienced a storm. Agent Natasha was very experienced and guessed what Hill had done at a glance. She blurted out, "God, Hill, you're already like this and you're still coming? If it were me, I would have to get enough sleep first." Hill raised his hand to tidy up his messy hair and said proudly, "Page 177. That's nothing, I can do this all day." After saying that, his legs softened and he slammed down. Kneel down. Chapter 193 Rescue. Captain America never imagined that the cold-blooded killer who shot Fury was actually his best brother Bucky Barnes. "Steve, don't do anything stupid." The voice of memory was so clear, with the unique intonation of Brooklyn accent, it penetrated the dust of 70 years and hit Captain America's eardrum hard. It was he who reached out to me on the train in the Alps. It was him, smiling and handing me half a chocolate bar by the Howling Commandos campfire. It was the scream that tore through the air as he fell off the cliff, but now, those eyes that belonged to the Winter Soldier, cold, unfamiliar. There was nothing inside, just a dead, silent ash, not a trace of Bucky, not even a hint of humanity. He also killed Fury. If Steve plays normally, the Winter Soldier will not be his opponent at all. But once that familiar face appeared, it brought back a flood of memories. Mr. Captain could no longer continue to regard him as an enemy, even though he seemed to have forgotten him. In an instant, I no longer had the will to fight. Captain America, the fighting force, lost his will to fight, and the temporary team was instantly defeated. They were surrounded by the SHIELD Special Forces and became prisoners. After Natasha woke up from the Falcon's house, the few of them had a brief discussion and agreed that they should first find a tongue and ask them what they were planning. But the two have become wanted criminals, and if they show up rashly, they will get into endless trouble. Falcon stepped forward and offered to help. The noble qualities of Captain America are what he has always pursued. In this way, several people kidnapped Sivert and took him to play a game called jumping off a building, without tying a rope. Sivert was sure that Steve would not torture someone into confessing something, given his character. But unexpectedly, after experiencing so many intrigues, Captain America was no longer so rigid and handed this difficult task to Natasha. Black Widow had long been annoyed with this bald man who usually carried 5 spears and 5 horses. With one kick, Sitwell immediately experienced what it was like to free fall. The screams like slaughtering pigs echoed between the buildings. During this time, Captain America and Natasha even discussed the girls from SHIELD. The main character does not treat Sitwell as a human being. Suddenly, a figure with steel wings pulled the terrified Sitwell back to the rooftop. At this moment, the bald man's eyes were full of clarity and cuteness. He revealed all the key information he knew without hesitation. It turns out that the so-called Insight Project and the Sky Battleship have been Hydra's ambitions from the beginning to the end. They attempt to use force to completely bring all of humanity under their enslavement. With the sophisticated algorithms left by Dr. Zola, Hydra can accurately predict the future movements of everyone, and then use data to analyze which people pose a threat to Hydra. Once the Sky Carrier is launched, it can instantly eliminate all potential threats. It goes without saying that superheroes like Captain America and Iron Man are definitely on the list. According to Sitwell's explanation, although an incredible large-scale strike occurred, there was less than a week left before the Sky Carrier was launched. Several people planned to rush to the SHIELD base, use Sitwell's identity to sneak into the mothership, and carry out sabotage. As a result, he was surrounded by the Winter Soldier and a group of special forces on the road. Captain America, who was originally fighting with the Winter Soldier, accidentally knocked off his mask and found that it was his best brother, Bucky Barnes. A moment of confusion led to Natasha being shot and the makeshift team being arrested. Until Hill took action, the cage was now full of our own people. Shaking off Bucky's thoughts, Steve looked at Hill, who was kneeling on the ground, with a look of surprise on his face. "Isn't this my line?" Natasha wanted to help Hill up, but the gunshot wound prevented her from moving. Seeing her exhausting herself just by being armed, she felt a bit amused. Hill obviously looked like he had just had a high, and he still risked his life to save me. How thoughtful. For this reason, I won't bother with her for always ordering me around. But who is it? It can turn our Iron Lady into such a puddle of mud. Her weak moves just now almost made Black Widow unable to hold back her breath. The assistant director, who possessed extraordinary tactical skills, actually resorted to street boxing. A strong curiosity and eagerness to try flashed across Natasha's eyes. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he asked, "I say, what's the point of you coming in?" The cage of the escort vehicle could not be opened from the inside, so even though Agent Hill acted as fiercely as a tiger, he only killed the only enemy in the cage. They are still facing a trapped situation. Upon hearing this, Agent Hill struggled to stand up straight on his limp and wobbly legs, secretly cursing someone for being like an animal. "Won't you be tired? Don't be complacent." If there were no mission to accomplish, it would be unclear who would win or lose after a few rounds. Maria Hill, never say die. Holding his waist, he deliberately ignored the slight spasm coming from somewhere, looked out the window through the narrow gap, and a smile appeared on his face. "Outside, don't worry." After saying that, his legs softened and he sat back down, rubbing his buttocks silently where no one could see. "It's swollen. Damn fate, just wait for me." 2 hours ago, Agent Hill's safe house was a mess. The traces of their fight filled the entire room, and Agent Hill also unlocked many new and unusual moves that he had never tried before. But she was always thinking about the task assigned by Fury, so when the new round was about to begin, she planned to stop the competition. However, Su Ming continued to advance triumphantly and sounded the horn of attack again, retorting the words she was about to say. In desperation, he adjusted his state and fought again. The result was that he was defeated again, crying out in pain. Su-ming knew that Hill was thinking about saving people, and her hesitation just now explained everything. Su-ming was confident that he could handle such a small matter as saving someone by himself, and he had no intention of leaving Hill even a trace of energy. But Agent Hill was very stubborn. Whether sparring or rescuing others, it is better to lose the battle than the loss of the person. Even though her physical strength was running out, she still insisted on going there in person. In this way, Su-ming had to leave the battlefield reluctantly and agreed to fight again on another day. After some adjustments, Agent Hill put on the Special Forces armed armor. I almost couldn't stand. The residual feeling hit Hill's power core like a wave. Her body was always numb and dizzy, and she had to grit her teeth to stop herself from indulging in it. After Alyssa sent the captain the escort route and the resting place along the way, Su-ming opened the portal and helped Agent Hill out of the safe house. With Su-ming's help, Agent Hill and the member who was escorting Captain America successfully switched the items. Originally, Hill and Su-ming's plan was to wait for her to kill the guards first before Su-ming took action, but Su-ming didn't care about that at all. Not long after Agent Hill sneaked into the prison van, as the convoy just crossed the bridge, Su-ming seized all the vehicles except the prison van. Under powerful control, nearly 10 vehicles full of special forces quickly took off and flew under the bridge one after another in the horrified eyes of pedestrians and passing vehicles. At the same time, a portal opened not far in front of the prison van. In a flash of light and shadow, the prison van arrived at Su-ming's underground parking lot. The engine roars and the speed is full, but the vehicle was suspended in the air for a few inches and its wheels were spinning. Under Su-ming's control, the car door opened, and the driver and guard in the cockpit were thrown back before the portal closed. Originally, Su-ming had no intention of letting Hill take action, but this assistant director had an unexpectedly strong sense of responsibility and insisted on participating in the operation personally. Seeing that she insisted, Su-ming had no choice but to let her do what she wanted and quietly took over the convoy with ease. When Hill finished inside the car, Su-ming had already completed the above actions and came to the back of the prison van while chatting and laughing with Nick Fury. The car door opened, and Steve and Black Widow couldn't believe their eyes. Nick Fury is still alive. There was still a lewd smile on his face. What the hell? Chapter 194. Can prolapse be cured? It's finally here. Agent Romanoff, Captain Rogers. Did you miss me? Nick Fury looked at the confused people in the cage and smiled. He was fascinated by the feeling of coming back to life and playing with everyone in the palm of his hand. As Steve focuses on figuring out what the hell happened to Nick Fury, Su-ming gently supported Hill and walked out, under the pretext of changing equipment. When the two passed through the portal and returned to Hill's safe house, the smell here had changed a lot compared to before. With Su-ming's help, Hill took off his heavy special warfare equipment and felt relaxed. Hill didn't stop what he was doing, and the tight combat suit was thrown into the corner in an instant. He rushed towards Su-ming. I won't let you go this time. Looking at the man in front of him with an unyielding look, Hill's mind was full of thoughts of a comeback. Page 178. Agent Hill, who has no more worries, is determined to let Su-ming see how powerful he is, even if it means exhausting himself. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Hill's revenge, from morning till night, Su-ming said. It is worthy of being a safe house. The earthquake resistance and sound insulation level are really good. Thus, the second season begins with a comeback battle where Hill's dignity is at stake. Su-ming base, living room. Spinal injury, broken sternum, shattered clavicle, liver perforation, and terrible headaches, and collapsed lungs. Now only the broken sternum remains. Everything else is fine. Natasha endured the gunshot wound on her shoulder, her face pale, and she frowned, wondering. But they opened you up and your heart stopped. Seeing that the time had finally come to reveal the truth, Nick Fury explained it to everyone and said proudly, Tetrodotoxin B, it can lower your heart rate to less than 1 minute. Invented by Banner to control stress. It didn't do much for him, but we found a new use for it. Steve felt like he had been tricked, and it felt exactly the same as the hostage rescue mission. He had felt sad for Fury, but now he felt only doubt and dissatisfaction. Why keep it a secret? Why didn't you tell us? Of course, it's to make the people who tried to assassinate the director think the assassination was successful. At this time, Alyssa slid over in her gaming chair and added, after searching around, he found no trace of Su-ming and asked, where's the boss? Natasha recalled how Su-ming had just naturally helped Hill out, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in her eyes. It turns out that it was fate that made Hill so embarrassed. No wonder. Steve didn't know Alyssa, nor did he know where she was, but Alyssa's long golden hair reminded him of Carter, and he was stunned for a moment. Who are you? Where is this? Of course Alyssa knew Captain America. She had seen him saving the crowd from the bank on the monitor during the Battle of New York. Even though he was agile, quick to react, and fought bravely, he saved many people. But compared with the boss who broke through the space gate alone, he is still far behind. So he didn't have any special respect for Steve. He glanced at him lightly and ignored the captain's question. Fury answered at the right time. "This is Mr. Silverjew's home. We are safe here." As soon as he finished speaking, a portal appeared on the side, and Su Ming, dressed in casual clothes, walked out from it, looking full of energy. "Welcome to my home, Captain, Ms. Natasha and Mr. Sam." Falcon Sam Wilson was shocked when he heard this. As a veteran, he decisively offered help out of enthusiasm, but when he first met a big shot like the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he lost his sense of presence. He didn't expect that this stranger could actually recognize him. "In addition, I heard that this is the home of the Scarlet Silver Duke. If nothing unexpected happens, this stranger should be the famous Scarlet Silver Duke." Realizing this, Sam couldn't hide his excitement and took the initiative to step forward and hold Su Ming's hand. "It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Silverjew." Seeing this, Su Ming smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Sam, welcome to my home again. By the way, I'll help you fix your aircraft, don't worry." Su Ming has a good impression of Sam. This guy does good things without asking for anything in return. He is passionate about justice and is not as sanctimonious as Steve. This was also the main reason why he was able to succeed Captain America later. It is worth mentioning that Falcon's aircraft was not developed by himself after his retirement, nor was it alien technology or purchased on the black market. It comes from the highly classified military project XO-7 Falcon that Sam Wilson participated in while serving in the United States Air Force. This equipment was a prototype developed by the military for special operations, and Sam and his partner Riley were test pilots at the time. The unexpected sacrifice of his partner Riley caused Sam to withdraw from the plan sadly, so he always considered himself a deserter. His equipment was kept privately by Sam until he decided to help Captain America fight Hydra, and then he took it out of the dusty warehouse again. Hearing that Su Ming could help him repair the aircraft, Sam was very grateful and excited to the point of being speechless. Su Ming then looked at the pale Natasha and saw the blood oozing from under her collar. He said, "Alyssa, please help Agent Romanoff to the next room. I'll take care of her later." There were quite a lot of people in the living room at this time, and Su Ming didn't want to shock the world, so he planned to cure Natasha quietly. After all, it is the first time for someone to come to your own home, and as the host, you should be more considerate. Based on the principle of giving priority to caring for the wounded, Su Ming saluted Fury and the other two and followed Natasha. In the room, Alyssa helped Natasha sit down and then left. When she passed by Su Ming, she gave him a look. "It's bigger than mine, leave with a smile." Seeing Alyssa's look, Su Ming knew that she might have misunderstood. "I don't take everyone seriously. At the same time, a question arises in my mind. Much bigger?" When Su Ming walked into the room, Natasha had already taken off her coat. The gauze on the naked shoulders was constantly stained red with blood. Natasha knew that Su Ming was going to treat her wounds, so she took off her coat. She was hesitating whether to take off her underwear as well when she heard Su Ming say, "That's all, Agent Natasha." Looking at the wound under the gauze and the exposed skin, Su Ming admitted that Alyssa was right. "It's really big." Natasha is very accustomed to this kind of gaze from men. She knows her own advantages. In front of the Black Widow, no one can resist this temptation. Her pale complexion had a sense of brokenness, which made her originally bright temperament appear a little weaker. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he looked at Su Ming with deep meaning in his eyes. "Agent Hill, are you okay?" Su Ming knew that the agent in front of him was best at observation and analysis, but so what? She's fine, she's tired and is resting. It is worth mentioning that in the second round, although Agent Hill was very aggressive and started with a sprint, he broke into pieces at the first touch. Within an hour, he fell into a coma. Su Ming was shocked. This stubborn guy was still shouting and provoking until he lost consciousness. "It's inevitable that my movements were a bit too big. It's not broken." After some observation, Su Ming confirmed that she had just fainted from exhaustion. He left a message and restored the messy room to tidiness. After covering Hill with the quilt, Su Ming returned to the base. Looking at Natasha's playful eyes at this time, Su Ming was not sure whether she was concerned about Hill's health or asking about the experience. Just deal with it casually. When Natasha wanted to ask something else. Gunshot wound, recover. Romanoff had been trying to tease Su Ming when he suddenly heard the sound of metal falling to the ground. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a blood-stained bullet. "It fell from myself." Suddenly her mouth opened slightly, shocked. "Not only did the bullet fall off on its own, but the pain in my shoulder was fading at an incredible speed." Black Widow had fought for many years and had never seen such tactics before. She could not help but squeeze her legs together. The gunshot wound, is it healed now? Another question flashed through my mind. So, can drooping be cured? Chapter 195 Newton's Call. When Suming and Natasha returned to the crowd, the gunshot wound on Natasha's shoulder had disappeared. Looking at the radiant Natasha, Steve and Sam's eyes widened unconsciously. Because of his own bizarre experiences, Captain America has become immune to all kinds of magical things. But before coming here, Sam kept to his military habits, jogging and exercising every morning. I have never seen such a scene before. Agent Natasha, who had trouble walking just a few minutes ago, now appeared again with a model-like stride. His expression froze, and he took a half step back, activating his tactical stance, blurting out, "Wait, Nat, you were clearly hit in the left shoulder just now, where's the wound? This is not right, who is she?" He habitually reached for the pager, intending to call for support. Suddenly I realized I was no longer serving. The movement of his hands paused, and he thought, "This is Silver Jew's home, and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is still here, there shouldn't be any problems. Is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s year-end bonus a super serum? Honestly, are you okay?" Receiving Sam's concern, Natasha smiled sincerely. "I am fine, thank you." After saying that, he looked at Suming with a complicated look in his eyes. Just when fate was healing her gunshot wound, Natasha offered to help her solve the problem of sagging and outward expansion at the same time. "You can even pay a certain amount of compensation." This request surprised Suming. Page 179. "What do you mean? Do you think I'm a doctor? Or a plastic surgeon? Stop joking, I'm no longer a loser who takes any job just for a little money. But in the spirit of never-ending learning, it's not too much to take a look. Agent Natasha, this isn't a cosmetic surgery clinic. But the question you raised is indeed very novel. I think it needs to be studied." When Black Widow heard this, her disappointment immediately disappeared. He happily threw away his breastplate and showed it to Suming. Suming only saw a flash of white light before his eyes, and then he witnessed the power of the Black Widow. He is worthy of being the only hero in Marvel whose skills are mostly in non-combat areas. He ages slowly. But aging slowly does not mean that you will never age. Since when, Natasha discovered that the breasts she was proud of were actually sagging a little. Although no changes could be seen from the outside, she couldn't help but frown every time she took a shower. There is no woman who doesn't care about her appearance. This is especially true for women like Black Widow, who are spies and often use their beauty as a weapon. Suming stroked his chin and looked carefully at the scenery in front of him. He had to admit that he really had the capital to look down on others. "I pinched it and found it has good elasticity. The problems she mentioned exist to a certain extent, but they are not obvious." In the spirit of communicating his condition, Suming observed and fiddled with it carefully before responsibly saying, "It can't be cured." "Just kidding, this situation will definitely happen as long as you are on a planet with gravity. Anyone who is this big will be summoned by Newton. Men are no exception." Natasha was quite disappointed by Suming's refusal, but since such a serious gunshot wound had been healed, why would she need a bicycle? Natasha, who was trying to comfort herself, suddenly thought of another thing, and a wave of resentment surged in her heart. "I took off all my clothes and stood in front of you, and you already did it, but you don't have any reaction at all? Is it that my charm has decreased, or is it that all your energy has been exhausted on Hell? Okay, brother?" In fact, deep down in her heart, she would rather see men being crazy about her. After receiving Natasha's reply, Sam looked at Nick Fury expectantly, as if to say, "With such good treatment, why don't you consider me?" Fury rolled his only remaining eye upon seeing this. "You look so worldly wise. Agent Romanoff was apparently cured by fate, so what does this have to do with SHIELD? Besides, SHIELD has long since stopped recognizing me as its director, okay?" Not intending to pay any attention to this country bumpkin, Director Fury looked around. "Gentlemen, let us share the intelligence we each possess." Somewhere underground, the Winter Soldier sat shirtless in a treatment chair. Occasionally, a hint of complexity appeared in his originally cold eyes. Several frames flashed through his mind. The train entered a tunnel in heavy snow, and I fell from above, with a deep mountain stream approaching rapidly. The soldier who claimed to know him shouted urgently, "Bucky, no." The scene changes. The staff's mechanical voice rang in my ears. "The transformation process has begun." Then a man wearing glasses appeared in front of him, looking at him excitedly and said, "Sergeant Barnes, you will become Hydra's newest weapon, freeze him." Then came the last memory, being in the cabin, freezing rapidly. Thinking of this, Bucky subconsciously swung his arm and knocked away the technician who was helping him debug the robotic arm. Pierce, who had rushed over after hearing the news, looked at the humanoid weapon that was clearly in an abnormal state and gave the order, "Mission report." No response. "Mission report, now." He tried again, but still got no feedback. Bucky just sat there with his eyes wide open. Pierce was very dissatisfied with Bucky's ignoring him, so he walked up and slapped him hard. Bucky finally reacted and looked at Pierce in confusion. That man on the bridge, who is he? Pierce knew that Bucky and Captain America were once comrades in arms, and his appearance must have awakened a trace of memory in the Winter Soldier, trying to pull some wool over his eyes by saying the Winter Soldier had seen him on a past mission. But Bucky said he knew him, his tone very certain. Of course, Pierce would not allow the super soldier he had worked so hard to transform to malfunction. Sitting in front of Bucky, he patiently said, "What you did was a gift to all humanity. You shaped the century. I need you to do it again. Human society is at the critical point between order and chaos, and soon we will have to help them make a choice. If you do not complete your mission, Hydra will not be able to restore freedom to the world." Pierce thought he was being affable enough, but Bucky refused to give him face. "But I know him." At this point, Pierce's last bit of patience was exhausted. The Sky Carrier is about to take off, and the Winter Soldier is indispensable at this time. Turn head command. Re-brainwash him. Turn around and leave. Bucky was fixed back to the chair, his head wrapped in an unknown device, and his screams of pain echoed throughout the corridor. Somewhere over the North Pole. In order to avoid the surveillance of clairvoyants, Coulson's team flew the plane over the North Pole, trying to use the Aurora Borealis to block the signal and hold a secret meeting. Discuss how to uncover the clairvoyant lurking within SHIELD. Phil Coulson is not dead. Before the Battle of New York, he was stabbed in the chest by Loki with his scepter. Fortunately, he did not die because Su Ming took emergency measures. But unfortunately, after a day and a night of rescue, he still became a vegetable. In response to this, Nick Fury launched a top-secret plan, the Tahiti Project, designed to provide resurrection guarantee for seriously injured Avengers members. So, Coulson became the first experimental subject. The principles of Project Tahiti are: the regenerative serum extracted from the corpses of the Kree can promote rapid cell regeneration and even repair fatal injuries. After Agent Coulson was injected with this drug, his physiological functions were restored. It is worth mentioning that due to Su Ming's intervention, Coulson, who was supposed to die, turned into a vegetable. In the original plot, as many as 6 difficult operations were performed to resurrect Coulson. The process was extremely painful, causing him to lose the will to live for a time. This time, because he didn't die, he recovered after just 1 operation. But assimilating alien cells is not an easy task. This operation also left a big shadow on Coulson, and the doctor implanted false memories in him as usual. Cover up this top-secret plan. At this moment, Coulson looked at the sky in the distance, his eyes gradually becoming solemn. What is that? Chapter 196 Visitors from the Arctic. There are thousands of funny characters in Marvel, and half of them are in the Guardians of the Galaxy. The most filial Marvel hero in history is about to appear. In Guardians of the Galaxy 1, he betrayed his adoptive father. In Guardians of the Galaxy 2, he killed his biological father. In Avengers 3 and 4, he beat up his father-in-law. He's a guy who can rival mortals with his demigod body. People in the underworld gave him the nickname Mjabie. He is a real, father-worried person. In 1988, Peter Quill, later known as Star-Lord, was only 9 years old. While he was listening to the tape in the hospital corridor, his grandfather came over and took off his headphones, looking a little sad. "Quill, your mother wants to talk to you. Mom gave him a gift, told him to take good care of himself, and said that your dad will come to pick you up sooner or later." After saying this, he passed away. Little Quill found it hard to accept his mother's death. He ran out of the hospital in great sorrow when he was captured by aliens. 26 years passed in a flash, and Quill became a famous scavenger, also known as the Space Bandit. On this day, he was ordered by his adoptive father Yondu to come to the planet Morag to look for something called the Cosmic Spirit Orb. Page 180. As soon as they got the thing, a group of Kree people broke in and snatched the spirit ball. Quill pretended to be scared, but when the other party was not paying attention, he pulled out his gun and shot the Kree in front of him. He ran away with the spirit ball. On the way, Quill ignored Yondu's urging and had other plans. He planned to sell the spirit ball in his hand and keep the wealth alone. Some people here may ask why Quill is so resistant since Yondu is his adoptive father. There are 2 reasons for this. On the one hand, there is a long-standing resentment. Quill was abducted from Earth by Yondu and grew up in the Predators. Yondu often threatens him with, "I'll eat you if you don't obey," causing Quill to always regard Yondu as a cold kidnapper rather than a guardian. This relationship is full of control and confrontation, making Quill instinctively resist obeying Yondu's orders. Meanwhile, Quill doubts Yondu's true intentions. The orb is worth far more than ordinary loot, and Quill speculates that Yondu might keep it for himself or even kill him. Yonda's subordinates repeatedly suggest that the boss is too lenient with Quill, reflecting hostility within the team and exacerbating his insecurity. At the same time, he also has the consideration of maximizing benefits in mind. If he could bypass Yondu and make a profit directly, he would definitely get a reward far exceeding what Yondu promised. So, Quill took the cosmic spirit ball without hesitation. But his ambitions go beyond that. On the way to Zendar, Quill remembered another mission he had taken on without Yondu's knowledge. Searching for star core fragments, the reward is very high. This is a task issued by the collector, Tamliatuan himself. Watchestuan provides a compass that can display the star core fragments. Quill was excited to discover that there was a piece of star core fragment on the Earth not far from the route. You know, this is his hometown. Quill planned to collect a star core fragment first and then go to Xandar to get the spirit ball, focusing on one that came along the way. So he drove the spaceship, started a space jump, and arrived at the North Pole of the Earth in a flash. Looking at the white glacier in front of him, Quill wondered. I haven't been back for over 20 years, so how come it's become ice hockey? After Agent Coulson recovered, a long time had passed since the Battle of New York. I retrieved all the information immediately, eager to know what happened next. Along with the report marked top secret, there was live video footage. Coulson felt like he had missed out on 100 million. That weird Loki actually mobilized the Chidori alien army to invade the Earth. Coulson muttered, his eyes filled with shock as he watched the alien army pouring in from the wormhole on the screen. When I read another evaluation report about Su Ming, it listed his past performance in detail. The final conclusion is undoubtedly S rank. You should know that there are currently only 2 people who have reached S level in S.H.I.E.L.D.S records, the other one is Carol Danvers. After Coulson knew that he had fallen, Loki's conspiracy did not come true due to the fate and the Avengers' hard work. The cosmic cube was recovered and the Mind Scepter was kept safely. My tense heart gradually relaxed. But from that moment on, the image of the alien invasion was etched deep in his soul. He now doesn't want to dream of seeing a spaceship full of alien technology. But unfortunately, things did not go as planned, and he was already upset by the clairvoyance. Didn't you see that they were forced to the North Pole? But here I saw a flying vehicle with an exaggerated shape. The streamlined spacecraft, painted red and white, is shaped like a diving arrow, and its wings appear to have a folding function. It looks a bit old, but its functions far exceed the most advanced technology on Earth. Shit, this is definitely not something that can be made on Earth. Coulson instantly determined that a UFO had appeared, almost stressful. He immediately ordered his men to keep a close watch, then trotted to the corner of the spaceship, called Nick Fury, Su Ming Base, in the conference room. This is the man who refused the Nobel Peace Prize, saying peace is not an achievement but a responsibility. Nick Fury said casually while holding Pierce's photo. At this time, Agent Hill walked in from outside with a suitcase in his hand, looking energetic. He exchanged a silent glance with Su Ming, then quietly sat down opposite Nick Fury and placed the suitcase in front of Fury. Natasha looked at Hill and said calmly, "We have to stop the carrier launch." Nick Fury is basically certain that it was his old friend Pierce who ordered him to be eliminated. I feel a little sad. I don't think the council will take my calls anymore. As he said that, he opened the suitcase in front of everyone. Inside are 3 chips that sparkle with a sense of sophisticated technology. Sam had never seen such high technology before, so he asked casually, "What is this?" Hill shared the information he had about the helicarrier. The helicarrier, once it reaches 3,000 feet, will use InSight satellite triangulation to transform into a lethal weapon. Fury finalizes the mission objectives. We must infiltrate the aircraft carrier and replace the positioning module with our own. Hill added, "You have to connect the 3 aircraft carriers together, because even if only one aircraft carrier is operational, a lot of people will die. Fury, if we act quickly, perhaps we can save those." But Steve firmly opposed it. "We won't save anything. SHIELD, Hydra, no one can be spared." Captain America has permanently lost trust in SHIELD, so his will is very firm at this moment. Fury looked at everyone present, and everyone seemed to agree with Rogers. The current SHIELD is indeed not trustworthy. After a brief silence, Fury said helplessly, "Well, it seems that it is your turn to give the orders now, Captain." And many more. Su Ming suddenly spoke up and interrupted the conversation. When everyone's eyes were focused on him, Su Ming smiled. "No need to go to so much trouble." This sentence instantly aroused everyone's curiosity. "Leave the helicarrier to me. You just need to clear out the enemies on it." Steve frowned when he heard this. "Are you sure you don't need to seize control?" Su Ming smiled without saying anything, looking at the captain as if he were looking at a child. Nick Fury slapped his forehead when he saw this. Snapped. Crisp and loud. "How could I forget about him? Since fate intends to take action, then no matter how many people Hydra has or how powerful it is, this is a sure win. Thinking of this, he relaxed and leaned back in his chair, looking at Su-Ming and asked, Fate, that delicious box lunch, are there any left? Dash. Nick Fury, who had a serious face, looked like he was lying down when he heard that his boss was going to take action. Alyssa couldn't help laughing. Just then, Nick Fury's phone rang. Agent Coulson's voice came. Director Fury, I'm sorry to bother you. Alien spacecraft discovered in the Arctic. Chapter 197 Star-Lord's Visit. Quill returned to Earth again, feeling inexplicably sad. Until now, he still keeps the Walkman he played when he was a child intact. The music he listened to countless times has long been integrated into his soul. That is the voice of hometown. Looking outside, the scenery was all white. The temperature of -43 degrees Celsius made Quill think that something major had happened on the planet. This damn place is colder than Morag. Years of interstellar wandering have made Quill successfully forget the common sense that even elementary school students know: the Earth has north and south poles. After looking at the compass in his hand again and adjusting the navigation target of the spacecraft, Quill pulled the joystick. The spaceship sped away, leaving a trail of afterimages in the sky. In the clouds not far away, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s aircraft always remained invisible. Agent Coulson and Nick Fury had barely spoken before the staff approached him. Boss, the UFO left very quickly. The equipment was almost elusive and didn't detect us. Coulson paused slightly after hearing this, and felt a little relieved. He immediately asked after a quick turn of his eyes, Can you confirm the target direction? Assuming the route remains unchanged, it will most likely fly over New York. Nick Fury heard the staff's voice on the phone. Page 181. A trace of solemnity flashed across his dark face. The sky carrier is about to take off, and SHIELD is in chaos, and another alien spaceship has arrived. I hope it's not the enemy. Recalling a previous agent's individual report, he pondered for a moment and asked, Does the clairvoyant have any clues? Coulson, the direction has been determined, roughly. Continue as planned. Oh, by the way, if there's nothing special going on, please don't disturb my sleep. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Looking at the crowd. News: a UFO has been spotted over the North Pole. It's speculated to be from an alien planet, and is heading this way. As he turned the phone over, a spaceship with an exaggerated shape appeared in front of everyone. Everyone looked worried, but Su-Ming was slightly stunned. Isn't this Star-Lord's spaceship? Why would he come to Earth at this time? Unreasonable? Or maybe I was mistaken, and it just looks like Star-Lord's spaceship. At this time, Captain Steve's words drew everyone's attention back. Everyone, it seems we should focus more on the current action, dealing with the mothership. Fury nodded and said, Yes, the alien spacecraft may just be passing by, but Hydra's plan is about to be realized. Since fate has decided to help, I believe his power agrees with his plan. After saying this, he raised his hand, as if expressing his opinion at some important meeting. Fury instantly brought the atmosphere to a very serious state. Everyone's brains were working rapidly, wondering if there was a better way than this. Hal raised his hand first. I agree with fate's plan. Next came Natasha, Sam, and finally even Captain Steve raised his hand. Before Fury even finished speaking, Alyssa raised her hands high and even jumped up to express her opinion. Ignore. For some reason, Captain America felt a sense of relief in his heart. It was clearly a very complicated and dangerous mission, but when he learned of his fate, he had to participate and be responsible for the most difficult spacecraft. Even the captain, who was not afraid of challenges and did not pick and choose tasks, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was always thinking about the situation of his good brother Bucky and concluded that he would inevitably encounter him during the operation. With the help of Mr. Silver, I can finally have a good time catching up with Buggy this time. In this way, Su-Ming's proposal was passed unanimously, which made him look forward to the next step. Su-Ming guessed that the reason why the sky carrier could not be exchanged before was probably because the plot had to advance to a certain level. On the other hand, there are still many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on the mothership who are unaware of the truth, which is probably one of the factors that makes the spacecraft unable to be redeemed. His plan was simple. First, let everyone clear the spaceship, and then seize control as the spaceship takes off. Wait for the opportunity to turn those three big guys into balances in the account. Perfect. After the plan was finalized and everyone was discussing the details, the security alarm suddenly flashed red. Alyssa was stunned, ran to the computer, operated it, called up the surveillance footage, and shouted directly, Boss, no, aliens are coming to our door. Several people were startled by Alyssa's shout and stood up and came to the screen. Only this person. The red-eyed metal mask covers the entire face. The main body is made of dark red and silver gray metal. The line from the nose bridge to the chin is sharp, and it is equipped with a breathing filter device, so the appearance cannot be seen clearly. His clothing style is a blend of 80s retro elements and sophisticated combat-friendly designs. The overall color is dark wine red, with obvious signs of wear and tear. The red and blue contrasting jacket has an unknown emblem on the chest. There are 2 silver gun-shaped weapons on the legs, and boots with silver-gray thrusters on the feet. Wearing headphones, he approached the base entrance with a flashy dance step. Agent Natasha is observant and meticulous. It was discovered that this alien had an old Walkman on his belt. The slender finger pointed at the screen and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this seems to be a Sony Walkman?" When Black Widow was a teenager, this style of Walkman was all the rage. She recognized him instantly. This discovery amazed everyone and they kept discussing who this person was. It was not until this time that Su-Ming finally confirmed that the person who came was Star-Lord, Peter Quill. Why is this guy here out of nowhere, still alone? It seems that his funny friends have not gathered around him yet. In any case, the person has arrived at the door, and as the host, you can't pretend not to see it. Everyone, please take a break first. The restaurant has food prepared for everyone. Alyssa, open the passage and turn off the security system. I'll go see what's going on. After saying that, he gave everyone a reassuring smile and walked calmly towards the entrance. Alyssa obediently opened the entrance door and turned off the intelligent defense system. He took out a bag of French fries, looked at the images on the surveillance screen, and started eating them as happily as if he was watching a movie. There was no worry that Su-Ming would be in any danger from this strange alien. Fury was even more carefree. He asked about the location of the restaurant and led a few men to get lunch boxes. Before leaving, he did not forget to say, "By the way, Agent Hill, did you bring my cat? It's going to be miserable without me." Agent Hill nodded when he heard this, but looked at Su-Ming's back with worry in his eyes. The alien's equipment looks advanced and practical, not at all weaker than the Chidori army. Wouldn't it be a bit reckless to just let fate take its course? Alyssa noticed Hill's condition and put a French fry into her mouth with a smile. With deep meaning in his eyes he said, "Agent Hill, you should have known how powerful the boss is. He's fine, don't worry." A hint of unnaturalness flashed across Hill's face when he heard this. What nonsense is this guy talking about? It was clearly fate that taught me how powerful I am. He had wasted a lot of energy on the last mission, which allowed him to get the upper hand by chance. You wait for next time. At the same time, recalling the incredible means of fate, the slight worry that had just arisen disappeared in an instant. Moved to the side. He naturally sat next to Alyssa, snatched the fries from her hand, grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth. Not to mention, after all the physical exertion, I haven't replenished my energy yet. I'm a little hungry. Hey, if you want to eat, take the new one. What's the matter with stealing mine? Natasha looked at the 2 girls communicating in tacit understanding, and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed through her heart. She had already determined through the details that Hill and Fate had a relationship beyond friendship. Not to mention Alyssa. Although she didn't have a strong liking for Su-Ming, she felt very uncomfortable with the feeling of being outdone. 1 assistant director and 1 assistant. These 2 people have nothing, so how come they surpass the famous Black Widow in this aspect? Chapter 198. Can I fuck him? When talking about Black Widow, we cannot leave out the Black Widow project, launched by the former Speed Union Red Room during the Cold War to train female killers. The graduation ceremony is that the students have to deal with the male partners they have trained by themselves, simulating the habits of spiders. Only after completing the companion killing ritual can one obtain the glorious code name Black Widow. The program has produced a total of 28 certified Black Widows, the kind with certificates. Natasha is number 24. It was known for its beauty and lethality, but now it felt like a loser. Humph, this made Natasha feel a little unhappy. The desire to win suddenly became stronger. She was planning to find an opportunity to show off her charm on Fate and let him see what professionalism was. Outside, Quill successfully found a place according to the navigation direction. This is similar to the place he speculated was where the Star Core was stored. This is not a downtown area, but a hidden underground entrance. It is worth mentioning that when Quill flew the spaceship from the Arctic to New York, it caused quite a bit of panic along the way. Countries along the route launched their Air Force wartime responses. Basically, fighter jets were sent to dissuade and intercept, and some even directly launched missiles to try to shoot down Quill's spacecraft. Quill, who was already used to this kind of scene, was not afraid at all. After all, the weapon system on Earth that he had seen so far was far behind that of other planets. For the Milan, a spaceship that integrates various interstellar technologies, an attack of this scale is simply ridiculous. The fighter jets that tried to intercept him were also naive. After a series of twists and turns, the missiles collided and exploded, and the fighter plane couldn't even see its taillights. Page 182. In this way, Quill rushed all the way to New York with sparks and lightning. This open and blatant action undoubtedly attracted the attention of SHIELD and the military. They have only one attitude towards this kind of aircraft with obvious alien characteristics, which is to destroy it. SHIELD sent a flight team and the military also sent Iron Patriot to confirm. But the SHIELD flight team, equipped with equipment far ahead of other countries' air forces, was powerless against Quill, a professional interstellar robber. He was defeated in less than 2 rounds and fell to the ground with black smoke. In this regard, Pierce, the current actual controller of SHIELD, said, "Let him be arrogant for a while. Focus on developing the helicarrier. This arrogant guy will be the first poor guy to die in the InSight project." Humph, Colonel Rhodes was wise enough not to act rashly. He followed Quill all the way, watching this peculiarly shaped spaceship use its superb flying skills and cool weapon systems to play with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents at its fingertips. Very surprised. Will the Iron Patriot be his match? Looking at the spaceship from afar, a hint of fear appeared in Rhodes' eyes. Gradually, he discovered something. The target of the spacecraft turned out to be the base of Destiny. Rhodes was not unfamiliar with this place. Not long ago, he was drunk by zooming here. If it weren't for fate having that fashionable portal, I'm afraid I'll be caught driving under the influence. As the spaceship landed, Rhodes controlled the Iron Patriot to hide behind a rock in the distance, revealing half of his iron helmet, and observed carefully. No matter how you look at it, it exudes a sense of vulgarity. He dialed the fateful phone number and said in a low voice, "Hey, man, did you know there's an alien plane at your door?" At this time, Suming had just walked into the entrance passage, which was very long and dark. I was quite surprised to receive a call from Rhodes. When I heard his greeting, I understood instantly. Star-Lord invades, without any disguise. How could such a thing escape the Air Force's radar? It would be strange if Iron Patriot didn't come and confirm it himself. Hearing Rhodes deliberately lowering his voice, Suming guessed that this guy must be outside. "Colonel Rhodes, I was just about to greet this guest. Is this you? Would you like to come in and have a drink?" Rhodes's face changed, and then he felt a physical discomfort in his stomach. I don't know what fate is made of, but when it drinks, it's simply terrifying. Rhodes, who was somewhat confident in his drinking ability, vomited all over the floor when he first encountered fate. Drinking brandy as beer was not satisfying, so I later switched to vodka, drinking it in a draft beer glass. This made Rhodes unable to tell whether fate was drinking or refueling the car. He thought that at this rate, no matter how much stock there was, it would be drunk up quickly, but Rod later found out that he was naive. The various types of wine in the warehouse were visibly depleted, but they miraculously returned to their original state, like an inexhaustible wine mine, causing Colonel Rhodes to vomit again and again. This way of drinking left a deep psychological shadow on Rhodes. The most terrifying thing is that other people's fate has nothing to do with them, but even if you just drink beer, you will be ruined within 2 rounds by the drinking method of a thirsty ghost. I had to lie in bed at home for a whole day before I recovered. Thinking back on it now, I still feel sick and confused. Brother Fate, let's drink next time. This time I have something serious to do. I'm watching, need help, just talk. The ex-wife is already eager to try. When Colonel Rhodes improved the Iron Patriot, he retained his ex-wife's designation. Now, in addition to the classic large-caliber Gatling gun, the Iron Patriot's biggest weapon is his ex-wife. This time, it will really explode. Rhodes is full of confidence. Upon hearing this, Suming politely declined Rhodes' kindness. What a joke. I need my friend's help with things at home. How will I survive in the future? Rod, there's no need to hide. Come here, let's see what this guest wants to do. Suming could imagine that Rhodes was driving the Iron Patriot, hiding in a corner and quietly observing the enemy situation with tactical movements. Just as Suming expected, Rhodes stood up from behind the big rock and cleared his throat after hearing this. As an excellent Air Force commander, tactical actions are ingrained in him. This is a cautious approach to the unknown, and is definitely not cowardice or uncertainty. I comforted myself in this way before the spaceship completely landed. Rhodes flew the Iron Patriot towards the Suming base. Very fast. In fact, when he first saw the Quill spaceship, his heart skipped a beat. There was too much incomprehensible technology on that spaceship, and Rhodes couldn't even tell where its weapons were. It is full of a sense of technology that is completely different from Earth civilization, and it also exudes a sharp momentum. I don't know how serious it is. I hid myself subconsciously, but I didn't expect that Suming would guess what I was doing. Did he see me on the surveillance camera? After successfully approaching the target location, Quill couldn't help but sigh that his luck was so good. Although it encountered a few small flies, they were all nothing in front of the wild interstellar predators. No pressure. They arrived at the target location without any obstruction, and Quill could even see a large number of units flowing into his pocket. Listen to the classic tape and follow the rhythm with confident steps. Spin and jump, the main focus is happiness. Quill was basically certain that obtaining this star core would be as easy as taking something out of a bag. Look at the compass again. It shows that the distance to the target is less than 100 meters. The steps became more and more relaxed and brisk. Suddenly a voice came. My friend, what makes you so happy that you dance at my door? Tell me and let me see. With Iron Patriot standing beside him, Su Ming stood there casually, looking at the funny leader in front of him, Star-Lord, Peter Quill, with a smile in his eyes. Quill froze upon hearing this, and turned to look at Su Ming and the others. He ignored Su Ming, who looked like an ordinary man, and looked at the Iron Patriot. He raised his hand and opened the mask, revealing a human face. An ugly, clumsy robot? I'm afraid you can't stop me. Click. Hearing this, Rhodes opened his helmet, pointed at the guy in front of him who deserved a beating, turned to look at Su Ming seriously and said, Brother, can I fuck him? Chapter 199, Star-Lord's Collapse. Quill's humiliation of the Iron Patriot hit Colonel Rhodes so hard. Colonel Rhodes, who always believed in the awesomeness of War Machine, was unsurprisingly furious. Considering that this was Destiny's territory, Rhodes suppressed his anger and sought Destiny's opinion, focusing on respect. A stark contrast to the rude Quill. Su Ming understood Rhodes. Star-Lord was a mean-spirited and mean guy. He started by saying that the Colonel's mecha was ugly. It would be strange if Rhodes could tolerate that. He knocked on the mecha's arm, and the metal made a clanging sound. Don't worry, Colonel. You'll have a chance to vent your anger, I promise you. Seeing this, Colonel Rhodes suppressed his resentment and looked at the arrogant Quill not far away with a bad look. No action. Why are you here? Tell me. Maybe I can help you. Seeing that Quill didn't take action directly, Su Ming planned to play a game with him according to the rules of the underworld. It would be best to ask him the purpose of his visit. Quill saw the robot's mask open, revealing a pitch-black human face. Knowing that it had made a mistake in judgment, it did not seem to be a simple robot. He didn't care and pointed at the two of them and said, My friend's over there, the coolest guy in the galaxy, Star-Lord, has arrived. Look, you've got a shiny little problem on your hands. It's actually a lost family heirloom belonging to one of my regular customers. I came all this way just to return it to its rightful owner. Give it to me and I'll leave immediately, with a signed photo and a thank you. How is it? This deal is not bad, right? After saying this, he waited for the answer with a proud look on his face. At the same time, he gently placed his hands close to the elemental gun on his legs, ready to take action at any time. Upon hearing this, Rhodes clenched his fists in the mecha. This guy is too arrogant. Although I don't understand what he is talking about, but I really want to hit him. He secretly ordered his ex-wife to lock onto Quill, expecting Su Ming to make a move, and then he would give him a hard blow, so that he knows what politeness is. Su Ming almost laughed out loud. As expected of Star-Lord, he is frivolous, narcissistic, and talkative. At his pace of negotiation, there's no fight that can't be fought. Suddenly, something came into my mind. Page 183. An inexplicable energy fluctuation came from the body. After concentrating his mind, Su Ming understood the reason. It is the infinite energy of 3 colors in the body that is vibrating. Ever since he handled the cosmic cube, the mind scepter, and the ether particles, he has preserved these 3 energies in his body. Initially, they are passively collected to upgrade talents, and the quantity is not large. But since he had an energetic physique, the energy he absorbed later was almost never wasted and was all stored in his body. Usually it just lies there quietly and is always very quiet. It was not until now that the fluctuation seemed to resonate and attracted Su Ming's attention. The Power Stone? Could it be that Quill is also carrying the cosmic orb? It's great that Star-Lord delivers everything quickly, but what exactly is this thing he is referring to? Su Ming couldn't remember it for a moment. What do you mean by the little glowing thing? Quill realized that he had explained it clearly, but the other party still asked. It is obvious that he is pretending to be ignorant and does not appreciate the favor. Well, the compass's instructions are very accurate, and I can find the star core fragments without anyone's help. It's a waste of time to talk to them here. Thinking of this, Quill's mask instantly entered combat mode, and a high-tech light effect covered his face. A strange red light flashed in the eyes. At the same time, he quickly pulled 2 elemental guns from his holsters and shot at the 2 men. I'm in a hurry, please lie down for a while. Call out. The elemental gun released rays, and an energy ball with electric sparks flew towards Su Ming and the others at a rapid speed. Damn, so irritable? Su Ming was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Quill to be so decisive in his attack. Rhodes' tense body reacted instantly, and he raised his hand to release the micro-missile that had been aimed for a long time. Ex-wife. Micromissiles and elemental energy balls crisscrossed the air. The elemental ball was about to hit Su-Ming when he raised his hand to block it. After a flash of lightning, it disappeared into thin air. Facing the attacking ex-wife, Quill slightly tilted the muzzle of the gun and quickly adjusted the mode of the elemental gun. A bright white light flashed, and the ex-wife, who was originally marching forward with smoke, suddenly fell silent. It fell to the ground with a layer of white frost, 2 sparks flashed, and then there was no movement. Rhodes confidently waited for Quill to fail in front of his ex-wife, but the title of ex-wife seemed to carry some kind of curse. The new missile, which had never failed in countless tests, did not explode this time. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Rhodes looked at his ex-wife stuck on the ground, without saying a word for a long time. Su-Ming absorbed the lightning ball fired by Quill, with electric sparks still remaining on his fingers, and touched Rhodes' armor. The electric arc instantly transmitted out from the mecha's shell. "Don't worry, brother. Watch me." After saying that, he swung his arm, and an orange-red rune array instantly opened from Su-Ming's palm. Snapped. A whip of energy swept towards Quill with power, wrapping around his calf as Star-Lord turned and pounced. Before Quill landed on the ground, Su-Ming pulled him hard. Star-Lord was pulled over in midair. At the same time, Su-Ming raised his other hand and clasped his 5 fingers towards Star-Lord's spaceship. The huge spaceship was 2 feet off the ground, floating over seemingly slowly but actually very quickly. At first, Quill was dismissive of Su-Ming's whip. "A whip? In this day and age, are you still using such an old-fashioned weapon? What's the point of beautiful light effects?" "I'm hiding." When Quill was still entangled despite his best efforts to dodge, he panicked a little and quickly adjusted the elemental gun to try to break free from the control. Suddenly, a shadow appeared above his head, which made Quill stunned. His distraction caused the elemental gun to slip out of his hand, and he could not continue to fight back. Shit, why did the melon slip? While he was stunned, Quill was pulled over by Su-Ming. His tall figure was like a chick in Su-Ming's hands. Quill's eyes suddenly became clear and cute. "Brother, let's talk it over." At the same time, he tried to pry open the hand that was holding the collar, but the hand was like a pair of pliers and did not move no matter how hard Quill grabbed it. Before he finished speaking, he saw his beloved Milan spacecraft approaching. Quill gradually became frightened, and an ominous premonition came over his heart. When Su-Ming first saw the Milan, he made an estimate. Milan valuation, $42 billion. Now that they had fallen out, Su-Ming had no reason to be polite to him. Not only did they capture Quill, but they also summoned his spaceship. As the spaceship approached, Su-Ming placed his other hand on its surface and turned to look at Star-Lord. "It seems like a smile but not a smile." Quill's eyes widened, looking at Su-Ming and then at the spaceship, not knowing what this person was going to do. "But it must not be a good thing, he swears on Yonda's head." At this time, Su-Ming said lightly, "Star-Lord, right? If you have the guts to come to my doorstep, you must be prepared to be defeated." His eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, "Exchange. Plus $42 billion. Exchange successful. Account balance $1,043.4 billion. Under Quill's gaze, which seemed to be that of a ghost, his beloved Milan spaceship slowly faded out of sight. Like a mirage, it vanished in the sunlight. "Thank you, my spaceship." Quill watched the spaceship disappear before his eyes, and his heart felt as if it was breaking. This is his beloved who has accompanied him in his battles across the starry sky for many years. Without spaceships, what is the point of interstellar predators? Losing big. Just when Quill's eyes were wide open and he couldn't face the reality that the spaceship had disappeared, Su-Ming's next action made him completely collapse. Su-Ming was seen holding Quill in one hand and groping his body with the other. Soon, his eyes lit up. A hollow metal ball with intricate carvings appeared in Su-Ming's hand. Su-Ming could feel the metal ball in his hand emitting faint energy fluctuations, which echoed with the other 3 energies in his body. "It's the Power Stone." Quill realized that the biggest gain of this trip, the cosmic spirit ball, was also about to leave him. The voice was so anxious that it changed, but he pretended to be calm. Listen to me, friend. This is nothing worth a damn." Chapter 200. Gus's New Home. The breeze from the riverside blew Su-Ming's hair, which was very comfortable. The Iron Patriot stood beside Su-Ming. Rhodes watched as the guy who had been so arrogant just now was being infinitely crushed by Su-Ming. A hint of satisfaction flashed across his face. Then he looked at his ex-wife lying on the ground, and his expression became complicated again. The cool breeze also blew across Quill's face, making the air even more awkward. The spaceship was lost, and Quill was still thinking of using the money he got from the Cosmic Spirit Orb to buy another one. But the Cosmic Spirit Orb was taken away, and he was left alone. He looked at Su-Ming pitifully, hoping that he could believe what he said. But Su-Ming's words made his mind go blank. "It just so happens that I have a cat at home. It will definitely like this toy." After saying that, he gently waved the hand holding the cosmic spirit ball, and the magnetic control was activated again. All the metal objects on Quill's body automatically separated from his body, one by one. The elemental guns on the ground were also summoned and flew over. Mask, badge, belt, rocket boots, including the Walkman Plus cassette on the belt, quietly floating beside Star-Lord's body, waiting for disposal. Valuation. Su Ming's mind flickered as the price list for this set of equipment appeared before him. 4-mode elemental gun, ice, fire, electricity, magnetism, estimated value of $6,500 million. Rocket boots $2,500 million valuation. Tactical interstellar helmet estimated value $1,500 million. Predator armor $2 million valuation. Universe Edition Walkman Plus cassette tape estimated at $80. Premium value includes copyright of the Golden Song, non-exchangeable. Exchange. Plus $2.6 billion. Exchange successful. Account balance $1,046 billion. All sorts of bits and pieces turned into data streams in a blink of an eye and entered Su Ming's system as balances. All that's left is the Walkman and the matching earphones and cassette tapes. Su Ming never expected that a mere Walkman could be worth $80. Not redeemable yet. Could it be that losing this thing will cause Star-Lord an irreparable trauma and cause him to turn evil? Page 184. Who knows? In short, stripping Star-Lord naked has brought Su Ming a lot of benefits. Considering that he worked so hard to come to my house and give me money, I'll keep this heirloom Walkman. The moment the belt was automatically removed, Quill immediately grasped the loose waistband with both hands and watched as the equipment on his body was stripped off piece by piece. There is nothing I can do, my heart is bleeding. He had a strong premonition that the moment these things left him, they would never come back. Quill thought it was normal that the other party was just keeping these things as trophies. But what happened next made Quill once again realize the dangers of the world. The person in front of him muttered some kind of spell, and all his equipment disappeared one after another, weird and magical. Just like the Milan just now, Quill could no longer remain calm. He could buy more if other things were sold out. He would go crazy if he lost the Walkman and tapes he had listened to for 26 years. The look he gave Su Ming suddenly became very sincere. Hey, stop it, man, don't touch my Walkman, I beg you. Hearing Quill's request, Su Ming took advantage of the situation, nodding pretentiously. It seems that this thing is very important to you, okay? An expression of condescending favor. Hearing this, Quill felt that the person in front of him was unexpectedly good. Seeing that he hadn't destroyed his Walkman, he felt relieved and said gratefully, "Thanks, man, you're quite nice." He completely forgot that it was the person in front of him who stripped him of all his coins. Seeing that the alien visitor incident was almost handled, Su Ming planned to go back. Let Star-Lord experience the luxurious 5-star detention room in his own base. Suddenly realizing that Brother Rhodes was still here, he turned around and said with a smile, "You can handle this now, right? By the way, do you want to come in for a drink?" Rhodes saw that fate had taken care of everything while chatting and laughing. This arrogant guy is now as obedient in Su Ming's hands as a rabbit caught by the scruff of the neck. When I get invited to a drinking party again, I shake my head vigorously, physically resisting. No, I haven't recovered yet. You're right, once the hidden danger is resolved, I can go back and report. You have helped me, I owe you a favor. Dealing with this spaceship and the unknown invaders was originally the task assigned to Colonel Rhodes by the military. Now that Su Ming had taken care of him, Rhodes naturally felt relieved. Su Ming really likes the way Rhodes looks after drinking. How gentlemanly and polite he is in normal times, how unrestrained he becomes after drinking. When they are in the mood, they don't care whether they are wearing military uniforms or not, and their pole dancing is so eye-catching, the show effect is maximized. It can be seen that the wine is quite good. He had long wanted to have another drink with Rod, and it just so happened that Fury and the captain were there, so they could have some fun together. But judging by Rhodes's resistance, he might not be able to drink and chat happily in the short term. Thinking about whether to use his strength next time to alleviate Rod's uncomfortable symptoms after drinking. "I'll leave now, brother." Just as he was thinking about it, the Iron Patriot took off into the air and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye along with Rhodes' voice. "It looks like he's running away." He shook his head slightly and looked back at the quill in his hand. When Star-Lord met Su Ming's eyes, he smiled awkwardly. His hands and feet stopped struggling and he looked obedient. Su Ming smiled and said, "Welcome to my home, Quill. Maybe we can become friends in a different way." After saying that, he didn't put Quill down, but carried him back to the base. Star-Lord integrates knowledge and action. Knowing that he had hit a wall this time, this person caught the high-energy lightning wave from the elemental gun with his bare hands as easily as catching a toy. It can also destroy its own Milan and various equipment by erasing their existence. This is definitely not an opponent he can defeat head-on. Therefore, with the attitude of making the best of it, Quill accepted Su Ming's arrangement. Fortunately, this person didn't try to kill me. Hey, did he just call my name? Did I tell him? Star-Lord Peter Quill, who suffered the biggest setback in his career, has a head full of question marks. In the base, everyone watched the surveillance footage as Su Ming captured the intruder with ease. They all felt a surge of emotion. After finishing his lunch, Nick Fury petted his cat and watched Su Ming crush his opponent without any suspense. I was thinking about sending Gus to live with his fateful family for decades. If nothing else, it had eaten up half of old Fury's pension over the decades. He even blinded one of his eyes. So much so that he still wears that retro pure leather trench coat. Nostalgia or sentiment? No, the truth is that I can't afford the new models. We need to tell fate what brand of canned food Gus likes. Gus is a stray cat that Fury met at Ponday Air Force Base in the United States in 1995. But in fact, it is a kind of primordial beast called Flickin. There is another space in its body that can devour anything. So strong. Fury once witnessed Gus devouring a Kree soldier in one gulp and was shocked. It was decided to give it an agent status and keep it as an agent cat. In the same year, when Captain Marvel Carol left Earth, Gus also entered space with her. The reason is that Flecken is more sensitive to cosmic energy, and Carol understands alien life better. Fury thought he was adopting a pet but was actually being chosen by Gus to be his long-term meal ticket and bodyguard. There is a top-secret warehouse in the SHIELD base, where a large number of canned foods are stored. It was the feeding spot and rations that Fury had specially prepared for Gus. For decades, the orange cat Gus has been elusive, yet the canned food in the warehouse has to be restocked every few days. Fury relied on himself and a cat to keep a cannery that should have gone bankrupt long ago alive, even bigger and stronger. Fury thought Gus was being further recruited, being promoted from a SHIELD agent cat to a cosmic working cat. In fact, its dimensional stomach can achieve teleportation, and it always eats canned food in Fury's base. Steve had long known that Destiny had extraordinary abilities, and he even once thought that he had joined SHIELD to serve his country. Later I realized that I was overthinking it. This guy is good in every way except that he is too greedy for money. The captain saw the whole process of him stripping Quill. Still as powerful as ever, but his methods are truly dishonorable. Chapter 201 The country bitch is almost there. Su Ming carried Quill as he passed by the living room, greeted everyone, and continued walking towards the detention area. Everyone stared in amazement as Quill, who was not a small person, was held in Su Ming's hand without any intention of resisting. The expressions are all very wonderful. Quill didn't know how Su Ming would deal with him, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape in the short term. Quickly adjusted my mindset. If nothing else, although Su Ming is strong, judging from the attitude he shows towards him, he is 1,000 times stronger than Yangdu. His eyes swept over everyone in the room one by one, and he waved his hand familiarly and said, "Hi, hello everyone." A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. It turns out there isn't just one person in this building. There are so many guys with extraordinary aura. Looking at Nick Fury's dark face and one eye, he looks very fierce even when he is petting a cat. Guess he must be stronger than the guy who captured him. There is also Steve, who is tall and straight in combat uniform and seems to be a tough guy. Not to mention Sam and the ladies next to him. They all looked at him with unfriendly eyes, their gazes were sharp and very scary. Quill couldn't help but feel a little regretful about his reckless behavior. Su Ming came to the detention area, opened the door of the detention room and threw Quill in. Boom. Star-Lord Quill thus became the first prisoner in Su Ming's base. "Man, I'm hungry, is there anything to eat?" Quill got up from the ground and looked around. There were no windows and it was full of iron bars. But the facilities are complete and the environment is elegant and not stuffy. It was even more comfortable than his residence at the Predator headquarters. Quill has been traveling around the world for so many years, and he has never seen a more comfortable residence than this one. My anxious mood instantly relaxed a lot. Page 185. Sitting on the chair, he looked at Su Ming eagerly. Su Ming didn't expect that this guy was so bold that the spaceship, equipment and even himself were taken away. I still have the mind to think about eating. As expected of an interstellar raider, its adaptability is so terrifying. I don't know what he has been through over the years. Pointing at the table in the detention room, a pile of steaming lunch boxes appeared in front of Quill out of thin air. There were even a few cans of drinks placed next to it. At the same time, he threw the Walkman over. "Just stay here and wait until I've thought it through. My name is Su Ming, Quill." After saying that, he turned around and left. Quill carefully caught the Walkman, looked at Su Ming's departing back, muttered Su Ming's name, and was a little confused. His many years of career as an interstellar bandit had allowed him to encounter all kinds of opponents. When you are in the world, you will inevitably get hurt. Quill had also been caught by mistake. They were so eager to have their skin peeled off that even the guys at headquarters took pleasure in intimidating them. But this man named Su Ming, apart from disarming himself, did not seem to have any intention of abusing himself. He even returned the Walkman and thoughtfully prepared food. What kind of person is he? Before my thoughts could drift away, I was brought back by the smell of the lunchbox. Quill returned to the table and sat down, opened the lunchbox, and looked at the full bowl of food, his appetite growing. After taking a bite, I almost cried out, "Wow, what is this? It's so delicious." I ate 2 boxes in a flash without even chewing. I'm thirsty, so I open a soda and drink tons of it. Belch. After a long burp, the mouth was filled with the sweet fruity taste of soda. An unprecedented sense of pleasure washed over his whole body. Quill felt as if he had arrived in heaven. Although this is obviously a prison cell, the environment and food and drink are all high-end goods that Quill has never heard of. After eating and drinking his fill, Quill lay contentedly on the bed, thinking about how to escape. But thinking of what he had just experienced, he felt less motivated to escape from this place. It's like a vacation. Just as I was hesitating whether to stay here for a while, music suddenly rang in my ears. The elements in it are exactly the same as those in my own Walkman. It is obviously played with the same type of instruments, but the melody is more dynamic and beautiful. As a model of living for the moment, Tony is full of humanity even in the design of his prison. Excluding the necessary measures for confining prisoners, the furnishings here are no less than those of a star-rated hotel. The smart assistant also has temperature and humidity adjustment, air purification and audio functions. Immersed in it, Quill fell asleep on the comfortable big bed while listening to the melodious tune. It's no exaggeration to say that this was the most sound sleep he had had in years. On the way back to the living room, Su Ming played with the cosmic spirit ball in his hand, feeling the energy from above continuously flowing into the body through the palms. The collection progress of infinite energy has reached 4/6. Thinking that the only 2 kinds of infinite energy left were time and soul, Su Ming's mood became cheerful. When he returned to Fury and the others, the energy of the cosmic spirit ball had been almost absorbed by him. Looking at the surveillance footage of Quill enjoying life, Su Ming couldn't help but shake his head. The legend of the galaxy, Star-Lord, is this all? Just like a country bumpkin. He casually threw the spirit ball at Fury's cat, Gus. Everyone, sorry for the wait. The orange cat's eyes lit up when he saw the flying metal ball, and he jumped out of Fury's arms. After landing lightly, he rolled around and had a lot of fun. Seeing how well Su Ming took care of his cat, Fury became more and more eager to find Gus a new home. Since you like this little guy so much, let it stay here. Su Ming remained silent. He knew that this Gus was not an ordinary warrior. It is an adult yuan-devouring beast. This guy's appetite is no joke. He must have eaten a lot over the years. I don't care if it eats up the base, but I'm afraid it will have a new mission soon. Whether to stay or not, actually it doesn't matter what I say to Fury. He just looked at Fury, shook his head slightly, and didn't express his opinion. Seeing that the pet transfer plan had failed, Fury said no more. Thinking of the person Su Ming had just captured, an idea came to his mind. He is obviously an Earthling, so how could he suddenly come here in an alien spaceship? Could it be an orphan that has been lost on Earth for many years? Fate, how do you plan to deal with this uninvited guest? Will his presence affect the next plan? Do I need to arrange for someone to take him away and keep him under secret control? Fury raised several questions from the perspective of the director of SHIELD. Su Ming waved his hand nonchalantly. Director Fury, this guy won't cause any trouble in my hands, so there's no need to worry. Let's continue with the previous topic. I can't wait to help you clean up the traitors in SHIELD. Upon hearing this, Fury said no more, nodded with some emotion, and looked around at everyone, waiting for everyone to supplement the battle plan. Steve was always concerned about the Hydra Insight project and Bucky. When Su Ming mentioned it, he said, I think Fury's control chip should not be easily abandoned as a backup measure. It's too arbitrary. Several people nodded when they heard this. Having no doubt about the power of fate is one thing, but having an extra layer of insurance is never a bad thing. Finally finalized the plan and made some simple adjustments. Several people set off. Before leaving, Steve secretly took away his battlesuit from 70 years ago from the museum. He didn't know if he could bring himself to kill Bucky, who had forgotten everything. He just hoped that if he could see what he looked like back then, he would remember something. When the old man who worked as a security guard at the museum found out about this, he thought he was definitely going to be fired. But it doesn't matter, he has many identities in this world. SHIELD, Helicarrier Production Workshop. The massive strike delayed the launch of the helicarrier by nearly a week. But now, the mothership has completed its final round of debugging, entering the final stage of launch. Pierce has also just welcomed his good friend, Guillermo Rodriguez, chairman of the World Security Council, and issued badges with biometric capabilities to a number of members of parliament. They were all high-ranking officials who came to observe the launch of the helicarrier. When Pierce delivered a passionate speech in front of the congressman, at the same time, a sharp sound came from the headphones of the SHIELD radio station staff. Chapter 202 The Battle Begins. The division of labor among various departments of SHIELD is very clear, and those in the radio station are non-combatants. When the mothership takes off, their work is no different from usual. A sudden piercing noise rang out from the headphones, causing everyone to instinctively curl up. "I gonna go see." A thin and energetic young man opened the door, only to find himself being pointed at by a black gun. When he looked up, he saw his idol, Captain America, Steve Rogers, standing in front of him wearing a period suit. "Please give way." The tone is polite and calm. The young man was startled, raised his hands high, and cooperated to make way. "Thank you." Steve didn't expect that the operation of sneaking into the radio station would be so smooth. He thanked the guy who opened the door and went straight to the broadcasting equipment. Looking closely at the back of his idol, the young man felt inexplicably excited. "They all say Mr. Captain is a traitor." Bullshit. If even Captain America has betrayed us, what else are we supposed to believe? There are quite a few staff members in the radio station, and most of them share the same idea as the young man. Although they are not frontline fighters, their hearts are not blind. In the past, whenever I passed by the captain on weekdays, I would receive a warm greeting from him. Knowing Steve's deeds, they would never believe that Captain would become a traitor. There must be a reason for this. So when the captain and Assistant Hill appeared here at the same time, no one resisted. People watched the captain's actions quietly, and at the same time silently expected a major reversal to come. The scene changes, and it is revealed that as an excellent spy, Black Widow Natasha is best at disguise and lurking. She was pretending to be Congressman Gilmore, who was quietly listening to Pierce's speech at this time. The live broadcast equipment in the bag is connected to Agent Hill, ready to expose Pierce's true face to the public at any time. This was also a tactic they came up with after discussion, revealing the truth in front of the deceived SHIELD agents. Page 186. The whole world will be grateful that we are finally here together. Pierce raised his glass lightly to greet the congressman. Share the joy of completing the plan. Suddenly, a broadcast voice came to my ears. "Attention all agents of SHIELD, I'm Steve Rogers. You have heard a lot of news about me these days, and some people even called for hunting me down. But I think I should tell you the truth." Steve's voice echoed throughout the Triskelion building. Pierce, who was in the high-level command room, paused for a moment as the wine glass in his hand and his expression changed slightly. All the agents in the hall, studio, and workshop heard the captain's voice, gradually stopped what they were doing, and stopped to listen. SHIELD is not what we thought it was. It has been infiltrated by Hydra. Their leader was Alexander Pierce. Special Forces and Insight have also been infiltrated. I don't know how many more, but they're in this building, probably standing right next to you. Steve's voice echoed over the fighter jet area outside. Agent Carter and all the staff who were unaware of the truth were listening to Steve's story. Only the Special Forces rushed to the captain's location fully armed. They almost got what they wanted, absolute control. Nick Fury's murder was just the beginning. If you launched your helicarrier today, Hydra would be able to kill anyone who stood in their way, unless we stop them. At this time, the Special Forces team had approached the area where the captain was, but the original guard looked at the Special Forces team getting closer and closer, and a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. Subconsciously, he reached for the weapon at his waist. However, before he could draw his weapon, he was shot dead by a Special Forces soldier who was supposed to be his comrade. Steve's voice still echoed in people's ears. "I know it's hard to do, but the price of freedom is high, it always has been. I am willing to pay this price, even if I am alone, I will stick to it. But I believe I am not alone." Finished. Listening to the speech of Captain America, who is always known for his sincerity, Agent Hill was greatly encouraged. Not only Hill, but also people who knew Steve well took his words to heart. They would not suspect that a combat hero who sacrificed his life for his country 70 years ago would weave lies to confuse the public. It turned out that we didn't know the truth about Steve's defection. Now that the person involved has confessed everything truthfully, who should we choose to believe? Everyone has the answer in their hearts. Sam Falcon walked up to Steve. "Did you memorize this script, or did you improvise it?" There was a hint of admiration on his face. This is the Captain America. He shouldn't be the guy who loops himself while jogging in the morning, nor the soldier who is indecisive in front of his friends. When danger comes, we must have the courage to expose all conspiracies and fight to the end. This is the Captain America in our hearts. The scene changed, and in the high-level command room, a congressman who knew Steve well believed the captain's chin-by. He looked at Pierce and cursed. "You little bastard." Suddenly, several Special Forces soldiers walked in and pointed their guns at him. He could no longer say the following words. Seeing that the matter could no longer be concealed, Pierce simply revealed his true face. "It seems I have the final say here." He looked so proud, as if a winner was showing his opponent the final mercy. Little did he know that his voice had already been transmitted to the entire building through Natasha's live broadcast equipment. The agents who were originally skeptical about Steve's words heard the absolute top leader, Pierce's voice so wanton. I realized that although what Captain America said was a bit horrifying, it seemed to be the truth. At this time, Crossbones, the backbone of Hydra's Special Forces team, walked to the launch console and ordered, "Start the launch procedure immediately." However, the staff hesitated and did not carry out the order. "Is there a problem with this?" Crossbones urged loudly and forcefully. What I got was indeed silent resistance. "I'm sorry, sir." The curly-haired, frail technician's heart was beating like a drum, but the justice in his heart prevented him from submitting, even though he knew that if what the captain said was true, his choice at this moment might lead to his death. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Everyone at the control console watched the scene unfolding before them, their minds racing. The technician took a deep breath, suppressed his inner tension, and said resolutely with determination, "I won't fire. The captain has ordered." Crossbones lost his patience and pointed his pistol at the technician's head. "Get off your console." Agent Carter then stepped forward and pointed a gun at Crossbones' head. "Put down your guns, the captain has ordered." Following Carter's actions, the control room became chaotic, and everyone drew their guns and pointed them at each other. The Hydra infiltrators were exposed. The flowers that Su Ming was waiting for in a corner not far from the sky carrier were about to wither. Steve insisted on making the truth public and received everyone's support. This decision will undoubtedly bring important legitimacy to their actions. Su Ming had no objection, it was just a matter of waiting a little longer. At this time, Su Ming faced a good news and a bad news. The good news is that the 3 sky carriers have been completed, and the price has increased a lot compared to when they were not completed. A full $3,200 billion US each ship. The bad news is, it still can't be redeemed. Su Ming was not in a hurry. He listened quietly to Steve's monologue and nodded secretly. This kind of speech is so deceptive. Except for Mr. Captain, the others are really not up to par. As the truth was revealed, Pierce's tacit acceptance of everything caused everyone in the building to have a turmoil in their thoughts. Various voices echoed in Su Ming's mind. "Damn it. Exposing myself at this time. It's just causing more trouble. Shit. The captain is truly wronged. As long as the mothership takes off, everything will be under control. I've had enough of being treated like a fool. Dry. Kill them." Chapter 203. Fortunately, they are teammates. The surface of the artificial lake below the Triskelion building rises slowly. Not long after, the huge mechanical door hidden under the water slowly opened. Crossbones and the Hydra members he led had a battle with the SHIELD agents led by Kate. There was a burst of gunfire in the battleship's command room. In the chaos, Crossbones avoided the bullets in the room and started the mothership's launch sequence. It can be seen how sharp the shooting skills of the SHIELD agents are. Somewhere in the universe, the Darkstar spaceship. The guard who was previously injured by Quill was reporting to Ronan about the theft of the Spirit Orb. This Ronan is the Kree leader who was scared away by Captain Marvel Carroll. The reason he wanted to find the orb was to complete a deal with Thanos to destroy Xandar. In order to successfully retrieve the orb, Thanos sent his 2 adopted daughters, Gamora and Nebula, to assist Ronan. On the other side is Xandar. The technology here is advanced and the level of civilization is very high. All species in the universe can live in peace here. The little raccoon, Rocket, is using a tablet to observe everyone's information. An old man who looks like a museum security guard is flirting with a girl. There is also a toddler being led by an adult to learn how to walk. Oh, Xandar is just a bunch of rabble. Look what this is? A baby? Such a cool look, so cool. If you have the guts, go on your own. And that old pervert, he's a real scoundrel, isn't he, Groot? The little raccoon complained crazily to the computer. Suddenly, an abnormal sound of flowing water was heard. A wooden man over 2 meters tall, made of twisted tree roots, was drinking water from the fountain in big gulps. Rocket rolled his eyes. "Isn't this his silly teammate Groot? Hey, Groot, could you please stop drinking the dirty water from the fountain? It's disgusting, isn't it?" Although Groot is tall, his face is full of innocence. He seems unable to speak and shakes his head innocently at Rocket. It seemed to be saying, "Who, me? No. You obviously drank it. I saw it with my own eyes. Are you lying to me? Suddenly, a bounty order popped up on the computer. Page 187. Find Peter Quill and take back the cosmic orb from him. Reward, 4 units. It is paired with a slightly obscene photo of Star-Lord. Oh, business is coming. Rocket carefully looked at the content of the bounty mission and became excited. Oh, look how badly this guy wants to catch you. 4. Groot. We're going to be rich. Turning back to look at Groot. I saw this big fool pointing his head towards the water from the fountain, drinking so intently. Seeing this, Rocket shook his head helplessly. For plants, it doesn't matter whether the water is dirty or not, as long as there is water. What an easily satisfied guy. He lowered his head and continued to study the computer, only to see that the person who put the bounty had also posted Quill's current coordinates, as a thoughtful gesture. Groot, it's time to go. Let's go to this planet called Earth. Just as Rocket the raccoon pulled Groot, who was reluctant to leave the fountain, towards the spaceship. A small spaceship has already passed through the atmosphere and arrived on Earth. The person inside is none other than Gamora, one of Thanos' adopted daughters with green skin. The artificial lake beneath the Triskelion building is no longer visible. It is replaced by a wide and large hangar exit. As the mothership's launch program was activated, the mothership's engine erupted with a huge roar. The first to take off was Helicarrier 1. Captain America, with his extraordinary skills, successfully shook off the pursuing enemies, boarded the Sky Carrier number 3, and quickly found the positioning chip and replaced it with the control chip. As the chip was replaced, Su Ming, who had been observing the movements of the mothership below, was surprised to find that the mothership could be exchanged after the chip was replaced. This is undoubtedly good news. Turn on the earphone sharing channel and urge, guys, clear out the enemies on mothership number 3. I'm about to take action. At this time, Captain America, who had just jumped off the deck of mothership number 3 with a beautiful front flip, heard Su Ming's words. The moment he landed, his body tilted and he almost sprained his ankle. Mr. Fate, the helicarrier uses unmanned technology, and even I understand that. Did you listen carefully to the pre-war meeting? Su Ming paused slightly when he heard this, as if he had indeed been distracted while they were studying tactics. I was just thinking about how to deal with Star-Lord. Such a funny guy, we can't kill him. Mr. Inju, the number 3 mothership has been cleared and is now in your hands. Suddenly, the voice of Falcon Sam came from the headphones. When he heard Su Ming's words, his first reaction was not to refute, but to carefully sweep around the number 3 mothership. After dealing with a few remaining soldiers, Sam confirmed that mothership number 3 had been cleared. Only then did he give a warning. The main character is diligent and obedient. Look at people. Su Ming was very pleased and gave Sam, who was circling in the sky, an OK sign from afar. Then he jumped up and landed lightly on the deck of mothership number 3. Turning around and looking down from a high vantage point, the scene below was quite lively. Everywhere in the R&D workshop was now a battlefield where the two sides were exchanging fire. In places where the sunlight did not reach, bullets emitting red light flew back and forth in the air, very intense. The steel workshop was filled with sparks from bullet ejections. Interspersed with occasional explosions, wails, and roars, a symphony of modern warfare is woven under the tone of the mothership engine. It's spectacular. Su Ming waved his hand to deflect the bullet flying towards him, walked under the corridor bridge, raised his hand and gently stroked the steel battleship. After working so hard for so long, it's finally time to reap the rewards. Exchange. Plus 3,800 billion USD. Exchange successful. Account balance $4,846 billion USD. A beautiful prompt sound rang out. The engine of carrier number 3 suddenly stopped. The ship rose into the air but unexpectedly did not fall, slowly becoming transparent. Oh, God, what do I see? Mothership number 3 is disappearing. The curly-haired technician who was threatened by Crossbones and was responsible for starting the program accidentally saw that mothership number 3 was becoming transparent. He yelled as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. After hearing his voice, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked towards mothership number 3, their expressions becoming increasingly outrageous. Even a die-hard Hydra member like Crossbones was deeply shocked by the scene before him. With his mouth wide open and his eyes staring straight ahead, a heli-carrier of this magnitude, thousands of people working day and night, hundreds of billions of dollars invested, just like that, disappeared? Are you kidding me? People could not believe their eyes until the ship completely disappeared before their eyes. The control room instantly fell into an eerie silence. People held their breath, staring blankly at the ground below, their brains shut down. The workshop, which was originally a bit crowded with 3 motherships, became unusually spacious after one of them was suddenly lost. Everyone who directly or indirectly saw the mothership disappear was stunned and screamed that it was a ghost. The reaction in the control room was identical. The changes in Mothership Number 3 controlled the fierce battlefield for nearly 3 minutes. During these 3 minutes, Su-Ming sensed that the emotions of the people around him were unusually similar. After being confused, I am still confused. Boom. Fuck. Sam accidentally bumped into the wall and grimaced in pain. The iron wings drew a spark on the iron wall. He knew it was Silver Duke who took action. But I didn't expect it to happen in such an unconventional way. He thought the mothership might explode, disintegrate, or even melt. But I never expected that such a huge mothership would disappear on the spot. After spinning and falling a few meters in the air, he tried hard to steady his body and looked at Su-Ming, who was standing quietly at the original number 3 position of the mothership. His expression changed again and again. I knew you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. Luckily, they're teammates, otherwise. Chapter 204 Sweeping the Battlefield. Although Su-Ming's control effect was very strong, it did not last long. Pierce saw one of the motherships disappear unexpectedly from a high-rise window, and his eyes were bloodshot. Project Insight was an important action he had been planning for a long time, and it had indescribable significance for his position in the organization. The loss of one of the helicarriers he had spent so much money on just starting out gave him a sense of urgency. The other side has a capable person. Realizing this, Pierce took the gun and pointed it at the congressman who had just scolded him, ready to remove this stumbling block. Well, now it's your turn. Suddenly, the old lady, Counselor Gilmore, burst out with a speed that was completely incompatible with her age, and kicked out. Pierce fell down. Black Widow moved. She had long been annoyed by Pierce's smug look, and after enduring it for a long time, she finally found an opportunity to give him a good beating. After a swift and effective attack, the Special Forces members responsible for Pierce's safety fell asleep. Finally, Gilmore pointed the pistol at Pierce and raised his hand to press it to his ear. The wrinkled face was trembling. As Natasha took off the veil-like camouflage coating and the wig, her pretty face and bright red hair appeared before people. "I'm sorry, did I spoil your fun?" Pierce endured the pain in his abdomen and stared blankly at Agent Romanoff in front of him. Nick Fury had boasted to him more than once about how good Natasha was as a spy. This time, he saw it. After taking over the first mothership, Su-Ming realized that Nick Fury's control chip was crucial in returning the mothership to a redeemable state. So he flashed and came to Sam in the air. It scared the Falcon. "Sam, leave the chip to me, and you will be responsible for clearing out the enemies." Sam was a fighter and was not good at technical operations, so he readily accepted Su-Ming's suggestion. After handing the chip to Su-Ming, he dived towards the anti-aircraft gun on the deck. As Su-Ming took the chip, the spider sense alarm sounded. Turning around, he saw a fighter jet not far away locking onto him, and large-caliber machine gun bullets were raining down on him. All the bullets stopped near Su-Ming. A layer of energy shield flickered, blocking them and even containing 2 missiles. Looking at the fighter planes that were staring at him eagerly, Su-Ming's eyes moved slightly. Valuation. Quinjet $2 million valuation. Page 188. Not bad. With a wave of his hand, all bullets and missiles entered follow mode. Su-Ming carefully placed the chip and rushed straight towards the fighter jet. Hundreds of billions of dollars are at stake, and there can be no mistakes. It wasn't until he stood in front of the fighter cockpit that the pilot's terrified expression was clearly visible. "Dang dang." Knocking on the glass cover, Su-Ming said politely, "Could you please give up your seat?" The sound was not loud, but it drowned out the loud noise of the engine, penetrating the cockpit and headphones and directly ringing in the pilot's mind. He was so shocked that he saw stars. "Give up your seat? How do you give up your seat in a fighter jet?" The pilot's mind went blank for a moment, but the desire to survive quickly replaced reason and controlled his body to react. Oh. The emergency ejection system was activated. The glass cover of the cockpit shattered instantly, and the pilot inside flew out with his seat. Su-Ming was slightly stunned. Why does this scene look familiar? While thinking about it in his mind, his hands did not slow down at all. His arm swung out a shadow and grabbed the pilot's ankle as he escaped. Caw! The force of inertia dislocated the pilot's knees on the spot, and he screamed and struggled. "Feel sorry." Su-Ming just recalled that Hulk once grabbed a pilot who ejected from the cabin. I subconsciously reached out and grabbed it, wanting to feel the power of this emergency escape ejection. Just out of curiosity, nothing else. Unexpectedly, he actually grabbed the pilot's leg. Poor guy. The driver's seat was spewing flames, providing a constant flow of propulsion. In the few seconds before letting go, Su-Ming seemed to see the pilot's legs stretched several centimeters. "It's a bit miserable." Su-Ming let go of his hand somewhat awkwardly, and the ejection seat flew away amid the pilot's crying and cursing voice. Finally, it opened its parachute before landing and turned into a colorful mushroom in the air. The fighter lost its pilot and began to spin and descend. Exchange. Plus $2 billion. Exchange successful. Account balance $4,848 billion. The fighter jets and the bullets and missiles that followed were exchanged by Su Ming as a package. Disappeared from their original places one after another. Su Ming originally wanted to pull the pilot's seat back and sell it together, but he almost turned the pilot into noodles. In the spirit of humanitarianism, Su Ming set him free. Little did he know that after many years, the pilot's right leg was still at least 10 centimeters longer than his left leg. People nicknamed him Uneven Bars. After dealing with the plane, Su Ming looked at the large number of unmanned fighter jets parked on the deck of the mothership. It was as if he saw piles of banknotes waving at him. The figure flashed and disappeared in place. More than 20 Quinjet fighters parked on the deck of Sky Carrier number 2 disappeared one after another. Plus $2 million. Plus $2 million US dollars. Plus $2 million. Finally, after clearing the deck, Su Ming finally came to the core component of the chip and replaced the positioning chip with the control chip. The prompt that mothership number 2 cannot be exchanged has disappeared. Exchange. Plus $3,600 billion. Exchange successful. Account balance $8,548 billion. So far, Su Ming has captured 2 Sky battleships and their supporting combat systems, reaping great rewards. Looking up at the first warship taking off, Su Ming couldn't wait to exchange them all. After everything is over, I should have enough money to upgrade to the Supreme Mage. Thinking of this, Su Ming turned into a stream of light and flew towards Mothership number 1. The Hydra personnel who were remotely controlling the weapon system of Mothership number 2 suddenly discovered that all the attack commands they had issued were invalid. Looking closely, there was no battleship number 2. The Sky Carrier, which was originally floating in the sky and blocking out a large area of sunlight, gradually faded from people's sight. People who had witnessed the warship disappear had different reactions when they saw such a strange sight again. Agents of SHIELD, oh yeah, Hydra agent, oh, thanks. Pierce, who was being held at gunpoint, looked at Natasha, who was operating a computer not far away, and asked doubtfully, "What is she doing?" Another member of parliament gave a thoughtful answer. "She's dismantling security protocols, posting all her secrets online," Natasha said calmly, "including Hydra." Pierce added, "That includes SHIELD. Once you do that, your past will be exposed to the world." He took 2 steps forward and looked at Natasha with a playful smile on his face. "Are you sure you're ready for the whole world to see your true face?" Natasha remained calm. She looked at Pierce with her big eyes and parted her red lips. "What about you?" At this time, the SHIELD Air team finally assembled and shouted on the intercom, "Attention, we are Captain Rogers' only air support, so we must act quickly." Before he could finish his words, the plane that had just taken off exploded and crashed. Behind the thick smoke and flames, an arm shining with metallic luster appeared in the picture. "Stop." Bucky held the rockets and fired them frequently. Agents attempting to board the plane to support Rogers were hampered by the explosion. Bucky was unstoppable. He threw a grenade into the plane that was about to close, and then kicked an agent into the engine of another plane. The explosion passed. Captain America's air support team was wiped out before taking off. Bucky boarded the last intact plane and flew towards the last helicarrier. The other side. A small and unique spaceship slowly docked near Su Ming's base without making any sound. A slim green figure walked down. Chapter 205 Taking Advantage of the Chaos. Gamera looked around and then looked down to confirm. The navigation device showed that they had arrived at the target location. There were bursts of explosions coming from the distant sky, as if a battle was going on. The corners of the mouth slightly raised. Just right. Turning around, he looked towards the entrance to the underground base. This is the only building within a 1-kilometer radius. Although it is very hidden, it is still very conspicuous when scanned by the interstellar compass. She patted the scabbards on both sides, in which her weapon, the God Slayer dagger, was quietly inserted. "Star-Lord?" Humph. Twisting my waist, I walked in. There was only one helicarrier left in the air. Under the control of Hydra agents, the mothership's defense system frantically swept the Falcon in the sky. Falcon Sam relied on his super maneuverability to dodge in the air and caught the falling Captain America. Steve was originally on Mothership number 2. He had just repelled a few enemies that were surrounding him when he felt his feet go empty. Mothership number 2 disappeared. The sudden change caught Captain America off guard, and he flipped in the air and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Falcon appeared in time, grabbed Steve in the air and took him to Mothership number 1. "You're much heavier than you look." The two landed smoothly on Mothership number 1 and walked towards the chip pile. A moment of leisure allowed Sam to complain about Steve's weight. I ate too much breakfast. Captain America also has a sense of humor, but not much. Suddenly, a figure appeared and knocked Steve off the deck. It's Bucky, now he should be called the Winter Soldier. Steve. Sam started, yelled, and activated his steel wings to jump off the deck to pull him up again. Suddenly, a strong metal arm grabbed the wings and threw them back fiercely. Sam stabilized his body in the air and found that it was the fighting maniac mentioned by the captain, so he raised his gun and shot. Page 189. The two submachine guns spewed out flames and fired hundreds of bullets in an instant. The Winter Soldier only has bulletproof arms, so he doesn't dare to fight head-on and temporarily avoids the attack. Sam rushed to rescue Captain America and accelerated on the spot, but his wings were pierced by the grappling hook fired by the Winter Soldier. Bucky gave a sharp pull, and Sam hit the deck like a kite. Bucky's method was also very rough. He used force again to pull off one of Sam's steel wings. Sam had just gotten up when he was kicked in the chest by a size 45 foot. He screamed and followed in Steve's footsteps. The only wing left could no longer keep it balanced. He spun around and fell from a high altitude. But as an Air Force Special Forces soldier, you can do without a bulletproof vest but you cannot do without a parachute. He reacted immediately, released his only wings, and opened the parachute to the extreme. He suddenly landed on the rooftop of the Triskelion building, but escaped unharmed. Captain, are you okay? After confirming it was safe, Sam immediately called Steve to confirm the situation. He fell more than 10 seconds earlier, so if nothing unexpected happened, it must have been an accident. I'm fine. Steve's voice came, allaying Sam's worries. Originally, Steve passed by the edge of the mothership deck when he fell. He controlled his body and stretched out his hands, trying to grab something. However, the inertia was too great, and even though it had already hit the deck, it was unable to stop its falling trend. He once experienced a fall from a high altitude, which was only the 23rd floor of the Triskelion building. The height at this moment was much higher than the two Triskelion buildings. Steve in the air looked at the shield, wondering if the shield could withstand such a violent impact. Just as Steve was forcing himself to calm down and trying to adjust his posture, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Hey, Captain, it has to be you. You bungee jumping without a rope. Awesome. When Suming approached Mothership Number 1, he saw what was happening from afar. He turned a corner in the air and arrived at the place where Steve landed one step ahead. As the figures moved together, they made jokes. Only then did Steve see Suming standing in the air and he had just flown past him. His tense mood was relieved a little, and he suddenly realized that fate did not seem to intend to save him. Instead, he looked like he was watching the fun and shouted, "Mr. Silver Jew, you won't just watch me fall like this." Oh. Before he could finish his words, Steve felt his back hit the ground. A sparking portal in front of me was slowly closing. Before he could put the shield under him, he was hit and his back hit the ground hard. It is equivalent to falling straight down from a height of about 5 stories, and the force is quite considerable. The captain was thrown down and suffocated. After struggling to turn over, I found myself back on the deck. He pounded his chest hard and it took a while for him to catch his breath. It turned out that Suming had predicted Steve's whereabouts and opened a hanging ring portal early. The other side of the portal is the deck of Mothership Number 1. At this moment, Sam's worried voice came. Steve, who had just recovered his breath, responded with difficulty. Then he asked, "Where are you?" "Ahem. I landed, and the suit is broken. Sorry." How could the captain possibly let down his little fanboy? He took a deep breath. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." After turning off the communicator, Steve jumped on the spot to adjust his state. Suming flew over lightly, heard his words, and said with a smile, "Are you sure you can handle this?" "I'll take care of it, Bucky. The rest is up to you, just follow the plan." After saying that, he threw the last chip in his hand over. Suming took the chip and was very satisfied with Steve's understanding. "I won't bother you catching up with your old friends. See you later." After saying that, he disappeared from the spot and appeared in the fighter parking area. When mentioning old friends, a complicated look flashed in Steve's eyes. Looking up, I saw a metal arm flash by on the upper deck. "Bucky." Steve gritted his teeth and rushed forward. "Command room." Pierce suddenly remembered something and felt that Natasha's actions were in vain. He said proudly, "Unlocking is an administrative order and requires authorization from 2 Class A personnel." This was already anticipated in the battle plan, so Natasha remained calm. "Don't worry, someone will be here soon." As soon as he finished speaking, a helicopter landed on the apron outside the window. Then a familiar figure walked down and came in front of Pierce in a few steps. His shoes are as shiny as his head, Nick Fury. Seeing his old friend coming, Pierce felt that his plan might fail this time, so he pretended to be calm. "Did you get my flowers?" Nick Fury looked angrily at Pierce, whom he regarded as his close comrade and superior. You sent someone to kill me. He is not yet a pure politician, and there is still a trace of bond and affection for Pierce in his heart. Even if you are almost certain, you still have to speak up and test the waters. In response, Pierce said with the air of a superior, "You know the rules of the game. Seize the last opportunity to demonstrate your skills as a politician." The two then discussed their differences in political ideas. Pierce deleted Fury's iris records, but Fury had a trick up his sleeve. He used his damaged eye to take the A-level certification. Pierce deleted a lonely. With the gun pointed at his head, Pierce had no choice but to step forward and unlock it. As the security agreement lifted, prompt sounded, Hydra's plan was officially announced to the public. 6 minutes. Agent Hill made a call from the control room, reminding everyone that time was running out. Even if there is only one left, as long as it reaches the designated location, it will interact with the space satellite to start the final part of the InSight project, clearance. 20 million people on Earth who are judged to be a threat will suffer a catastrophic disaster. At this moment, a rough-looking spaceship suddenly appeared above the mothership. Raccoon Rocket excitedly shouted while controlling the spaceship. "Groot, we're here, so lively. Star-Lord must be down there. The bounty is beckoning us. Don't let others get ahead of you. Quick, pick me the biggest one." He was answered with a muffled, somewhat honest voice. Groot. Chapter 206, The Raging Raccoon Appears. The strong wind from high altitude blew through the railings, making a whistling sound. The mothership continued to take off and fly towards the predetermined orbit. Captain America finally meets Bucky on the covered bridge. Their eyes met, and unlike Steve's complicated expression, Bucky's eyes were filled with indifference. "Please, don't make me do this." Steve's heart is full of sincerity, and the strong comradeship makes it impossible for him to regard the Winter Soldier in front of him as an enemy. He couldn't bring himself to kill. The same pair of ruthless yet determined eyes responded to him. The captain knew that Buggy's current state could not be changed by just a few words from him, so he decided to use a stupid method. Just do it first and talk later. When the shield was thrown, and Bucky raised his hand to block it, the captain caught the shield and the two of them fought together. Suming arrived late. He had just swept the deck and exchanged for more than a dozen fighter jets, which wasted a lot of his time. Fortunately, the results are encouraging. When he arrived at the chip hub, he found that Captain America was having a great time fighting with Bucky, punching and kicking each other, and using swords and shields. Won't this delay things? These two people specifically fought around the chip hub, and Su-Ming couldn't get involved even if he wanted to replace the chip. Let's have some fun. Su-Ming had no intention of disturbing the captain and his elder brother from reminiscing about the past, but the two of them were too much of a nuisance. He raised his hand and waved it, and a burst of energy with great force swept the two people who were fighting away. The two of them flew onto the deck, spinning like two leaves in a whirlwind. "That's spacious, you can build as much as you want." After driving away the two flies, Su-Ming was finally able to get close to the pile of chips. Page 190. Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded overhead. The shock wave from the explosion shook the entire mothership. Su-Ming almost lost his balance. "What's going on? Who dares to destroy my ship?" The scene changed, and Groot's arms turned into two sturdy vines, one end hanging Rocket the raccoon and the other hooking the starship. "Fall slowly. Groot, give me the thing first." The raccoon's angry roar was heard in the air. "Ungroot." Groot's arm split into two branches, one of which he scratched the back of his head, and the other stretched out towards the spaceship. After a while, he hooked a weapon that looked like a gun and a cannon and handed it to the raccoon. "That weapon is even taller than the rocket when it stands up." "Oh, yeah." A wild expression appeared on Rocket's furry face as he took over the big gun. Then he pointed the gun at the two people on the deck and opened fire. Artillery shells cleared the way and machine guns poured water. Boom, da-da-da. It has to be an extraterrestrial technology weapon, and it is much more powerful. The explosion created a large crater on the deck, and the bullets that followed were as dense as raindrops. Half of the deck area was covered. "Ah!" The little raccoon, who had not yet landed, shouted excitedly, his finger tightly gripping the trigger without letting go. The big gun spewed flames, venting Rocket's joy. Steve and Bucky were stunned. It was playing just fine, but was blown away by a gust of wind. They thought they would fall from the hull, but who knew that the force suddenly turned and threw the two of them onto the deck. The two people who started PK again heard the sound of a missile flying before they had even fought 2 rounds. Steve is particularly sensitive to this kind of sound, and Bucky's fighting skills are also excellent. The two of them simultaneously used all their strength to pounce and dodge. The shock wave from the explosion still caused considerable trouble to the two. Standing up dizzy and dazed, they looked around blankly, but couldn't find their target at all. If it weren't for the sudden crazy roar in the air, The two big guys had no idea that the one firing the missile at them was actually a small ball of fur. A closer look, an armed raccoon? Are you fucking kidding me? There seems to be a big tree behind? What the FK? When did the fighting power of fairy tales become so powerful? But the rockets didn't give the two a chance to react, and the bullets poured down like water. Bucky had to dodge again, rolling on the deck, looking very embarrassed. Although the captain has no cover around him, he has a shield. He squatted down and curled up into a ball, holding up the shield to protect his whole body. The little raccoon had good eyesight and saw that there was something like a target below. A round shape, circles of patterns and a striking five-pointed star in the center. It was simply the most beautiful target he had ever seen. Turn the gun around and spray at Steve's shield. Dang dang dang. The bullet was surprisingly powerful. Steve gritted his teeth and held on, but his feet still slowly slid backwards. Family, who understands this? The mighty Captain America is being abused by a raccoon. Steve's inner feelings at this moment were far more complicated than when he saw Bucky again. Star-Lord, I know you're here. Come out quickly. Hand over the spirit ball and I'll spare your life. I'm Groot. Rocket and Groot landed one after another. The combination of one tall and one short was quite impressive. The milk is fierce. The milk is fierce. Unlike Gamera, Rocket's tablet is a general-purpose one and he hasn't paid for it yet. Its navigation function is far inferior to Gamera's high-end tablet from Thanos' team. The accuracy of Gamera's compass can be controlled within 100 meters, while the navigation error of the rocket is much larger, within 100 kilometers. Although from an interstellar perspective, the tablet's navigation can be considered accurate. When we actually got there, there were still significant deviations. This caused Rocket and Groot to head straight for the helicarrier battlefield. It believes Star-Lord is here. Behind the cover, a pair of eyes secretly observed the two magical species. A talking raccoon? A walking tree? Even after a new round of brainwashing, Bucky has become even more cold-blooded, and it is difficult for him to maintain his cool personality at this moment. What the hell is this? The most infuriating thing is that the hope of Hydra, the Winter Soldier, was beaten so badly by these two little monsters that he dared not even show his head. He turned to look at Steve, who was huddled behind the shield. Bucky felt a little relieved. Fortunately, I'm not the only one being abused. The rockets emptied the gun of ammunition. It carried its big gun proudly and shouted, "Hey, Star-Lord, don't you dare to have a fight between men? I'm Groot." Groot also opened his mouth wide, looking ferocious. But no matter how you look at it, this pairing is full of cuteness. Seeing that the shield was no longer suppressed, Steve shook his numb hands and stood up. Looking at the strange-looking duo opposite, I suddenly realized that they might be alien creatures. Will there be a large force following? What is their purpose this time? We must capture them immediately and interrogate them. He did it right away, threw out his shield and rushed forward, completely ignoring the fact that the raccoon shouted out his purpose as soon as he appeared, Star-Lord. The shield flew towards the towering Groot, but Groot's body was made of a tangled system of strong roots. After a muffled sound, the shield was bounced back. Groot was not someone to be trifled with either. He stretched out his arms and swung them wildly. The tough vines whipped towards Steve with an afterimage. But the attack routine is a bit crude. First tap the head and then the foot, then tap the head and then the foot, over and over again. Steve dodged the first round of attacks and fell into an endless jump rope. But he couldn't get away, and his face became increasingly embarrassed. Bucky always kept his mission in mind, to kill Steve. Picked up a gun and shot Steve. Captain America was suddenly in an even more embarrassing situation. While jumping rope, he used his shield to block the bullets flying from behind. Having a lot of fun being busy. The raccoon looked at the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm, his eyes suddenly filled with interest. He stuck the rifle into the ground and reached behind his back with his furry paws, groping for the magazine. Get ready for another wave of fun. Suddenly, the mothership beneath everyone's feet slowly turned into nothingness until it disappeared. Steve, who was exhausted from running around, felt relieved. Finally, I'm not the only one who has to bear it all. Chapter 207. The base was stolen. After the chip was installed, Su Ming's first action was to start the exchange. Plus $3,200 billion. Exchange successful. Account balance $11,750 billion. At this point, Project Insight was completely shattered. Standing in the air, he looked at the numbers on his account balance with great satisfaction, imagining what kind of surprises the Supreme Mage's upgrade would bring him. Suddenly, several screams reached Su Ming's ears. Looking closely, the picture quickly zoomed in front of my eyes. Steve, Bucky, a little fur ball with a gun bigger than his body, and a shriveled figure were falling to the ground. The tree-shaped figure stretched its arms continuously, quickly rolled up the small ball of fur, and stretched out its other arm towards the spaceship in the sky. But no matter how hard I try, I can't catch up with the speed of the descent. Is this Groot and Rocket the rebellious raccoon? How did they get to Earth? Yes, Star-Lord was being locked up in the base by himself, and these two little guys must have followed Quill's trail. It is obvious that he is planning to take over the Cosmic Spirit Ball. Suddenly, a thought came to me. Rocket and Groot have come to Earth. Will there be someone else looking for Quill? Thinking of this, Su-Ming dialed Alyssa's number. As for the free-falling ones, no rush, let them fly for a while. The moment Steve lost support under his feet, he felt relieved. Page 191. The vines that always came at a fixed angle finally had no time to take care of themselves. They twisted their bodies and looked at Bucky, who was also falling rapidly not far away. I adjusted my body and came to his side, extending my hand. Bucky, hold on tight. But what responded to him was Buggy's iron fist. You are my friend. Captain America doesn't want to fight his best friend anymore. Bucky, however, used the force to get above Captain America and punched Steve in the face again and again. You are my mission. Then finish it. Steve didn't resist and let the heavy fist made of steel hit his face. His right eye swelled up quickly. This sentence instantly triggered Bucky's memory, and all the little details about him and Captain America, from falling from the train, to the painful experience of being transformed by Dr. Zola, and the days of fighting side by side with Steve and overcoming difficulties, flashed through his mind intermittently, until he watched Steve fall unconscious into the water after being hit by his heavy punch. Bucky resolutely chose to rescue him and pulled him to the shore. At this moment, Bucky still had doubts, not sure whether the man in front of him was really the close friend in his memory. Urgently needing further confirmation, he looked at Steve, who was unconscious on the shore, with a complicated expression. Bucky turned and walked towards the dense forest, quickly disappearing from sight. According to Su-Ming's original plan, he would not let Steve fall into the water like this. At least they will intervene. No one answered the phone, which delayed his opportunity to take action. He called again, but still no one answered. This gave Su-Ming a bad feeling. Could it be that someone is stealing the house? Thinking of this, Su-Ming accelerated and flew downwards. No matter what, Captain America cannot be allowed to fall to his death. Soon, Su-Ming discovered that fortunately there was deep lake water below, so Steve was not smashed into a meat patty. With a quick look around, he found Steve fainted on the shore, and Rocket the raccoon was riding Groot on the water like a drowned rat, cursing. He raised his hand and swung it, and the rune array in his palm manifested as an energy whip, which wrapped around Groot's thigh from a distance. The other hand drew a circle in the air, and a portal leading to the base slowly opened with sparks. With a sudden tug, Groot was pulled by the huge force and flew directly over the water and headed straight for the portal. The raccoon, soaking wet, was also carried away and flew up. He instinctively grabbed Groot tightly, but the gun in his hand fell into the water, splashing water. My big cutie, damn it. I'm Groot. The noisy sound of the rocket quickly flew past Su-Ming and passed through the portal into the base. Su-Ming also pulled the unconscious Steve across the portal. A few minutes ago, Gamera entered Su-Ming's base unimpeded. Looking at the base with complete security facilities, there was no reaction to her as an intruder. He shrugged and whistled. My luck seems to be unusually good this time. I hope this good luck can continue. The whistle echoed in the deep passage. After eating and drinking her fill, Alyssa said goodbye to Nick Fury, who had left in a hurry, stretched herself, and prepared to go back to her room for a good night's sleep. The monitors were showing scenes of fierce battles over the Triskelion building. The Winter Soldier was pulling Falcon and beating him up. Alyssa had no interest in this. With the boss around, no problem is a problem. She was thinking that after Su-Ming's action was over, she would most likely face another fierce storm. If we don't rest now, when will we? Suddenly, a cold and elegant voice came from not far away. I'm curious, this seems like a base, so why is it like a park, undefended? Alyssa suddenly became alert and reached for the weapon rack, but was hit by a high-voltage motor gun. He fell to the ground trembling all over. His hair suddenly became straight and curly, with smoke flying everywhere. Before losing consciousness, I vaguely saw a green-skinned woman walking towards me and looking down at my breasts. As if comparing, a thought flashed through my mind. Oh no, I forgot to restart the security measures just now. The boss is going to spank me this time. Then he fainted. Gamera looked at the woman lying on the ground in front of her. Her long golden wavy hair had been permed, but it did not affect her exquisite appearance. Especially the majestic figure beneath the nightgown, which made Gamera feel jealous. What's so good about being big? Humph. Ignoring the fainted Alyssa, Gamera began searching Su-Ming's base. Soon, she found a room hidden at the end of the corridor. Bright lights accompanied by melodious music, mixed with loud snoring and the iron bars on the doors and windows. It looks like a prison cell, but it looks more like a guest room in a high-end interstellar hotel. there was a man lying on the bed in the room. He was the target of this mission, Peter Quill. At this moment, he had no idea what he was dreaming about, and he turned over and scratched his butt unconsciously. He mumbled something incomprehensible. Not to mention, it's quite pleasant. There was some food on the table, and even though it was cold, you could still faintly smell its fragrance. It instantly aroused Gamera's appetite. She took out an unknown alien fruit from her bag and ate it while trying to find a way to open the door. He was thinking in his mind that the orb of the universe must not fall into the hands of Ronan and Thanos, otherwise more planets and races would be destroyed. Yes, she was ready to betray her adoptive father. But the door had no obvious lock, and she spent a long time figuring out how to open it. Tony's technology is still at the forefront of the interstellar world in some aspects. The sound of tinkering with the door woke Quill up from his sleep. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up. He stretched himself lazily. He hadn't had such a good sleep in many years, it felt great. Suddenly I noticed a green figure hanging around outside the door, so I took 2 steps forward to observe curiously. It's a woman. To be exact, it is the rare Zhaobarai woman. The iconic green skin covers the entire body, with long black hair and golden lines or scars on the face that look like circuit boards. Wearing a tight sleeveless combat suit, he has sharp eyes, a tall and agile figure, and is full of power. Ugh, it's a green hottie. A whistle sounded, attracting Gamera's attention. Gamera shook her black hair, bit a piece of fruit, and looked at Quill, who was obviously imprisoned but still had a showy look on his face. What happened? Quill thought Gamera was Su Ming's person, but she didn't understand her own situation yet, so she said stubbornly, "That guy just left me here and didn't care. I hate people like that who have no moral integrity." Peter Quill, also known as Star-Lord. He secretly puffed out his chest to make himself look majestic, looked at Gamera with shining eyes, and introduced himself. He looked very interested in her. "Then you must be very decent." Gamera secretly adjusted her position and teased Quill with an ambiguous voice. "Well, I didn't say that. Others always praise me like that. I'm a very low-key person and never show off." Flutter. Suddenly, a foot passed through the railing and kicked Quill in the lower abdomen, accurately and fiercely. Oh, Chapter 208 Changes in the Star Core. The raccoon climbed down from Groot's body with great effort, put his 4 paws on the ground and shook off the water on his body. "Pa, I've had enough. I hate water. Groot, next time, could you please lift me up before I fall into the water? It shouldn't be that hard for you anyway." Rocket complained to Groot as he shook the water out of his fur. Groot, who was lying beside him, responded in a low voice. "I'm Groot." The voice is so innocent. The 2 guys had no idea that they had arrived in a completely unfamiliar environment. Su Ming controlled Steve's body and floated to the sofa to rest for a while. He even thoughtfully summoned a blanket to cover it. When he turned around, he found Alyssa lying under the weapon rack in a mess. The body still twitched occasionally due to the residual electric current. The British eyebrows were raised. "Who the hell dares to touch my people on my territory?" He quickly came to Alyssa and gently helped her up. "Wake up." The effect of the ability covered Alyssa's body along with the sound. Alyssa, with her non-mainstream hairstyle, woke up in an instant and looked at Su Ming with confused eyes. "Good morning, boss." Snapped. Page 192. Seeing this, Su Ming gently patted Alyssa's elastic part. "He's already been knocked down by someone, it's still too early. Tell me, who is it?" Alyssa's eyes gradually regained clarity, and she remembered a green figure, and instantly became angry. "It's a green woman. She has no moral principles and is resorting to sneak attacks." Su Ming suddenly realized. Sure enough, Rocket the Raccoon and Groot both came, so there was no reason for Gamera not to show up. Now, except for that idiot Drax the Destroyer who is still in prison. The Guardians of the Galaxy are all assembled. After briefly comforting Alyssa, Su Ming turned to look at Rocket and Groot, a hint of danger flashing in their eyes. "You two, follow me and don't move." The ability is activated again. Mr. Captain is still in a coma and Alyssa has just woken up. "I can't leave these 2 unstable factors with them. The best way is to let them follow me. If you keep an eye on it yourself at all times, no accidents will happen. Who knows what could happen if you let a violent raccoon near a weapons locker? Who are you? Do you know who you're talking to? Why should I follow you? Hey, what did you do?" "I'm Groot." Rocket just realized that he and Groot seemed to have been taken to a strange place. "Just as I was looking around curiously, Su Ming roared at me like he was calling a pet. I felt very unhappy immediately. I instinctively tried to resist, but was horrified to find that I could no longer control my body. Not only that, Yu Guangzhou even made Groot look like he wanted to move but couldn't. He could only passively follow Su Ming, like a puppet on a string." A look of panic suddenly appeared on the furry raccoon's face, and he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. The sharp little teeth kept shaking with the lower jaw, like a cat with its neck pinched. Speaking of cats, Rocket happened to see an orange cat carrying a hollow metal ball passing by them. Cosmic Spirit Ball. The fear in Rocket's eyes was instantly replaced by passion, and he watched with difficulty as the orange cat floated past him in such a lively manner. Powerless, he roared with resentment. "Let me go, damn it. You must have never seen how powerful a big guy is. Hey, if you dare, let me go, let's fight one-on-one. I'm Groot." Groot also widened his eyes and watched Suming walk past him. His brain, which was full of branches, couldn't understand why he suddenly lost control and even took the initiative to follow this person, step by step. He ignored the orange cat fiddling with the cosmic spirit ball at his feet. That's right, he still doesn't know what the purpose of this trip is, he just blindly follows his big brother, Rocket. Suming's face didn't look good. His assistant was knocked down in his own home. How could he survive if this got out? I don't need anyone else. If Tony knew about this, he wouldn't let him off with that mouth full of taunting skills. Thinking of this, he walked towards the detention room with a low mood. It was the first time that Alyssa saw her boss so angry. There seemed to be lightning flashing in his deep eyes, and beneath his serious expression was the terrifying pressure before the storm. The temperature all over my body seemed to drop by several degrees. I shivered unconsciously. Then I thought that the boss was angry because he was bullied, and I felt a lot warmer in my heart. Suddenly, he saw his current appearance in the reflection of the metal gun cabinet and screamed, "Beep, beep," ran back to the room barefoot. She was very dissatisfied with the hairstyle she had unexpectedly gotten. "I don't know if I can save it." Suming slowly walked towards the detention room. He was very confident in the detention facility where Tony provided technical support. Quill probably hasn't escaped yet. It doesn't matter even if they escape. The universe spirit ball is in my hands, and they can't make any waves. Suddenly, I saw an orange cat playing with the cosmic spirit ball and coming to my feet. He bent down and picked up the spirit ball. The orange cat was very angry that his favorite toy was suddenly snatched away, and opened his mouth wide to swallow Suming. Don't say it, a ginger cat that looks ordinary at ordinary times can be a bit scary when it gets angry. The open mouth was almost taller than Suming. Snapped. A slap in the face. The orange cat's eyes suddenly became clear and cute again. The oversized model's mouth also returned to normal. It felt like someone's tail was stepped on and he cried out. "Escaped." Suming has no time to play with cats. Shaking the cosmic spirit ball in his hand, Suming sneered and continued to move forward. Behind him were Rocket and Groot, who were moving stiffly, full, warm and lustful. After Quill had eaten and drunk his fill, he woke up and was surprised to find a hot girl at the door, although she was a little green. "This color, it's auspicious." Quill liked it very much. He started flirting and subconsciously glanced at the big bed, fantasizing about what would happen with this exciting girl, secretly hoping that she would open the door. Who would have thought that this hot girl would change her attitude faster than turning the pages of a book? She kicked me and caused severe pain in my lower abdomen, and even the kiwi fruit shook. He was sweating from the pain. A glimmer of hope flashed through Quill's mind. Fortunately, I didn't kick it 2 inches lower. He instinctively bent down, but Gamera's hand ruthlessly grabbed the curly hair that he was proud of. The image that he thought was majestic and extraordinary collapsed in an instant. "Tell me, where is the cosmic spirit orb?" Gamera stopped teasing Quill and her voice returned to its stern state, as cold as her methods at the moment. Suddenly a voice sounded from the other side, without a trace of emotion. "Are you looking for this?" Gamera looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man holding a cosmic orb in his hand, looking at her with cold eyes. His eyes lit up, he let go of Quill's hair and ran straight towards Suming. The God-Eater unsheathed his 2 swords in the air, and a cold light flashed. Ping! Sparks flashed, and the spirit ball produced slight energy fluctuations. Suming used the outer shell of the cosmic spirit orb to block Gamera's sword. Although Gamera is a beautiful woman with a charming figure, Suming has no feelings for her at this moment. A powerful kick came over. Gamera bent over like a shrimp and flew backwards rapidly. Oh! His body crashed directly into the door where Quill was imprisoned. The enormous force destroyed the structure of the gate, sparks flew, and it slowly smashed towards Quill. Quill rubbed the top of his head with one hand and his stomach with the other. Just when I was complaining about how vicious this hot girl was, Gamera knocked down the door of the detention room along with it. Belch! The violent impact made him dizzy and had difficulty breathing. "Pretty girl, you're so heavy." Even so, Quill, who was under Gamera, still did not forget to complain. Suming looked at Gamera in front of him indifferently. He was not interested in the color green at all. I wonder what Marvel was thinking when they designed this character. Suddenly, the spirit ball in his hand vibrated, and a total of 4 kinds of infinite energy in his body resonated at the same time. Where he didn't see. The star core fragments in his waist bag vibrated under the influence of several energies. White light flashed. Su Ming, Gamera in front of him, and Rocket and Groot behind him disappeared on the spot. Only the damaged door of the detention room occasionally flashed a few sparks. Chapter 209 First Arrival on Alien Planet. Xandar, a secret place. An alien with a long face, a pointed chin, gray skin, a bald and greasy head, and a conspicuous mechanical prosthetic leg was carefully wiping the items in his hand. He was wearing a well-tailored suit on his thin body, and a smile flashed in his greedy eyes. This stuff will definitely sell for a good price, hee hee. A variety of novel items were randomly piled on the table not far away, and another star core fragment was among them. Those were the goods he had just collected and had not had time to sort out. The display shelves on the other side were filled with various interstellar specialties in an orderly manner, packed in different boxes and labeled, waiting for buyers. There are also several separate display cases, sealed by glass panels, displaying his most proud products. Page 193. His name is Broker. He is an information trafficker and a middleman in the trade of illegal goods. His business mainly involves connecting various criminals, mercenaries, buyers and sellers in the universe and making profits from it. It fits the name very well. It is worth mentioning that this is where Star-Lord Quill originally planned to use the cosmic orb. Just as the broker was fantasizing about making a fortune from the customer with the newly received goods, an object on the table with a little galactic luster suddenly lit up. It was another piece of star core fragment. At this moment, it seemed to be connected to some kind of energy, producing magical changes, emitting a dazzling white light. The broker was startled by the sudden change. Before he could react, he saw several figures appear out of nowhere in his home. Thump. What? Damn it, Groot. You're crushing my tail. I'm Groot. It was Su Ming and Star-Lord and others. Gamera's weapon hit the cosmic spirit orb, causing it to fluctuate, and the infinite energy in Su Ming's body resonated and activated the star core fragments in Su Ming's body. It just so happens that the broker has another piece of star core fragment that is closest. The two fragments interacted with each other, and several people were teleported across the stars. The white light gradually faded. Su Ming squinted his eyes and observed the surrounding scenery. Soon, I saw the confused broker. Isn't this the middleman? Su Ming suddenly realized that the energy fluctuation coming from behind him was exactly where he stored the star core fragments. Holding the cosmic spirit ball in his hand, and with several other infinite energies in his body, it seemed as if a momentary resonance occurred. Fragments of the star's core appear to be the source of all this. Could it be that there is some connection between the Infinity Stones and the star core fragments? In any case, this is probably no longer Earth. The architectural style full of alien technology and the appearance of the brokers around him made Su Ming more convinced of his idea. Something interesting seems to be happening. When his exploring eyes discovered another piece of star core fragment on the table, he moved slightly. His expression became playful. The star core fragments are as magical as the Infinity Stones. We must get them. Thinking of this, he slowly moved towards the table. There was nothing unusual about Su Ming, who had a demigod body, teleporting across galaxies at such an intensity and distance. As soon as I landed, I quickly analyzed the situation and confirmed that there was no danger, which made me feel a little relieved. Then he set his sights on another piece of star core fragment. Apart from Su Ming, Quill also did not feel any discomfort and was rubbing the painful spots on his body and grimacing. On the other hand, Gamera didn't know whether it was Su Ming's kick that made her pregnant. This powerful hot girl was currently lying on the ground, retching continuously with a very painful expression. On the other side, Groot sat there with a silly look on his face. After hearing Rocket's roar, he slowly raised his butt and set Raccoon Tail free. All the hair on Rocket's body stood up. For no other reason, after the white light, although he regained control of his body, he lost himself in a burst of severe pain. I'm afraid that no one can empathize with the feeling of having their tail crushed by a giant thing weighing tons. That kind of pain, I'm afraid only Rocket knows. The raccoon took advantage of Groot's slight movement, pulled out his tail with great effort, and blew it hard against his mouth. A lot of hair fell off, so miserable. The broker looked in astonishment at the uninvited guest who suddenly appeared before him, and instinctively reached for the weapon under the table. But he stopped after seeing it clearly. Quill. The broker knows Star-Lord. Star-Lord has been an interstellar plunderer, commonly known as a space bandit, for many years, and he has sold a lot of stolen goods here. The two have always maintained a relatively pleasant cooperative relationship. Seeing Quill rubbing his head and stomach with a grin on his face, the broker subconsciously called out his name. Quill isn't as foolish as he looks. Although it hurt, he was always thinking about countermeasures. He also knew that several people seemed to have experienced something magical and were teleported to another place. And this place happened to be the broker's house he was familiar with. God is really helping me. The familiar environment gave Quill a glimmer of hope. Although I ate well, slept well, and listened to better music in Su Ming's hands, I was still not free. A song he heard before going to bed went, "Forgive me for my unruly and free-spirited life." It simply sang the cry of Quill's soul. He decided to find a chance to escape Su Ming's clutches, even if the food in his house was truly delicious and the bed was truly comfortable. Hearing the broker calling him, Quill suddenly had an idea and pointed at the cosmic spirit ball in Su Ming's hand and said, "I got the ball." Mission accomplished, happy face. With Quill here, the broker naturally thought that they were in the same group. But why is it just Quill and his team? It was Yonda who contacted him about this deal. Yonda didn't come? He wanted to come, so he asked me to take care of you and tell you, your eyebrows are the most beautiful in the industry. Quill seemed to be getting into the role, as if the cosmic orb really belonged to him at this moment. Su Ming just put another piece of star core fragment into his pocket without leaving any trace. Hearing Quill's shameless talk of business with the broker, he laughed and said, Hey, you must be mistaken. The spirit ball is mine, why are you still talking about it?" The broker heard Quill praising his eyebrows and shook his head helplessly, but he couldn't suppress his joy in his heart. A guy who knows what he's doing. Later, when he heard Su Ming's words, his expression was stunned and he looked at Su Ming. Then he turned his doubtful gaze towards Quill, as if to say, "Aren't you guys in the same group?" Quill didn't care about being exposed on the spot, and encouraged the broker. "Old friend, I brought the spirit ball as promised. I'll leave the rest to you." After saying that, he gave the broker a wink. Su Ming almost laughed out loud when he heard this. Quill's wishful thinking is about to make the beads bounce off his face. He wants to use the broker to deal with me so that he can reap the benefits. "You're just a middleman, come at me, I haven't seen the advanced alien technology yet." Thinking of this, Su Ming looked at the broker playfully, with a dangerous glint in his eyes. The broker shuddered when he saw it. The aura of strength that Su Ming unintentionally exuded made it impossible for the experienced broker to muster up any resistance. His eyes swirled around, wondering what to do. Suddenly, he saw the movements of the little raccoon not far away, and his eyes widened in fear, and he shouted, "Whose pet is that? Make it stop." After the dizziness from the teleportation and the pain in his tail subsided, Rocket stood up lightly and looked around. Losing the spaceship was nothing to him, but without his big gun he felt as unsafe as if he were without clothes. It wants to find a big guy again so that the guy who controls it can taste its power. Soon, the rocket found the target in a glass display case. It was a ferocious weapon, very much in line with Rocket's aesthetic, big. The arrogant caliber made Rocket's eyes shine. The raccoon couldn't wait to run over on all fours, and then he lay on the display case and reached out. Stop. Chapter 210, The beginning of the broker's nightmare. In a facility similar to a museum display case, a weapon full of traces of battle damage is quietly suspended. While it looks like a large gun inside, there's a reason the broker was able to keep it there carefully guarded. The specialty of a certain planet, exploding magma, is stored in the magazine of this gun. This is the high-end stuff that other raider teams brought back at the cost of almost being wiped out. Exploding magma, as its name suggests, is very violent. Any slight external stimulation can cause it to explode violently. But if left alone, the temperature of the exploding magma is less than half that of ordinary magma. This is undoubtedly a magical and dangerous product. And the ignorant raccoon is now madly testing the edge of death. The broker had no time to explain and could only yell at the rockets over and over again to stop. Groot is Rocket's companion. He has no idea what's going on and has no opinion on Rocket's actions. Su Ming has nothing to do with Star-Lord and Rocket, and of course he will not interfere with his actions. And this big gun with an exaggerated shape is now comparable to the most beautiful thing in the world in Rocket's eyes. He couldn't wait to see those who were arrogant in front of him bow down before this big gun. Page 194. With obsession in his eyes, the little raccoon pushed hard and the display cabinet fell down. The large gun inside slowly fell into Rocket's furry hands. What it didn't notice was that the magazine had begun to glow faintly red. Oh, yeah. Rocket felt the weight of the big gun in his hand and was as excited as if he had taken drugs. Crack. Pulling the bolt, Rocket pointed the gun at Su Ming with an arrogant look on his face. "Boy, it's time for you to see how powerful I am." Crack. I pulled the trigger, but the imagined scene of powerful firing did not appear, but the sound of machinery was heard. "It's over." The broker's frightened expression instantly turned into despair, and he had no choice but to activate the emergency protection device. A transparent energy shield slowly rose up, gradually forming a protective shield around him. Before the shield was sealed, Quill rushed over and knocked the broker off balance. Afterwards, the two of them were covered by the energy shield. Quill reacted quickly, sensing something was amiss the moment the broker yelled a warning. After a quick look around, he chose the safest way to evacuate. I saw that the red light of the magazine became more and more intense under the slight vibration. As a vegetative person, Groot is extremely sensitive to danger. Sensing the danger, he quickly stretched out his arms, rolled the rocket over, knocked the weapon to the ground, and turned and ran. "Hey, Groot, what are you doing? Let me go. I haven't taught them a lesson yet." The big gun fell to the ground with a thud, and the strong vibration finally gave the exploding magma enough stimulation. Boom! In the blinding white light, the weapon shattered into pieces. Groot tried to get away quickly with Rocket, but was swept into the air by the shockwave of the explosion. Gamera reacted quickly, enduring the pain in her abdomen and the feeling of dizziness, and flew behind a shelter. My thoughts were still on a few minutes ago, thinking about the man who had nearly killed me with one kick. Who is he? Su-Ming was some distance away from the center of the explosion, and when it happened, he didn't have time to suppress it immediately. He could only raise his hands to block the oncoming shockwaves and fireballs. The Black Emperor's ability is activated, and his hands vibrate with high intensity, continuously absorbing energy. The ceiling was blown high up by the explosion. The small shop that the broker had painstakingly run was shattered into pieces by the rocket's recklessness. The broker's lips trembled as he looked at the rocket in the distance, his eyes filled with hatred. My heart felt like an artery had been cut open by a sharp weapon, and blood was gushing out. Little did he know that this was just the beginning of his nightmare. After the explosion, the broker's house and the surrounding buildings were reduced to ruins. Rocket struggled to get up from the ground and took off the branches that were tied around his body with great effort. To save him, Groot took most of the damage from the explosion, resulting in both of his arms being severed at the root by flying building debris. At this moment, he was gently touching the severed hand on the ground with his foot, looking depressed. "Don't whimper, it can still grow." Even though Rocket is a raccoon, he is also a straight man and not very good at comforting people. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped the two of them, and a majestic voice warned. Subject 89P13, cease resisting. In the name of the Nova Corps, I declare you under arrest. You are charged with endangering public safety. At the same time, Su-Ming, Gamera and others were also enveloped and slowly rose into the air, unable to move. Obviously he was regarded as an accomplice. Su-Ming saw a few rays of light that made him float lightly, his eyes full of curiosity. "Don't mention it, it's quite fun." He moved his arm slightly and found that the light seemed to form some kind of force field around him. "If you don't move, it's fine. But if you try to resist, a huge force will appear out of nowhere and hinder your actions." Simply gave up resistance. I was suddenly transported to an alien planet and was not prepared yet. Acting rashly is obviously not a wise choice. It won't be too late to start killing everyone after you have converted all the balance in your account into abilities. Looking at the dozen or so combat spacecraft from the Nova Corps in the sky, Nova Corps patrol ship estimated value $10 billion. Su-Ming suddenly felt refreshed. It has to be an alien planet, with valuable things everywhere. At the same time, a picture flashed through his mind, thousands of star-shaped spaceships spliced together to form a protective shield to resist attacks. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that what I saw before me was the kind of spaceship that could form a protective shield. If all of it is converted into a balance. "Hey, isn't this the Star Prince?" The sheriff handcuffed Quill until he stood up and saw his appearance clearly, and laughed teasingly. Quill corrected helplessly. "It's Star-Lord." "Oh yes, sir, I've caught this guy stealing before, that's his nickname." The sheriff explained with a relaxed look to his colleague who was escorting Quill on the other side how he met Quill. Quill rolled his eyes when he heard this. "Dude, this is the title of a great thief." "Relax bro, your nickname is pretty cool, there's nothing to be embarrassed about." The sheriff seemed to be very familiar with Quill, patting him on the back as he escorted him towards the spaceship. Nearly 10 patrol ships simultaneously released energy capture nets to arrest Su-Ming, Rocket, Groot and the unconscious Gamera. There are also brokers who are as sad as if they have lost their parents. Nova Headquarters. Xandar Armed Forces. Irani Rail, Supreme Commander of the Nova Corps, is angrily accusing the Kree of responding to Ronan's wanton destruction of the Xandar outpost. They are killing children and families at will. But was told, "That's your business." Just as Leia was secretly cursing the other party as a fool, his subordinate reported good news. "It seems they've caught one of Ronan's accomplices." The scene changes to a prison cell in the Public Security Bureau. The sheriff who had previously escorted Star-Lord scanned and analyzed the situation of the arrested people. Gamera, surgically altered and trained to be a living weapon. She is the adopted daughter of the Mad Titan, Thanos, and the last survivor of the Zhaobarai tribe. Thanos sent her and her sister Nebula to Ronan. It can be judged that Thanos and Ronan are colluding with each other. Subject 89P13, calling himself Rocket. Half-world citizen, accomplice, Groot the Treeman. They are the result of illegal genetic and neuromechanical enhancement experiments on lower organisms. Tree Groot. A humanoid plant, currently serving as a domesticated plant and bodyguard alongside Subject 89P13. Peter Jason Quill, from the planet Turlin. Raised by a group of mercenaries called the Sweepers, led by Yondu Udoda. Destiny, also from Turlin Planet, suspected to be Quill's accomplice, but details are unknown. Another sheriff looked at Quill's raised middle finger with an innocent look and said angrily, "What a scoundrel. Okay, take them to Klin Prison." Chapter 211 Attack on Klin Prison. Somewhere in the universe, in the center surrounded by endless rubble, a steel building floats there quietly. This is the highest security prison, Klin Prison. All kinds of vicious criminals were locked up there. Several Nova spacecraft just left from here. The criminals here are either depraved or brutal. Luckily, it had nothing to do with me because I was out pretty quickly. I've been through 22 prisons. Su Ming and several others stood in a row, wearing handcuffs with flashing blue lights and slowly walked forward in the corridor. In front and behind are the jailers responsible for escorting. The jailer ignored Rocket's noise and acted as if he didn't mind anything as long as they didn't escape. "You should be thankful that you were caught by this guy, otherwise Groot and I would be counting your reward money right now. And you are being torn into pieces by Yondu and his raiders." Rocket didn't seem to be worried about his current situation at all. He glanced at Su Ming cautiously, but kept talking nonsense with Quill. The mysterious man didn't say much along the way, but Rocket knew he was definitely not as simple as he seemed. The way he controlled himself and Groot before was enough to make him feel scared. He could only vent his anger on the friendly-looking Quill. Quill showed no sign of weakness. "So many people have tried to kill me over the years. I'm not going to be killed by a tree and a talking raccoon." Rocket asked doubtfully. Page 195. "What's a raccoon?" "That's you, idiot." Quill felt that this raccoon was hopeless because he didn't even know his own species. "I'm Groot." Okay, I understand." He then asked about the origin of the cosmic orb, but was coldly rejected by Gamera. Rocket in turn accused Gamera of being an accomplice of the murderer, and everyone in the underworld had heard of her notoriety. "The main point is that no one is spoiled. I didn't come here to help Ronan steal the orb. I betrayed him and found a third-party buyer." Gamera spoke calmly, expressing her thoughts. "I'm Groot. Please, you've said it 89 times, I'll never forget it. What happened to the loving tree? He can't talk like you and me. There are only 3 words in his vocabulary, I, yes, and Groot. And strictly speaking in order." Several people walked through the item inspection room, and a blue-skinned staff member was curiously putting Quill's headphones on his head. Quill was anxious. "Hey, don't touch that." The staff ignored his words and continued fiddling with the Walkman. "Stupid." With a curse, Quill broke away from the group and rushed towards the staff. "You idiot, take those headphones off. They're mine, they belong in the prisoner's belongings. Did you hear that? The Walkman, the tapes, they're all mine." At this time, the staff picked up an electric baton and inserted it into Quill's abdomen. Fuck dash. Lightning flashed, and Quill fell to his knees and shouted. "Hooked on this feeling, the 1973 single-bite blue Swede is mine." As soon as he finished speaking, another electric shock made Quill fall to the ground completely. How dare a mere prisoner act so arrogantly towards the jailer? The staff member wearing headphones became angrier and angrier, and used the electric baton to strike Quill's weak spot again. The blue electric light continued to flash, and Quill's body twitched wildly. The scene changes. Quill, shirtless, was swept by a thick stream of orange water and began to doubt his life. This is the step that every prisoner must go through before entering the prison area, cleaning. After all, there are too many prisoners and they are too diverse and come from different planets. It would be bad if they brought in some unknown viruses or bacteria. After being cleaned, Quill was roughly pushed into a cell. The violent rush made him feel like a lamb to be slaughtered, completely devoid of dignity. He turned around angrily and wanted to argue, but was suddenly surrounded and targeted by several drones. He looked like he was going to beat him up if he kept on nagging and refusing. Recalling the pleasure of the electric baton just now, Quill's expression suddenly softened a lot. Next came the naked Rocket. He looked like a drowned rat, his hair soaked, his head drooped, and he looked particularly thin. The noisy mouth finally quieted down. Holding the prison uniform in his hand, he put it on reluctantly. Obviously, the cleaning just now left him with a very bad experience. With his back to Quill, there was a patch of bare skin with several interfaces of different sizes embedded in it. It indicates that he had undergone inhumane living experiments. When it was Su Ming's turn, the jailer pointed a gun at him and shouted, "Take off." Su-ming seemed not to hear and continued to observe the surrounding environment curiously, checking in at the interstellar prison attraction. Ever since being teleported to Xandar, everything Su-ming saw was so new to him. Even though he had super eyesight, he was overwhelmed by the aliens of various shapes and various magical landscapes. "It looks like an interstellar tour." His nonchalant look completely infuriated the jailer. "Who do you think you are? Where do you think you are? This is Klin Prison. No matter how successful you are outside, once you get here, if you are a dragon, you must coil up. If you are a tiger, you must lie down. All the jailers in the universe think the same way." Seeing that Su-ming still ignored them, the jailers pulled the trigger at the same time to let this arrogant guy taste his power. The high-voltage power grid emitted blue light and enveloped Su-ming's body from different angles. Su-ming stood there with a sneer in his eyes, allowing the powerful electric net to be tied around his body layer by layer. The crackling sound suddenly filled the entire room. The jailer's face flickered in the lightning. The expressions of anticipation on their faces quickly turned into confusion. Normally, even the most ruthless character would have to give in after a few high-voltage power grids were passed. But the guy in front of me clearly looks like a weakling from the Blue Star. How did he manage to ignore the attacks? Frequently flashing electric currents raged around Su-ming, madly stimulating his nerves. As if to say, "You, get down, stick your butt up, tremble." But apart from the more intense mockery in Su-ming's eyes, he still stood there, proud as a pine tree. His face looked as usual. The electric light even weakened visibly to the naked eye, as if it was absorbed. "What the hell?" The jailer looked incredulous. "Did the stun gun malfunction?" One of the jailers stretched out his finger in disbelief and gently touched the electric light on Su-ming's body. "Fuck dash." Ah! Instantly a burnt smell wafted out, and the unfortunate jailer fell to the ground with smoke coming out of his mouth, foaming at the mouth and twitching. This scene made the surrounding jailers look at each other in bewilderment as if they had seen a ghost. I immediately gave up the idea of trying again. The scene became awkward for a while. "Come on, continue." Su-ming found the jailer hesitant and found it a bit funny, so he urged him on. But this action made the jailer feel that he was even more unfathomable. After exchanging a cautious glance, the leading jailer didn't want to cause any trouble. "He will go home after finishing the work at hand. If you continue to provoke this troublemaker, he will probably be forced to work overtime. Not cost-effective. I can't run away anyway." He cleared his throat and waved his hand. "Look at this person, he's so clean, there shouldn't be anything dirty on him, just wash him." "Yes." Several jailers seemed to have been pardoned, and looked at the captain with a hint of admiration in their eyes. The only weapon they had was a stun gun, which was ineffective against this man. Without support, the jailers were at a loss as to how to deal with Su-ming, who had an extraordinary aura. The captain's decision was truly wise. "I have to arrange the whole set for him after get off work." "Not coming? Then I'll leave." Seeing that the jailer did not move, Su-ming walked forward on his own. "Why?" After taking just 2 steps, a strong stream of water hit me. "It's still inductive." Seeing the jailer hesitant to speak, Su-ming realized that the flushing water flow must be inductive. When the switch is triggered, yellow water will automatically spray out. Looking at the orange-yellow water, Su-ming's eyes flashed with disdain. "This is even yellower than my first bath this morning." Chapter 212 Strong Stability. Thick, yellow water with a strange smell rushed down towards me. Su-ming couldn't imagine whether using this thing to take a shower would make him dirtier or stinkier the more he showered. "You know, Klin Prison is the only building in this galaxy. There is no water source. Maybe this thick yellow water is the dirty water that is endlessly recycled by many prisoners. They didn't even bother to filter it. The more I think about it, the more I think that's the case." Su-ming felt a little nauseous. With a wave of his hand in disgust, a portal quickly opened in front of him. The strong stream of water was intercepted and disappeared just as it was about to touch Su-ming. Page 196. "Look behind you again." A portal just larger than the water column suddenly appeared in front of several jailers. Wow! The jailers were knocked to the ground by the high-pressure water and retched continuously. "See, I told you this water is definitely not clean." Seeing the jailer about to vomit out the overnight meal, Su-ming confirmed his thoughts. After seeing Su-ming's methods, a hint of relief flashed in the eyes of the prison captain. Looking at his embarrassed subordinates, he thought to himself, "It's better to be washed by dirty water than to be cleaned up by him." The water flow soon stopped, and the jailers were soaked and coughing and retching, but Su-ming was dry all over. Under the captain's odd gaze, he walked towards Quill and Rocket. At this time, Quill and Rocket were already stunned by Su-ming's operation. "Come on, this is a prison. How come it's as easy as playing house here?" "That ferocious prison captain, what about you? You fuck him. Where did all that cruelty you showed to us just now go?" "Huh, he moved. Very good. beat him up, no need to give us face, and many more. The captain of the prison guards called Su Ming and opened a compartment in the cabinet next to him. He took out a set of clothes that were obviously much more exquisite in both fabric and style than the prison uniforms Quill and Rocket were given. Holding it in both hands, he handed it to Su Ming, pleading with awe in his eyes. Please change into your prison uniform. It's clean and freshly disinfected, I promise. Seeing that the captain of the prison guards, who had been so arrogant and tortured Quill and the others just now, was now so polite, Su Ming nodded slightly. He casually took the prison uniform. It depends on my mood. The captain of the jailers could only take 2 steps back with a frustrated look on his face and send the god of plague off respectfully. Quill and Rocket almost dislocated their jaws when they saw the jailer captain's incompetent behavior. You. After taking 2 steps, Su Ming suddenly remembered something, turned around slowly, and said in a playful tone, "By the way, did you guys just shoot me with a gun?" "No, sir, please listen to my explanation." Snap, sizzle. The captain of the jailers thought he had gotten rid of this plague god, and had just exchanged a frightened look with his embarrassed subordinates. Then I heard Su Ming's somewhat cold voice coming from behind. When he opened his mouth to explain, he saw little beads gleaming with faint light flying towards him. In terms of quantity, each jailer present had one, and the captain also had one. The small light ball looked slow but actually flew very quickly to each jailer and exploded in an instant. The prison guards were covered by electric fences. That's more than twice as powerful as a stun gun. What, mother? Amidst the wailing and trembling, the jailers fell to the ground one after another, sleeping soundly with wet crotches. Even the guy who tried the lightning with his bare hands got a ball of light, which was fair. The heat is even better, and the whole body is filled with the aroma of barbecue. The small ball was the concentrated energy released by Su Ming. It was very beautiful and shiny, and its power was amazing. The inspiration came from the jailer's stun gun. Everyone who has used it says it's good. Looking at the jailers lying all over the ground, Su Ming nodded with satisfaction. Those who pretend to be cool, people always pretend. In this way, several people walked into the hall of the prison area one after another. Except for Su Ming, who was dressed neatly and still in his own clothes, the others all looked like they had just been ravaged. Gamera even braided her hair, looking a little girly. Walking through the corridor, Su Ming suddenly felt enlightened. What comes into view is a scene of a busy downtown area. The main body of the prison area is composed of a multi-layer steel skeleton, and the crisscrossing metal corridors, suspended platforms and dense cages form a 3-dimensional prison network. The dim duct lighting and flashing warning lights create a depressing and dilapidated atmosphere. A command tower stands tall in the center of the prison area. It was a cylindrical control hub, and the control room was filled with operating screens and lines. The main colors are cold gray and rust brown, and the prisoners in yellow prison uniforms look like ants in a steel ant nest. Among them were people with blue, yellow, or pink skin, wearing uniform prison uniforms and pushing and clamoring in the narrow aisles. The sound of metal clashing, prisoners shouting and guards scolding made the environment noisy and chaotic. Especially when Gamera appeared, the prisoners were excited because she had been loyal to Ronin. They gathered around and cursed the woman whose hands were covered in blood. All kinds of debris were thrown from all directions, aiming directly at Gamera. Quill was hit on the head by a precise shot, which instantly brought his distracted thoughts back to normal. Coax, you are dead. Murderer. Kill her. Gamera, you're done. I'm not wrong, she's famous. Many of the prisoners here have lost their families to Ronin and his thugs. Here, she can only live for 1 day at most. Rocket saw that Gamera's appearance was like igniting a closed room filled with gas, and began to explain the reason to several people. The guards should protect her, right? Quill said naively upon hearing this. The guards only care about whether we can escape from the prison or not. They don't care about the life or death of people here. Rocket is obviously a prison veteran and is very familiar with this knowledge. You must think this is a nightmare, but compared to my past, it's a sweet dream. Gamera said calmly that it was just drizzle. Suddenly, a strong man in blue stood in front of Su Ming. Look at this little fresh meat. I'm going to eat you with Ganavi and jam. After saying that, he raised his hand to touch Su Ming's cheek. Among the few people, except for the infamous Gamera, Su Ming has the most handsome appearance. At least he didn't have a full beard like Quill. This is also the reason why the alien with unusual hobbies is deeply fascinated. Su Ming was originally admiring how wild these prisoners were, but he didn't expect that the perverted alien who was supposed to be going after Quill would dare to provoke him. There was a glimmer of danger in his eyes. If you've had enough, just say it. Suddenly, Groot came over from the side, raised his restored arm, and extended 2 fingers at the same time. Dash. It went straight into the perverted alien's nostrils, very deep. This feels like doing nucleic acid testing, inserting it to the deepest point and not taking it out. The pervert felt as if a rough foreign object suddenly invaded his nose and reached his throat, and his eyes bulged out uncontrollably with tears streaming down his face. He was even lifted up by the nose, with his feet hanging nearly half a meter in the air in front of Groot, who was over 2 meters tall. All the prisoners were stunned by this shocking scene and the whole place was silent. I'll be frank with you. The Rockets looked around the court and made a high-profile announcement. Pa. Oh, goodness. Oh my God. Mother. Rocket was just trying to take advantage of Groot's show of power to calm the situation down, but he found that there were loud screams coming from all around. Everyone subconsciously covered their eyes and mouths. Turning around, he saw that the guy who had just teased Su Ming was lying on the ground with his limbs curled up like a knot. He was wriggling like a torn sack, bleeding from all his orifices, and it was obvious that he was dying. Fuck. Rocket was also stunned by this scene, and the speech he wanted to deliver got stuck in his throat and he could no longer speak. This was the first time that Su Ming was teased by such a stupid and ugly alien since his debut. Even if you changed to a hot girl, the perverted alien's behavior successfully disgusted Su Ming. Out of a physiological reaction, Su Ming slapped him the moment he was picked up. No holding back. In this way, people witnessed a very bloody and terrifying scene. Page 197. Chapter 213 The Embarrassed Captain. Finally, the burly alien who teased Su Ming kicked his legs and bid farewell to this beautiful world completely. The entire prison fell into silence. How many years? Even the most vicious prisoners would only dare to drag those who offended them into the shower room late at night and secretly bleed them to death, then take advantage of the environment to quickly clean up the scene. The bodies would also be quietly returned to the cells, disguised as if they had died suddenly of illness. But such brutal killing was something that neither the jailers nor the prisoners had ever seen. No matter which planet people come from or how many eyes they have, their pupils will tremble violently when faced with the tragic scene before them. The timid one couldn't even hold back his urine, and a few drops came out. They all turned their eyes to the culprit, Su Ming. At this moment, Su Ming's expression was indifferent, and there was even a hint of disgust in his eyes. Like crushing a stink bug. Just because this thing just disgusted him. Who is he? Why didn't he change into prison clothes? Have the Talon people become so powerful? The prisoners' gazes shifted from the corpse to Su Ming with difficulty, and they were surprised to find that he was wearing casual clothes. Although the prison uniform given by the jailer was of good quality, Su Ming threw it aside without even looking at it. Some knowledgeable prisoners recognized Su Ming from his physical features and found him to be a Talon star, or an Earthling, just like Quill. But as far as I can remember, the people on this planet don't have such outrageous fighting power. Suddenly fell into deep thought. Everyone, don't move, put your hands on your head and squat down. The alarm sounded, and the dim lighting around the square was replaced by flashing red lights. The hatches on the command tower opened one after another, and a large number of drones flew out one after another, hundreds of them, heading straight for Su Ming. At the same time, a team of fully armed guards came running from a distance. Get down, damn it. Before anyone arrived, the angry curses were already heard. Seeing this, the prisoners did not dare to resist and slowly squatted down with their heads in their hands. Only Su Ming, Star-Lord, Gamera, Rocket and Groot were left standing there, indifferent to the guards' stern warnings. Quill, Rocket and Gamera exchanged glances and looked at Su Ming. His eyes changed slightly. The same sentence flashed through my mind. This guy showed mercy before. As if he had made up his mind, he chose not to squat. After all, they were a group of incarcerated prisoners, and they might have clashed over positions before, but now, they were on the same side. Excitement gradually returned to Rocket's eyes at having such a ruthless teammate. It's just amazing. Groot scratched his head, not understanding what was happening, but he didn't move when Rocket didn't move. Groot. Not far away, there was a bald, muscular man with patterns all over his body. He did not squat down, but sat there motionless as a mountain. He just looked at the green figure with a pair of eyes full of hatred. The fist on the table clenched and unclenched. The captain of the jailers led a group of guards to the scene quickly and was the first to come to the body. One look at the twisted corpse told me without even looking that this guy was definitely beyond saving. His face became very ugly. Why don't you pick a quieter place? Damn it. On the one hand, I can't remember how long it has been since such a vicious murder occurred, and in a place like the square, they simply don't treat them as human beings. The authority of the prison guards has been challenged as never before. On the other hand, he just met a pervert who forced him to adopt a humble attitude that he had kept for many years, which made him feel very depressed. Just as we were about to get off work, this vicious incident happened again. In order to repay his wise decision, his subordinates promised him a full healthcare plan after get off work, but the plan obviously fell through. Who is it? The captain was furious, veins on his head throbbing, and he yelled before he even turned around. All he got in response was silence and silence. The captain turned around and saw several people still standing there. This was a blatant provocation to him. Crack. He loaded his gun and pointed it at Quill, who was closest to him, and shouted, "Tell me, who did it?" Quill looked at the black muzzle of the gun in front of him and his pupils shrank. Cursing inwardly, "How bad is your eyesight? Do you only pick on honest people to bully them? The person is standing there, why are you pretending to be blind?" But out of his tough character and principle of not betraying his friends, he snorted coldly. He decisively took a step forward, revealing Su Ming behind him. At the same time, pointing to the corpse on the ground. "I testify, he was the first to strike." The captain of the guard really didn't know what was going on. Seeing Quill's posture, it was obvious that the person behind him was the murderer. His eyes looked straight at Su Ming. "How dare you?" His whole body trembled and the roar stopped abruptly. "Shit, it's him, how can we play this?" Roaring in my heart. Thinking back to Su Ming's unpredictable methods, beads of sweat immediately broke out on his head. His fierce eyes became vague, and he opened his mouth but still did not have the courage to say the subsequent lines. The guard who had followed him all the way also recognized Su Ming and groaned in his heart. The palms of his hands gripping the weapons became clammy and slippery. He looked at the captain in a panic, hoping that he could turn the tide again. A young man saw the captain and his teammates standing there uncomfortably without saying a word, and wanted to step forward and scold them, but he was stopped by a hand in time. Turning around, he saw a companion with a sweaty face giving him a crazy look. "Are you crazy? If you don't want to die, don't act rashly. Wait for the captain to handle it." The young man looked at the captain, who was also sweating profusely, in confusion and was very puzzled. But out of trust in his teammates, he did not move again. At this time, the drone landed and surrounded Su Ming and his companions. The flashing red sight swept back and forth over them. Su Ming smiled slightly when he saw that the person coming was his old friend from the cleaning room. Then he looked at the drone that was as big as a suitcase. A thought came to mind. Valuation. Clean Patrol drone estimated at $100 million. He frowned slightly, not very satisfied with the price. It seems that even from an interstellar perspective, not everything is valuable. Thinking of this, Su Ming's thoughts turned, and he looked around the entire prison, curiosity flashing in his eyes. Valuation. Clean prison valuation, $1.2 trillion. Yes, this can be. It will be ruined later anyway, so I might as well save it. But what should be done with this large number of prisoners and guards? I can't be as stupid as Ronan, right? We're not that perverted yet. Now that the current issues are resolved, it's time to study the system carefully. He glanced at Quill and the others who had become the target of public criticism along with him, and nodded slightly. "I have to say a few words about these cousins from the Guardians of the Galaxy, they are quite nice." Even though Quill sold it out to him right away, at least he spoke up for himself. Overall, he is a good kid. Su Ming felt very comfortable with their actions of standing by him. Perhaps it was this sense of loyalty that brought these former enemies together. Looking at the captain of the guard again, sweat was already streaming down his face. He looked so caught in the middle, like a constipated patient. How to do? Logically, I should have turned against him, beat him up, and then thrown him into a small dark room. But this person is completely unreasonable. If he turns against me, I might be killed by him at will, and the lives of my subordinates will be in danger. Even the security of the entire prison will be seriously damaged. If the prisoners escaped en masse, even if he survived, he would be sent to the Nova military court. The death penalty here combines technologies from multiple planets, with a wide variety of techniques and deadly moves. Page 198. Faced with a life-or-death decision, the captain's mind raced. He couldn't afford the consequences of a single misstep. All prisoners are waiting for his disposal and decision. There was a hint of watching the fun in his eyes. The captain accidentally glanced at the somewhat wretched Quill and instantly thought of a good idea. My eyes light up. Chapter 214 Prison Bully Su Ming. It's you. The captain kicked Quill in the butt and shouted sternly. Quill was hit so hard that even Kiwi was shocked and looked confused. What's going on? You're not done bullying the honest people, are you? Just as I was about to lose my temper, I heard the captain ask. You just said he was the first to attack. The captain's majestic questioning voice echoed in the square. ING on the spot, yes, sir. Quill reacted quickly and managed to hold back his curse words. When the smart people saw the captain asking this question, they had already guessed his plan and looked incredulous. Gamera is one of them. Looking at Quill being kicked, I couldn't help laughing. I roll. It seems something may have happened. The guards don't dare to provoke that guy and are planning to keep things quiet. Look at Suming again. He has a simple and elegant temperament, as calm as a still pond. Gamera narrowed her eyes, thinking that her betrayal of Thanos would be full of risks. If I could follow this guy, maybe the pressure would be much less. When Rocket saw Quill being kicked, he laughed out loud. Haha, my heart is filled with a feeling of happiness. He originally planned to use Groot to establish his authority and force all the prisoners who bullied the weak and feared the strong to step aside. Unexpectedly, Suming's move had such a shocking effect. Rockets, being thin and weak in strength, usually opt for larger weapons to compensate for this. The reason why he teams up with Groot is probably because their abilities complement each other. Groot is tall and mighty, but he's a bit of a fool. My smart brain just came in handy. Rocket had no weapons in his hands, and only Groot, the tree man bodyguard, was left. Suming's strength makes the Rockets seem like they are standing on the shoulders of giants. By chance, I managed to hug such a thick thigh. Cool. The raccoon is full of confidence in his upcoming 23rd prison escape. The captain got confirmation from Quill, avoided Suming's eyes, looked around at the others and said sternly, "Is everything he said true?" The prisoners nodded quickly like little chickens eating rice. "Yes, sir, he wanted to molest that person. We all saw it. It's so tragic, but he deserves it. It's what he deserves, but it's too tragic." "Shut up." "Oh." The captain of the guard secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He raised his gun and fired a burst of bullets at the corpse. Da-da-da. The sound of gunfire echoed back and forth in the hall, irritating everyone's nerves. The alien corpse gradually lost its fixed shape under the release of firepower. The blood that had not yet coagulated was splattered everywhere. Fortunately, it is green, so the visual impact is not so strong. But this scene scared the other aliens. Especially those whose blood was green. They were all silent and their legs were trembling. The captain was very satisfied with everyone's reaction and looked at Suming tentatively. Seeing that he didn't say anything, I felt a little nervous. He gritted his teeth, turned around abruptly, glared at the other prisoners one by one, and said viciously, You, and you guys, you are all prisoners of Klin Prison, and here, I am the rule. If you are smart, just listen. Otherwise, the one who caused the trouble, that's the end. Come, drag him away, chop him into pieces and throw him into space. Keeping it here will only dirty my eyes. Ugh. After the performance, the captain nodded and smiled at Suming. Thank you for your contribution to prison order. Let's go. After saying that, he led a group of guards and left here quickly as if fleeing. By the way, he also dragged away the shapeless lump of rotten meat. The drones exited the scene in an orderly manner. Captain, the video shows that the alien didn't even touch Suming before. The captain quickened his pace after hearing the command tower's prompt in his headset. Shut up, you idiot. The broker hid in the corner and watched everything that happened, his eyes full of shock. I didn't expect that the guy who rarely talks is the most ruthless character in the team. Look at the raccoon next to him, he looks very proud. Snort. A gleam of hatred flashed in his eyes. As a black intermediary, his connections are his greatest wealth. Although I don't know why I was arrested even though I was a victim. But the senior officials of the Nova Corps who had business dealings with him had already sent someone to pass on the message. Get him out of here quickly. At this time, he was enjoying special care and had no worries about his safety. At the same time, he bribed the guard to kill the hateful raccoon quietly. Judging from the situation, I'm afraid the plan will fail. He tapped the scratched mechanical leg and sneered. Things like raccoons shouldn't exist in this world. Thinking of the valuable goods at home, the broker felt so distressed that his breathing began to tremble. He is determined to seek revenge on the Rockets. Prison hall. Quiet. The departure of the guards and drones meant people were able to move freely again. But everyone kept doing what they were doing, staring at Suming blankly. They have one question in mind. What happened? How could the guards let him go so easily? Is there someone above him? It's not right. If you are really that powerful, would you really come in for a visit? I can't figure it out. But the smart guy had already guessed the reason, which was that the guards were not sure about suppressing Suming. That's why I don't dare to fall out with you. Crack, crack. Suddenly, Quill clapped his hands. Everyone, let's let the hero who maintains order in the prison area speak to us. Okay. After saying that, he led the applause. Then applause broke out in groups of 3 or 2. Brilliant. Happy. Tie pants hot. Gradually, the applause became thunderous, with whistles and cheers coming from time to time. For nothing else. The prisoners have long suffered from the tyranny of the jailers. They were fed up with the jailer's arrogant attitude and beatings. Page 199. Suming's appearance at this moment allowed them to witness with their own eyes the captain of the guard being humiliated in front of the prisoners. Not only that, he also had to admit that Suming was a good man who maintained order in the prison. I didn't see the captain's expression, he looked as sad as if he had eaten a slug. It's so happy. Even though a prisoner died, who cares? Why pick on him when there are so many people to pick on? He asked for it. Under everyone's enthusiastic encouragement, Suming had to raise his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. I didn't expect that killing a bastard would have such an effect. You know what, it's quite magical. You can call me Destiny. One thing, don't mess with me, and a few of them. He said, pointing at Quill, Gamera, Rocket, and Groot. At the same time, I clearly saw Drax clenching his fists not far away. At this time, the prisoners had already regarded Suming as their leader. Dissatisfied. Mr. Fate, Gamera is Ronan's minion. Her hands are stained with blood. She is a murderer. Suming likes people who speak nicely. A ray of heat shot over, and the prisoner who had just raised an objection had his long flowing hair instantly turned into a Mediterranean style. The retired veteran's temperament came up. That's very well said. Do you have anything to add? Suming looked around with a smile. The attitude is gentle, but the means are tough. The prisoners stared at each other, who dared to speak. It's already perverted to kill a strong man with a slap. Now he has demonstrated his laser vision. In this place where even spikes made from iron filings are considered orange weapons, Suming's existence is simply like a bug. How to say? Unify the martial arts world for thousands of years and have boundless magical powers. Under whose leadership, the prisoners seemed to have found their long-lost leader. They knelt on one knee, punched their chests and roared in unison, "Elder brother." Suming staggered when he heard this and almost fell to the ground. What kind of version of Ji Hal is this? Later I realized that the pronunciation of the alien word chief is exactly the same as the Chinese word brother. The prisoners in the prison, who were unwilling to submit to each other, formed a large illegal organization with Suming as the core. Gamera watched the changes in the prisoners with sparkling eyes. Sweet dreams just got even sweeter, didn't they? Suming saw the smile on her face and said, "Don't be so proud, you brought down Alyssa, and I haven't settled the score with you yet." Gamera looked around hurriedly and finally locked onto Suming, looking embarrassed. Chapter 215 Upgrading to Supreme Mage. The treatment of prison bullies is quite arrogant. After Suming displayed his overwhelming strength, the prisoners looked at him with fiery eyes. It was like finding a spiritual leader. They escorted Suming to the largest cell and cleaned it spotlessly in minutes, shouting for him to come in. But Quill and his companions were pushed outside by the crowd. Just kidding, even though you have the leader's protection, it doesn't mean you can enjoy the same treatment. For Suming's sake, those who hated Gamera temporarily hid their fangs. You wait till night. Drax just sat there, as if nothing happened to him. He just stared at Gamera with his eyes wide open. Suming saw a bunch of aliens of various colors chattering at him, his face excited, somewhat embarrassing, because he couldn't understand the alien language. At this moment, the runes and the mental power began to move, drawing a mysterious trajectory and slightly changing direction. Suddenly, Suming seemed to have found the right channel and understood what these aliens meant. The runes emitted a faint light around the mental power, transforming all kinds of unknown languages into information that Suming could understand. It appeared directly in Suming's mind. This is very novel. I still hear the chatter in my ears, but I can clearly grasp what they mean in my mind. Dear leader, this is a room specially prepared for you. Please move in. How embarrassing. Suming spoke modestly but kept moving. It was only when he walked into the room that he realized that there was something wrong with the way he addressed it. Chief, who, me? Turning around, he saw two tall guards who had spontaneously stayed at the door, looking at the other prisoners with arrogance. It seemed like it was an incredible honor to serve Suming. Suming understood. The rules in this prison are really simple and easy to understand. Let him be, let's study the system. Most of these prisoners have suffered the tragic fate of broken families or even genocide. No matter what crimes they have committed, they were helpless choices made under the pressure of survival. I thought I would continue to be bullied by the guards in Klin prison and had even gradually gotten used to this oppression. Suming's appearance is like a ray of light, bringing hope to people. From now on, the jailers will be more restrained because they are afraid of Suming. From now on, their dark and gloomy life as prisoners will have a little more freedom. It was an improvement in status. Although the environment had not changed much, people were no longer willing to passively endure oppression. To put it bluntly, it is the fantasy of a mob huddling together for warmth. People didn't even know whether Suming was willing to protect them, but they unilaterally regarded him as a guardian angel. I pray silently in my heart, hoping that a miracle will happen one day. Feeling the hopes and aspirations of thousands of prisoners in the prison, Suming discovered that a subtle energy was gradually emerging in his body, pure and peaceful, emitting a faint white light. The negative energy filled with hostility that was originally lingering in his ears quickly dissipated in the face of this energy. Suming felt the long-lost tranquility. That's a completely different feeling from infinite energy. Each type of infinite energy has very obvious attribute characteristics, but this new energy does not seem to have any attributes. But it has a strong purifying power. Su-Ming found it very magical but couldn't figure out what was going on. This is actually the prototype of the power of faith. The first prophet allowed Su-Ming to sense the inner energy of nearby people and intervene, but the level was still too low. He could only vaguely sense a little bit. He curled his lips sarcastically. I never thought that in this space prison full of villains, I would be able to experience the long-lost peace. Shaking off distracting thoughts and lying comfortably on the bed, Su-Ming opened the property panel. Name, Su-Ming. Age, 29. Physical fitness, 23,000. Energy, 120%. Current account, $11,750 trillion. LV2 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 LV5 LV5 LV3 LV2 LV4 LV3 LV1 LV1 LV4. Looking at the mess of talents in the holographic interface. Suddenly, he felt like a little person and his heart jumped out and laughed wildly at his haphazard choice. Could it be myself in a parallel world? In this regard, Su-Ming wants to say, don't laugh, that's the way I came here. Admittedly, the transformation from the bottom of society to interstellar traveler is so exaggerated that it is unimaginable. Even Su-Ming himself felt like he was dreaming. After all, when he first arrived here, he just wanted to change the fate of cattle and horses, but by chance, he became an existence that even SHIELD had to rely on. His temperament also inadvertently changed drastically. There is a good saying, money is the most nourishing thing in this world. 90% of the pain in the world can be solved with money, and the remaining 10% can also be alleviated with money. As huge sums of money came in one after another, the remaining poverty and embarrassment on Su-Ming gradually disappeared. Instead, there is a calmness that allows one to deal with everything calmly. He was very glad that he was able to travel through time and obtain the system unexpectedly. Page 200. Maybe this system will give someone else a better performance, but Su-Ming does not regret any of his choices. Life is just fun. The most important thing is to be happy. Su-Ming has experienced enough hardships in life in the past few years, and now he just wants to experience rich adventures. Being teleported to Xandar by chance is the first step towards the universe. In order to make the next step of the journey more pleasant, Su-Ming plans to upgrade his talent. Supreme Sorcerer. That's right, for top-level talents like this, upgrading them should be a priority if you have money. Supreme Mage LV2, City of Light, $1,500 billion. City Light, the power to protect a city. Proficient in using basic spells such as Seraphim's Shield, Badam's Wind, and Bosset's Thunder. Able to perform simple illusions, teleport short distances, without opening doors, and levitate or manipulate objects. Can perform basic magic detection, remove simple curses or magic traps. Able to perform rudimentary astral projection. Looking at the instructions provided by the system, Su-Ming said, it's so rare. Although it was very simple, it saved him a lot of time and experimentation. Su-Ming was quite excited and spoke with anticipation. Exchange. $1,500 billion. Talent upgrade successful. Account balance $10,250 billion. The moment when the talent upgrade is completed, the rune that was originally floating quietly in Su-Ming's mental power began to rotate faster. An energy storm quickly formed in his sea of consciousness. The storm raged like a vast expanse of territory, and Su-Ming's mental strength grew wildly. This kind of forced improvement made Su-Ming feel as if his soul was being torn apart. He groaned, feeling the stinging pain in his head, and gritted his teeth to hold on. According to past experience, Su-Ming has to undergo some uncontrollable changes every time he upgrades his talents. This change becomes more pronounced as the strength of the talent increases. As long as he can get through it, it usually won't cause him any harm. Crack dash. Su-Ming slowly rose up and hovered in the air. Orange-red lightning seeped out from his body surface, exploding disorderly in the cell before gathering in Su-Ming's palm. The cell, which had been kept tidy by the prisoners, suddenly became a mess. Wherever lightning passed, all kinds of daily necessities were crushed to pieces. The bed sheets were also set on fire, emitting black smoke. Flames, ashes, and various debris were suspended in the air under the influence of the energy field, slowly rotating around fate like tiny satellites. It's not over yet. Thunder and lightning are followed by strong winds. A cool breeze rose from under Su-Ming's feet and gradually became violent. In an instant, it turned into a miniature tornado and wrapped Su-Ming's whole body. Make a rumbling sound. The guard outside the door heard the unusual noise and turned to check. Seeing the unusual situation in the cell, he was stunned. Chief, are you not over it? Chapter 216 Message to Earth. More and more people noticed the abnormality here and gathered around. Looking at the flaming tornado in the air above the cell, before I could even marvel at its magnificence, I was hit in the face by the violent heat. The prisoners who had no time to dodge had their hair quickly burned off, emitting a burnt smell. The prison uniform was also flashing with sparks, as if it would catch fire at any moment. Ah, hot. Back off. People sensed the danger, pushed and shouted and retreated, and after making sure the distance was safe, they looked back at the cell. They looked worried and talked a lot. Is this the chief's room? That's right, who else besides him could make such a big fuss? What is he doing? Do not know, we won't die here. I hope not. Quill, Rocket and others were also in the crowd watching what happened in Su Ming's room, their faces full of shock, looking at each other in silence. As he wondered what had happened to Su Ming, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. I'm Groot. Groot took 2 steps forward to see what was happening, but was stopped by Rocket, who yelled, "Hey, Groot, stop. You want to add more fuel to this fire?" It wasn't until the tip of the branch caught fire that Groot realized that he seemed to be the firewood Rocket was talking about. Quickly retreat. I'm Groot. There was fear in his voice. He slapped the flames on his body, feeling very panicked. The rocket that was holding his thigh was also thrown aside. Rocket successfully stopped Groot, who was about to turn into Fire Dragon, but was thrown into the crowd. In his panic, he seemed to step on something soft, which helped him to steady his body. Looking back, the broker was staring at Rocket with red eyes and an angry look on his face. You stepped on me." The broker, a short-term tenant of Klin Prison, also joined the crowd of onlookers. Before he could see anything, a small black object suddenly hit his toe. He almost cried out in pain. "Damned, I only have one leg left, why do I have to suffer such a thing?" After looking carefully, he realized that it was the damn raccoon that destroyed his house. He wanted to skin him alive on the spot. In a rage, angry for a moment, a loud roar shook the 2 furry ears on Rocket's head, causing them to swish wildly. Sorry. The raccoon dealt with the broker casually, ran away quickly using his hands and feet, climbed onto Groot's shoulder, and continued to look out. The broker felt that this raccoon was his nemesis, and he rubbed his twitching toes with a frustrated look on his face. The scene turns to Su Ming. The thunder of Basset is followed by the wind of Wadam. Lightning ignites the fire, and wind fans the flames. The whirlwind around Su Ming quickly turned into a tornado filled with flames and surging heat. The metal railings of the cell door were getting redder and redder, and seemed to be melting and deforming. Suddenly, the wind stopped. Su Ming landed slowly. Hiss, it's so hot. Subconsciously raising his foot, Su Ming looked at the steel cell, which looked like an incinerator. It was all red and the heat was rolling. What happens? Looking at the dense crowd in the distance outside, they were looking at him in confusion as if they had seen a ghost. Su Ming knew it was useless to ask. Although the temperature of thousands of degrees could not hurt him, it made the soles of his feet feel a little burning. It made him very uncomfortable. Call. After taking a deep breath, the icy breath brought with it a large amount of white mist that covered the entire cell. After a sharp drop in temperature, the cage and walls returned to normal. The white mist did not stop and continued to move towards the crowd. The people outside just felt a refreshing coolness, and then they found that they could not lift their feet. My body was getting colder and colder. I started to shiver and sneeze one after another, inexplicably terrified. A prisoner from a cold planet felt this familiar coolness and was in a good mood. Comforting words. Don't panic, it's just that the soles of your feet are temporarily frozen to the floor. It's the same as licking a telephone pole. By the way, haven't you ever licked a telephone pole? The prisoner looked embarrassed when he saw that no one paid any attention to him. After Su Ming cooled down the room, he looked outside and unexpectedly discovered that he could see through the alarm-sensing areas distributed on the surface of the control tower. Detecting traps? Su Ming remembered the instructions and knew that this was also one of the abilities that the upgraded talent brought him. Then I thought of planet projection. What is this? As soon as the thought came to his mind, Su Ming felt another self floating out of his body, observing everything from a third-party perspective. Out-of-body experience?
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.